early evening. Yeah, Bloom and Rose, I see your comment. I hope you're not rubbing your hands too much. You don't want to get too hot and just rub your hands. As cold as it is in the Northeast, you might have to rub your hands together. But appreciate you guys for joining us this early evening. And, you know, just had a conversation with this man off screen. And I'm always delighted and pleased at what we conversate about. And just sometimes when you could talk to someone and pick their brain and get thoughts on different things is definitely a pleasure. So hope everybody in the chat as well. Hope you guys had a great day today. Remember to hit the like button, allow that algorithm to jump on the scene. Tonight, well, to this evening, we're going to talk about Cornell West running for president as an independent. RFK Jr. announced today that he'll be running for president as an independent. And we're going to talk about Palestine, Gaza, the West Bank, that area in general. For those of you that know, Dr. Short is he knows his world politics as good as anybody. And he gives a perspective that I think most people don't understand. And definitely when you talk about that area, you're talking about not only from an ethnic perspective, but a religious perspective of what's going on in that particular area. What's up, Doc Short?
Oh, I'm blessed, man. I'm sending you things for Israel so people understand I'm not picking on anybody. You know, this is going to be a difficult conversation, especially talking about Israel. I'm always upfront with people because unlike other people, if I tell you I'm going to support Trump, I'll tell you I'm registered as a Republican. I'm not a Republican. I'm a Black person that's registered in one of the two dominant political parties. I tend to swing whichever direction would be best for Black folks, unlike folks who are Democrats who won't tell you that they are Democrats and only support Democrats, even if the Republicans, in a rare moment of desperation, are ready to make a deal. Okay, you get me? And I'm saying to you, as a person of literal Hebrew descent and Ashkenazi Jew descent and Mizrahi Jew descent, and then I'm a Christian, and then I was raised by Ukrainian Jews. Damn. and raised by potentially Egyptian Jews. Baby said that I have a very heavy Jewish thing, and yet I have a very good friend. I'm going to send you one of my best friends I've had that was Palestinian, who schooled me on what was going on from the Palestinian perspective, of which I remain thankful. Okay. And I've got to be careful because everything I say can be taken that I am taking sides. And I'm going to say to people from the very get-go, the same way I've said to Black folks, stay out of the fight between the anti-MAGA and the MAGA people. It isn't our fight. We're hated on both sides, no matter what the hell we do. If we're not hated, we're disliked, or they're indifferent. And a lot of Nazis were indifferent to Jews that they gassed. We have nothing to gain by getting in the middle of fights that we can't win. Okay? We can't win this fight. And so for me, just talking about this, I could be called an anti-Semite. So let me push my do not disturb, because the minute I start to do this, then that's when every nigga needs to call me. Give me 1 second, please.
You guys in the chat, make sure you like this. As Dr. Shaw say, like this, like this, like this.
Okay, I'm back, so nobody will disturb me. The minute that we start to talk, then people start calling and it throws the stuff off. So again, I'm not choosing sides other than justice, righteousness, fairness. Some of the things I'm going to say are going to be critical. In fact, let me get one more book here that I think I'm going to need. So I have sources so nobody will blame me for hating anyone, for inciting anyone to hate anybody. I'm not happy about warfare. I'm not happy about people getting killed. I don't want people's apartment block blown up. I don't want people denied water or the right to move around. I don't like any kind of apartheid. I don't care who's doing it. I'm against apartheid in Rwanda. I'm against apartheid in South Africa. I'm against apartheid in Brazil. I'm against it in America. I'm against it everywhere. I don't like any kind of racial hatred or intolerance. Okay. On top of that, I'm a Christian. It's a no-win situation, folks, because if I'm a Christian, I believe in the Bible. The Bible says there's going to be an Israel in the last days, and there's going to be all kinds of conflicts. You don't believe me? You can read the book of Ezekiel. Start off in chapter 36 through 38, talks about a global war, which really does match what's going on here. In fact, we can have a conversation on that too, from a religious standpoint. So as a Christian with a lot of Iranian friends, one of my favorite lady friends who I was talking to, who I love dearly, is Iranian, or at least an Iranian citizen. You see how fucked up this is? I got these friends that are Iranian. I'm part Jewish. I work with people that are Jewish. I'm a Christian. I'm Black. Damn. And everything I do is going to be wrong. If I take the side of the Palestinians, I hate Jews. If I take the side of the Jews, then I hate people of color, and they're Black Palestinians, so I'm dogging them. On top of that, the Israelis discriminate against Falasha and other Blacks in Israel, and the Mizrahi. Just every which kind of way, you're screwed. Let me just tell you, right in the Bible, and yes, I'm going to use that, and yes, I'm a Jesus nigger. The Bible said that Jerusalem would be a heavy stone. What it means is that the problems of Israel were going to be a headache for everybody. That every which way you come at this, you're going to get your ass kicked. If you don't come hard and trash Israel and everything they do wrong, right, then certain folk will hate you. If you take the side of Israel, right, because you say, well, Arabs have enslaved Black folks, there's discrimination against Black Palestinians, right? Just every which kind of way, this is a damn mess.
Like Florida Evans, damn.
Yeah, so I don't hate anybody. I love my Palestinian friends that I've had. I love the whole Jewish thing because that's part of who I am. Can't do anything about it. I've met loving Jews. I've met bigoted Jews, as I've met loving Blacks and sorry, hater, jealous ass Blacks. I've met a few Arabs that are cool. I've met some Arabs that really don't like Black people. I don't know what's going on. I've met folks who are decent Christians and other folks. There has to be a hell for some of the people I've gone to church with. Okay. I don't even know why they're going to church. Save your clothes money and stuff. You need to invest in asbestos if you can take it to hell with you. Anyway, I've met good Muslims and I've met Muslims like, damn. I mean, okay, you're the same thing as me. All right. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so this is a messy topic. I'm going to try to just talk about what the facts are that are historical, not my opinion. I want to confess to you, that's why I mentioned I was raised partially by a Ukrainian Jewish family that I believed the father of my godmother was probably a Ukrainian Jew who was with the Nazis. I don't know, God, how this happened to me. I'm up in the middle of this. I didn't ask for any of this. This is what happens to us in life. The Palestinian who's getting bombed right now didn't ask to be born there. In life, we end up where we are. And that's why I pray to God. Why I don't question being black, but I do ask for help to get through the day being black, you know. So I want to say to you that being from a black fundamentalist background, it meant that my orientation initially was radical pro-Zionistic, okay? Radical Zionist, okay? I am not that now, but I initially was because that's what you came up with. I didn't have anyone to give me another side of the story to look. I learned that later. In fact, I'm going to get these books and I want you to just talk to these folks for a second. Tell them the Cash App. If you can, pull up my my Angry Black Men's Book Club YouTube channel if you can find it and share that. Share the GoFundMe for Backpack. Share my Patreon and share my Cash App. Let's do a commercial early. And by the way, everybody, before we get into this, share this with everybody. Share it, like it, share it, like it, share it. Trust me, I'm looking forward. And by the way, this is my dad's birthday. Hi, Daddy. My father's somewhere in heaven. He would have been 82 years old. My father, by the way, it's interesting, we'll be talking about Gaza. I believe my father was exposed to toxic things at the Pentagon. He was the lead clergy person at the Pentagon when it was supposedly hit by a plane or a missile, whatever. And it really did some horrific things to my father. That's just a fact. So it's interesting that this is happening so close to my dad's birthday. As well, I want to do a shout out to my beloved brother, Malik, or should I say Malcolm Shabazz, whose birthday was the 7th of October. Yesterday was Brother Ken Ford, my favorite Black political prisoner friend. It's his birthday. This is my father's sister's birthday, Trinita, born 364 days after her brother on this day. So for all my ancestors and friends, happy birthday. You are remembered. Give me a second. Now, brother, give me a few commercials. It won't take me more than 3 minutes to come right back with some books, because what we're doing for everybody, for Let's Talk To, for all the folks who are tired of all the cussing. There's so much content, but there's so much cussing.
I need your link again. I thought I saved your link in my phone, but I couldn't find it.
You need the link, and
just send it to my phone, Dr. Short.
I can't do it from this. I'd have to go out. But what you would need to look for in YouTube is it's DRS1C Buster at DRS1C BUSTER. Dr. Randy Short 1C, since I can't put coon because YouTube would censor. Isn't it amazing? Folks can put up death threats to Black people, but you can't say coon.
I got it.
Okay. Put that up, Patreon, put those out there. And by the way, brothers and sisters, we're going to be pulling together. We're looking for talent, for people who have channels that are going to consolidate with us, because we want to try to put something together. We're not going to put all of our story out there, but people who are interested in doing and getting more information out. And I enjoyed talking about history the other night. Once it got going, man, I could have gone another 4 or 5 hours to just try to explain this stuff, because people denied knowledge. And it says in Hosea 4:6, my people, and that was a Black man saying, my people get genocided because they don't know. So Let's Talk is about making certain that people know. The Angry Black Men's Book Club wants you to know. Backpack is going to be fighting, and there's so much more going on. Let me get my books.
Like Dr. Short said, you guys, that's the link. I put it in the chat, as well as the Cash App that's on the screen and scrolling on the screen. Definitely trying to do something very, very unique and very, very inspirational. We're working together with a bunch of people on trying to really move forward. And, I'm quite sure a bunch of you guys know, sometimes you feel like you're moving in quicksand. And it's like, damn, we do fighting the same fight, not going nowhere, not progressing over and over. But we want to stop that and be able to not just get movement, but get progress. So, like Dr. Short said, this is his link that's in the chat here. That's his link to his YouTube channel. Make sure you guys subscribe to Dr. Short's page. As well as we're going to have a webinar soon. I'll let you guys know. And the way that the webinar is going to be set up, it'll probably be on the weekend. It'll be a few hours. It's only going to be 250 people invited to the webinar. Not invited. I won't say that everybody's not invited, but you're going to have to register to be part of the webinar. And once you register, I will have your email address. My email address is ltalk5600@gmail.com. And the purpose of having your email address for the register for the webinar would be you'll get the link sent directly to your email. And then after I have your email address, that'll be a way that we could have email relationships as well, so we could have things going on behind the scenes via email and working on different stuff together collectively. You and I, Dr. Short, a bunch of other people that's not even present, that I haven't even talked on the platform before as well. So I'll let you guys know. It'll probably be in a couple of weeks. It's just a matter of designating a day for the webinar. It will be Dr. Short and Dr. Winters. I know definitely both of them have both said that they will be part of the webinar, as well as some other people we're going to try to get. Assistant Professor Drea, who's a very good friend of mine. She's an assistant professor down at Tuskegee. And a lot of the women that follow the channel should really get with Sister Drea. She really does a lot of impactful stuff down in Alabama at Tuskegee University. She graduated from Tuskegee. She's in the social worker program. She's actually an assistant professor at another college as well. Very, very interesting sister who I'm very, very close to. And she's on the platform sometimes. Her and myself did that show on Booker T. Washington.
But, Booker T. And you know what? We have got to tell people we are 38 people short of 1,000. We need 38 subscribers. I promised this man that I would help him get to 1,000. Y'all holding up my channel because I told him I would not leave him until he had 1,000 people. I'm not gonna leave him, and in fact, I'm not gonna leave him when he gets 1,000. This is a cool brother, man.
See, you guys don't know that one of the things that Dr. Short, right? I think Dr. Short likes my producing skills a little bit. I'm not going to say I'm a great producer. I don't even consider myself a producer, but I just want to give you guys some background until Dr. Short gives his talk. I grew up in the New York area, New York, Northern New Jersey area. I love Gil Noble.
Oh, I love Gil.
Anybody that knows anything about Gil Noble, you'll know why I love him. I love Gil Noble. I love McQuarrie. McQuarrie Report was something I watched when I was a kid. My grandparents, actually, when you went to their house, if you even wanted to visit his family, after they would ask you, was you hungry? Did you want some dinner? Because this is a tradition that they had. They would give you the remote, but what would be on TV would always be C-SPAN. So that's a little bit about why I'm one of them people that love to conversate, love to talk ideas. I love people to challenge my value system. So maybe give me a different perspective, because life is about being flexible and understanding to not just your view and your opinion of things, because there's nobody that's always right.
Nope. especially not me. I'm wrong all the time. And if I'm right, people are pissed about what I'm right about. So you can't really win. And it's really not about being right. It's about looking for the truth wherever it leads you, you know? I want to, I'm almost there. I got the books. Your minds are going to be blown. I'm going to send you, have you put those other things up? I sent you something else. And I need to send you the transfer agreement because folks are going to think I'm picking. I have to be very careful because I work with people that work with Jews. I've worked with people that are for Palestinian liberation. I don't want anyone quoting me that I was sanctifying Palestinians getting killed or Jews getting killed. You're a traitor to the Jews. You're a traitor to the Palestinian cause. Damn, all my biggest crime is I don't want to see people of any kind be hurt, be killed. Nobody. I don't want to have, but in particular, I don't want it happening to my Black American brothers and sisters. Let me send you, where is it? It's right here. It's called the transfer agreement. I'm going to send this to you. And I have that book somewhere. And by the way, when you see me start holding up, these books are expensive, but this is what I need. I'm not working at a university. I don't have a book budget. So what I work off of, people, is having, instead of going to the library, your house becomes a library. So I can, whatever it is, when something comes up, we can respond to it. And by the way, they're destroying libraries across the country. Yes, they are.
Oh, East Orange in the house. Okay.
Okay. And I have family from East Orange and Elizabeth. Isn't Elizabeth near Orange?
Yeah, it's about 20 minutes away. Elizabeth is Union County. East Orange is Essex County.
Yeah, I have family in Essex, and I have family.
Elizabeth has a major historical value. A lot of people don't know. When the mob came off those ports, came to Elizabeth and was trying to get up to Morristown to get George Washington's ass.
Let me see. So I'm ready to rip. So is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? Okay. Mm-hmm. And I sent you the transfer agreement. The transfer agreement. And I should send you something else. Because someone's going to accuse me of not liking people. And I'm very, very concerned about, I'm never going to come on here and dog all of any people.
Yes, you're right. Perth Amboy was a slave port. Yes, yeah. Got a lot of stories about Perth Amboy, that whole area down there in Middlesex County. I'm a northern New Jersey to the bone piece guy. Like that.
Okay.
Play sports and all that stuff. So.
Okay, so did you put that stuff up there, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. Just one more commercial since the commercial. Cory Booker, the senator from New Jersey. This is my book on him called Spartacus, the Real Cory Booker Story. Cory Booker was in a bomb shelter in Israel. He was there for Yom Kippur, just to let you know who Cory Booker is really about. He calls himself a Baptist, but when he was a student at Oxford University, he was president of the Jewish Student Association, aka it's called the Hillel Club. The Catholics have what's called the Newman Club, and at Howard University, my father used to run something for Black Apostolic Pentecostal Holiness Evangelical Blacks called the Seymour House. So that's what my dad did. But this book is a really good book on Cory Booker. His profile is going to go through the ceiling. Cory Booker is posturing himself to be a major player in American life. If you want to know about how shiesty Cory Booker is, get this book. It's on Amazon. I got writer's credit for it, research and so forth. I thank you. Please pick this one up. And I think I might read this on my Angry Black Men's Book Club. All right. Now let's get into this. We know that on the 7th of October, according to the news reports, and I need to remind you, and I need to send you this right now, Operation Mockingbird. Are you familiar with it, people? Operation Mockingbird. Our intelligence agencies, the CIA and others. In fact, I'm going to give you this Operation Cast Lead. I need to send this to you as well. Put this in. I'm going to send all this stuff because I'm going to do as much as I can not to give my opinion. So nobody can accuse me of hating anyone for reading. I'm going to read. This is what they actually did, not Mr. Short hate somebody. I already told your asses that I'm a black matzo ball. I'm not lying, so I told you the truth. And, you know, I'm a little Arab too, but mostly I'm like a Yid. I'm a black Heb. So I'm coming down on everybody, and I'm going to just tell the truth. I'm telling the truth here. I just sent you Operation Cast Lead. And I'm going to give you another one. Operation Mockingbird. I'm going to send this to you. Okay, I'm sending this to you. Keep putting these things up here. I want people to be reading, to look. Do not trust me. Treat me like a liar. I don't want people to believe me. I'm not trying to have a personality cult. I don't want to be famous. I would like to be influential. I'd like to be helpful. I give sources so you can say, fuck Dr. Short. He doesn't know. He's a liar. He's just trying to get attention. And I'll always give you sources so you can go and look and see. Even if I'm not giving you accurate information, you can see I actually took the time somewhere to try to get detail to back up what I'm talking about. Most of these coons on these social media platforms, and particularly the ones in the New York area, the conscious community liars who just argue, do not back up. They say a lot of things. They say stuff about different religions. They're lying. They cover up. They didn't have anything to say about Africa Bambaataa raping kids for years. But they have all kinds of talk about nonsense subjects. The difference is Mr. Short will always give you a book, give you an article, give you a source, get you a scholar. And he doesn't say he's the source. I'm just like you. I'm a student, a lifetime student trying to learn. Now, what was it that I wanted to give you? What was I just saying? Operation Mockingbird. Have you put that up?
Yeah.
Let me see. Who else do we have? I'm going to put the Stern Gang up. They need to know about the Stern Gang. And Ergun. Okay, so people, you need to know this history. I need to give you, post some more stuff up there. Keep posting it. Keep posting it. So when I get ready, all right. I just want to have the stuff in for Gaza because we're going to deal with this real fast. Now, I got my books for Palestine. Let's deal with our presidential candidates first, because we're going to get their asses out of the way fast. Okay. Cornell West is a public intellectual, and some would say a pubic intellectual. He is a leftist. He's a democratic socialist. He is someone that's been involved with all the things. And I'm going to just say to you that Cornell West backed Bernie Sanders and he backed Barack Obama. He backed Barack Obama when he was supposedly a person for peace and justice. When as early as 2007, Barack Obama gave speeches where he let people know he was pro-military and for American interventionism, which means that Cornell West did not go in blind backing Obama. Obama was for everything that Cornell West as a democratic socialist was supposed to be against. But they all got behind Obama and they lied to Black people. You waited until he got in the White House and you didn't get inauguration tickets for you and your mama to have a falling out with Obama. Not Obama refusing to make any promises or any, no tangibles, but when your bushy, successful ass did not get inauguration tickets, that's when you got angry with Obama. You're an intellectual. You're at Harvard, you're at Princeton, you travel the world, you're at Oxford, you're on television. You mean it took inauguration tickets, a snub from a Negro that has only stabbed Black people in the back, which you had plenty of people that you could have gotten information on. Mr. Cornell West, you knew Mr. Glenn Ford of Black Agenda magazine. I'm a founder. I'm the last surviving original member of Black Agenda Report. We were putting out information to let people know that Obama was going to hurt Black people. And I know you read Black Agenda Report because I even think articles about you or interviews with you in Black Agenda Report. Glenn Ford was a communist leftist as you are a socialist leftist. You, along with Amari Baraka and others, betrayed the Black community to run after this unknown, strange rainbow half-breed named Barack Obama, who promised nothing to Black people. And all the while he gave Black people the finger. He stabbed M.L. Jones in the back. He stabbed the Black folks in Illinois in the back. Didn't deliver any services. There were Black folks when he was their senator who were in public housing that didn't have water or heat in the winter in Chicago. And Barack Obama was his senator, and he didn't do a damn thing to help them. The people were talking about this in Cornell West. How did you not know? It's because you didn't care, Cornell West. At your core, you're about you. You've been out here about 40 years. I can't name anybody Black, male or female, that you've groomed, that you've prepared to do anything, other than maybe in this narrow academic world that you're in. Where's your successor? How are you different from the other boomers that don't allow the Generation X's or the millennials to come along? Where are the people within the capacity that you had as a faculty that you can say, this student is mine. I groomed this person. I helped get these people tenure. I did these things. Don't hear that from you. Where's your institution? You've been making six figures since the 1990s. You're a millionaire, dude, unless you're blowing your money. Where's your institution? Where's your research thing? What have you really developed with all the money that's come through your hand, all this access, television? What causes that are prolonged that you've engaged in to change the quality of life for Black people? You and I both know that your shit is wide, but it doesn't go deep. And I don't believe that you'll do a damn thing for Black people because folks like me, and I need to say this, let me say my personal note. Mr. Cornell West, there's something that I know about you and I'm going public. Cornell West, you're a colorist. You're into color. You're into color, Cornell West. And you had a choice between me and a lighter skinned guy to be put into Princeton. You chose the lighter skinned guy that smoked weed and drunk, who was Greek, like I think you're Greek, you're Boule. I'm not. The better man who was darker and non-Greek and not into chasing white women got left like roadkill. I'm not bitter. That's the choice you made. And I'm making a choice against you. 32 years later, hell to the no. You picked a dude that couldn't even complete the coursework over a better student based on Greek letter, based on the shared drinking that you guys did, and the womanizing that you guys talked about. Sure, I'm right. I don't even care about that. But then you screwed up again with Obama. And you didn't say that much about what Obama did until it hurt you. You had an opportunity to warn people. But okay, we'll let Obama go. When Bernie Sanders said that he was against reparations, where the hell were you? When Biden has delivered nothing, you wait until his second term is approaching for you to start talking. I don't believe in you. I don't think you're a bad person, but I'll say this so we can get this out of the way. Mr. Cornell West, sir, you know and I know that something happened at Harvard University that caused President Larry Summers to fire you. It's a serious scandal. And the minute that that comes out, your campaign is going to suffer irreparable harm because there are going to be questions. Was she of age? And even if she was of age, was she one of your students? And how much did Harvard have to pay out, allegedly, for your student? And what happened that they had to get paid? Mr. West, you didn't challenge. And I think this is why you don't do certain things, why you don't speak out about human trafficking, why you're not speaking out about abortion, genocide, why you're everything to everybody, because if you really take a stand, they're going to come out and talk about some of the stuff that you've done. Your public service record doesn't exist because you don't do public service, you do personal service. You can't compare to Mr. Kennedy. There's no real cause in which you've sacrificed. There are a whole bunch of people out here who've lost jobs, who've been run out of the academies all over the country, and you've been silent about it. You're not fooling some of us. And I want to say this. I don't mind you having white wives, but I do want to ask a question. Is it true or is it not true? Did you beat that black woman that you were married to, the first wife? Are you a batterer of women, sir? Are you? Did you beat the black woman that helped make you academically? If you did, if you would beat the woman who helped make you, how will you treat black people that vote for you? I'm not convinced. I am not convinced. If you would do that to someone that laid next to you, who helped write and edit your works to get you out there, and they were left like roadkill to be replaced by not one, but 4 white women. How can I trust you? Remember, Barack Obama had a succession of white women, but in order to run for president, he got the black woman with the hairy legs, with the questionable 2 daughters that looked like the obstetrician and her husband. But that's another discussion for another day and time. Mr. West, you say all the right things to all the right people, but we haven't seen you risk anything. And let me just say this. True black leaders that are in service of black people face economic reprisal. They get death threats and they have difficulty moving around. You've been able to move around and go wherever you want to go and make money year after year after year. That's suspicious to me. Even Boyce Watkins got fired. Black folks who stand for things encounter rejection and persecution and alienation. You've been a darling for decades. Let's be honest.
A darling?
It's because, yes, he's been loved by the white liberals, the same ones that want us to die out through abortion, which you support. You support trans. You support the illegals. You pretend that there's some black-brown unity when there are over 1,000 Latinos in jail in California for racially terrorizing black people.
Black, brown brothers and sisters.
You're a fraud, Cornell West. The only thing worse than your actions in relationship to the black masses is your grooming. You're a lightweight, Cornell West. Why are you a lightweight? Even at Harvard, your PhD is in philosophy, but let's be honest. When you were at Harvard, were you in the Department of Philosophy? No. Your white peers didn't think you were good enough. You were in the Du Bois Center. You were in the Afro-Am department because they didn't think you were qualified to be a philosopher. And you stayed at Harvard with that kind of slight, but you're being paid, what, $300,000 a year to teach a few classes. You're making rap records and allegedly boinking your students. I hope they were all of age. While you had a black wife, so that means allegedly the woman that you allegedly beat, you were boinking people I hope were of age, allegedly. Were your teaching assistants black, or were you like what happened at Harvard, where people like Julian Bond, when they got to the white schools, they didn't have black teaching fellows, they had white ones to show that they were fair, so they would keep black people away. Isn't that how it really is? We see through these black folks. You're basically an academic version of Obama, someone that's used to make us feel like we matter or we're listened to, and we're not. You say all the right things, well, to certain people, to liberal people, but if you don't think that abortion is murder and that the death of 20 million black children isn't a problem, if you're being silent about, you're so tight with the with the LGBTQ folks, till the HIV/AIDS epidemic that is ravaging Black America doesn't come out of your nappy mustached mouth, I can't trust you. I will not vote for you. I don't care two damns who black disagrees. Part of being a real person is learning to ignore the hell out of ignorant black people that fall for the okie doke. They're going to spend eternity in hell anyway, because they wouldn't pick the right God to serve if they were crazy glued to him. Cornell West, Race Matters, your book that came out in the 90s or late 80s, where you basically blame black people's pathology for their problems, which is why the white liberals love the book, and you blame black people at the height of Bush as mass incarceration. By the way, you haven't said much about Biden and mass incarceration. No, you haven't. You haven't highlighted that Hunter Biden smokes crack, but he hasn't gone to jail. But there was this 100-to-1 disparity for powder cocaine and crack cocaine. You've ventured nothing. You've shown me you have no character, no courage. You are a huckster, a academic prostitute. In fact, you're a hoe, because some of them are freebies. It is not that I dislike you, but I can't respect at this dire moment for black people that you can't open your mouth, that you didn't call out Bernie Sanders. There's so many issues that you could speak to. Black farmers, the foreclosure crisis, where the hell have you been? So, as a founding member of the Black Agenda Report, You were amongst the people who betrayed my dear friend Glenn Ford and endorsed Obama when all the information was presented to you by a dedicated Black communist. Him and Bruce Dixon, our late friends, and your Harvard academic colleague, my mentor, Dr. Martin Kilson, all of us with the Black Agenda Report. You, sir, are an academic and intellectual and philosophical fraud, and you know it. And you can't refute me. You won't dare debate me. And that's the one beautiful thing about being Dr. Randy Short. I have never sucked the asses of people who oppress Black folks for money. So you can't say my name. You won't dare do that, because if more people knew about me, they'd look me up and the word on your asses would spread. You're in the boule. You haven't called out feminism, and you ran with that liar lesbian that looked like a bullfrog with glasses named Bell Hooks. You've been down for the castration of a Black man and his removal from the family, talking all this high talk, and yet everything that destroys us, feminism, abortion, LGBTQ, illegals, you've endorsed them. You're a termite. You're not a man. If y'all vote for Cornell West, that's your dumbass luck. If you're stupid enough, ignore everything I said. I don't care. Do I have something personal against him? Yes. He's a coon. He's a coon with the fist in the air. Some are a coon with the fist up their ass. Some are a coon with the fist holding themselves. Some of them are coon with their fist inside their vagina. But ultimately, it's never for reparations, freedom, or tangibles. I said it, and I don't care. They won't dare debate or challenge grassroots intellectuals like me, because we decimate them. Cornell West, why haven't you said what's going on in Libya? Why haven't you talked about what happened in Derna? Why didn't you open your mouth for Walter Fauntroy? Why aren't you doing more to demand the freedom of Mumia and other Black political prisoners? Why didn't you go after Obama and Al Sharpton when they doubled the bounty on the head of Assata Shakur, the godmother of Tupac Shakur? You talk about rap and all that. Where are you, brother? And let's just say the last thing. Cornell West, the biggest fraud of all is that you let those little stud lesbians with their septum rings and Black Lives Matter, these communists controlled by and giving their money to Eric Mann, a Jew who was in the Weathermen, who's controlling the money for Black Lives Matter. This communist front group, which is really nothing but a part of the Democratic Party, while you call yourself a democratic socialist. We know that you run with Angela Davis, who is a fraud, and you're with Bell Hooks. And in fact, Angela Davis went from having a bush to eating one. She's a radical, lesbian, feminist that does not like Black men. She's a communist. She was never a member of the Black Panther Party. You run in all those circles. We don't need you. We need people like you to retire. And while you're at it, get some braces. Do something for your grooming. That would really help humanity. For people to see a Black academic at least look the part. You know, that little, I don't know, homeless, what's that thing? Homeless goth, grunge, polyester thing you got going. It's old. Okay, that's all I have to say about that, nigga. Let's move on.
So today, Dr. Short, Bobby Kennedy announced that he will be running for president as an independent.
I think that if you can't vote against Biden by voting for Trump, or if you can't stay your Black ass at home, if you must vote and you can't vote for Trump, vote for Bobby Kennedy. I don't care. The white folk who are messing everything up, they're terrified of two people. They hate Bobby Kennedy and they hate Trump. I don't know what they're doing that have made the folks who want to screw us, who are trying to create World War III and wipe us out with medication, all of that. They hate Bobby Kennedy, who's been speaking out for the hundreds of thousands of Black males destroyed with autism by Big Pharma. He's even been talking to Farrakhan. I mean, how many white folk you know be running with Farrakhan? We know Farrakhan's not perfect, but it's better than not talking to him. Bobby Kennedy, I just know this because I know someone in the circle. They have promised to kill him. They're so afraid of this man getting political power because he wants to find out who killed Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all the others, and his family. He couldn't run as a Democrat. I have this on high account that they will not just kill Bobby Kennedy, but they want to kill anybody around him to show that he better forget about running for president. What I was going to say of Cornell West and of Black leaders in general, a Black man or woman that's a true leader of Black people is a person who gets their life threatened, their livelihood tampered with, their phones, their computers. They can't get media. They can't. That's when you know that they might stand for something because everything works against them because the system doesn't want them. The first video on Let's Talk 2 reached 7,000 people. Not one of our videos since has reached that many because they changed the algorithm for this platform. Could it be because I'm the guest on here the first time it got through, and after that, they decided never again would this channel get that many views? This is little old me. We got 960 some odd subscribers. And I want to say to all of you, look at the people with the larger platforms. I am not jealous. I don't begrudge anyone money. But how come other people don't have the algorithm work against them? And somebody like me who's never had I just had my first web page. Why are they attacking almost everything? Everything I've taken. I had 1,200 interviews online at one point. They'd taken 1,000 off. And why do I need to be silenced, but other people who have far more listeners don't? And the same thing is true for Bobby Kennedy. The people who are really saying something, whether you like them or not, need to be silenced, destroyed, their friends harassed. I'm going to introduce Brother Quentin to people that I know, and they'll tell you the minute they start dealing with me, all kinds of bad things happen to their computers and phones. My colleague, their computer has been crashed about 6 times since I started working with them. That never happened. Their mail started getting messed with, just one thing after the other. The minute we started working together, everything went wrong. The people who have the big platforms, if they're not being messed with, if you're in leadership and you're not getting your life threatened or whatever, you're not working for us. You're protected. Black people that speak up for Black people pay for it. It's not free. It costs. If you can have a school or not-for-profit and not pay your taxes or not pay your child support and you don't get arrested, hint, 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 and travel the world and you can make statements that could be considered racist, you're working for someone. Bobby Kennedy has been doing a good job around a range of things. I do not think. Yes, sir.
I got a question for you, and this may. I don't want this question to distract the topic, but someone asked, "Did you get invited to the CBC reparations party?"
No, look. The last time I went to the CBC thing was in 20 or 21. Maybe I went in 20. I got disgusted. I couldn't stand being there. And the thing that made me sick at the big banquet that everybody's so happy about was watching all the Black men wet their drawers over Kamala Harris. It was just wild. I was at a table, niggas just salivating, niggas are just drooling over Kamala Harris.
She also asked, did you know that they had that reparations convention in Atlanta this weekend? He didn't get invited.
No, look, I was involved in the Howard University student chapter of NCOBRA 24 years ago. For a lot of folks who just started being interested in reparations, some of us have been interested in doing what little we could do for decades, off and on, sporadically, or wherever we found a way to do that. And what I want to tell you about NCOBRA, I don't remember the people's names, but the man and woman that ran the NCOBRA chapter for Washington, D.C., their emails, the emails, it was at something MIL, which stands for military. The husband and wife were in military intelligence that ran the NCOBRA for the DC chapter. Okay, that means these people are snitches, spies. In order to get involved with NCOBRA, I had to come under people that work for the government spying on Black people. And y'all have no idea how infiltrated these Black organizations are. Literally, I have to become a traitor to my own people to help my people. And who set this up? Conrad Worrell and Chicago. You can't tell me that there wasn't something compromised in that nappy-headed nigger up there.
Hey, you guys in the chat, there's more people that's watching that have liked the show. Like the show, subscribe to the channel. You guys,
every time we had an event at Howard, someone would steal the list of names of people that came to the chapter. Either people would steal the stuff or we'd have difficulty meeting. And the husband and wife who had African names that were total assholes would argue and fight against us having meetings. We're trying to think, damn. And we had to go through and ask them for permission to talk to our own peers about reparations. And they had to be present to see what we talked about. And I'm thinking, and they were always busy. Do y'all understand that meant that the people were undermining our ability to? That's what they were doing. This is some COINTEL, FBI, subversive stuff to prevent at Howard University students getting interested in reparations. And this was being done by the NCOBRA DC chapter. I'm just telling you, they're full of shit. Had NCOBRA had any integrity, at least the chapter here in the DC, we could have gotten a lot done. There's so many things that I haven't been able to do, not because I didn't have the energy or the means or the charisma, but you'll find that some of these niggas that were boomers, were agents, whatever, they would fight and block and ruin things just to show you that you couldn't get anything done. And you couldn't say anything because they were older. All of you guys are the millennials and Zs. Let me make this plain to you. You guys are fucking spoiled. If you're an Xer like me, the boomers and the silent, you couldn't ask questions, you couldn't challenge. You had to work with whatever they said and hope that they would allow you to do things. This is why so many churches and everything in our community are dead. They burnt out the people my age who were younger than them. We left, and they don't have a means to communicate with your generations. So our organizations are dying, or they're being taken over by people of color, gays, and illegals. Are y'all understanding me? So you go in and you try to do something. I tried to join the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, and the two old ladies there, they wouldn't even let me volunteer to even sweep the floor, clean up. There's another Black organization, these old silent generation of boomer people. They would even question me, why are you here? I says, well, my background's history. You're a spy. They ended up dying and all this other kind of stuff. But I had this happen time and time and time again. Try to get to a Black organization. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but they would always say to people my age is, don't reinvent the wheel. You're young, you don't know, you need to work. You join little old nigger organizations and they frustrate you. Oh yeah, well, you know what? And this is after you have like 2 or 3 grad degrees. You know what? You can fold and fill in. You know what? You can stuff letters. Okay, stuff, right? This is this kind. And if you came and you stuff letters, oh, well, can you keep stuffing letters? And maybe you can answer the phone, take good messages.
Make some
And
coffee too.
Yes, and the people above you had practically no education, no experience, or if they did have it, they were Greek, or they were Masonic, or they were gay, or they were someone's wife or their family, and they didn't have to know anything. They were there before you, and they were always suspicious of you, even if they didn't pay you. And so you're not paid. They didn't want you volunteering, and you're like, damn. I remember trying to join, begging Jesse Jackson's advisor, the late Dr. Ron Walters. He had a thing called the Black Roundtable. And I remember saying, hey, this is Dr. Ron Walters had known me since I was about 6 years old. Are you understanding me? So here I am at 30. So you've had a chance to watch the better part of 25 years. Dr. Walters, is there any way I can get involved with the Black Leadership Roundtable? He didn't have an answer. I'm thinking, Dr. Walters, what do you mean this? I can't do anything? So, and I said, Dr. Walters, I don't get this. You mean if I were to go over to the Tobacco Institute to kill Black people, they would pay me to convince Black folks to smoke. If I went over to the Human Rights Campaign, they'd pay me 6 figures to promote homosexuality. If I went to Guttmacher, they'd pay me 6 figures to promote abortion. You mean I can go to every other group of people and they could find use for me? But when I asked to work with Black folks, the answer is I can't even stuff letters? Pretty much. I wasn't Greek. I'm not a Mason. And by the way, some of these groups, even the Congressional Black Caucus, would favor whites, Latinos, and Asians, or Black females over Black males. Basically, anything Black and male, the answer is no. Oh, well, we've got to, well, we've got some Black females. They're so much more dynamic than you young men are. And they really do their work. This is after you finish Harvard and someone started to be like, I'm just coming out of jail with 20 years. This has all happened on Cornell West. Cornell West, bastards like him have never spoken to these gender problems. He's a part of it. He's a simp. I said it, Cornell West is a goddamn simp. And he won't dare. And he's Greek. He's Boule. I know he is.
So, Dr. Short.
Let me just say this about Bobby Kennedy.
Oh.
If I had to pick between Bobby and Cornell West, I'm going to go with Bobby. I tell you why. He can get his own money, and he's not. Bobby Kennedy is running against the Democratic machine. Cornell West is a self-hating tar baby for the Democratic Party. He's going to get a whole lot of niggas to think that he's going to help them. And when it's obvious that he's not going to win, he's going to turn his people over to the Democratic Party to defeat MAGA. I can already tell you how this shit's going to go. He's full of shit. So is whoever's his hairstylist. His platform is as jacked up as his grooming. He's never going to do anything. I don't care what he says. And if Cornel West were for real, he would be denouncing the CBC. He would be talking about a real grassroots thing. I can assure you, if you go to Cornell West's headquarters, it's going to have more whites and others than black people. Let me tell you something. When they have these brand name Negroes, and I'll just give y'all a real personal experience, another one of those experiences with a big name Negro that you would think is for black folks, and in reality, when you get there, they're not for black people. Back in 1991, the most famous black woman activist in the country, unbeknownst to me, called my job to offer me a job. She's still alive, I think. Let me check. Her name is Marian Wright Edelman of the Children's Defense Fund. I didn't know Marian Wright Edelman, but my parents' friend was the pastor of the Riverside Church in New York, Reverend Dr. James Forbes. I know you've heard of him. He told Marian Wright Edelman, there's a young brother at Harvard who's very committed to black people. He would be really good at the Children's Defense Fund. Marian Wright Edelman began calling me. Back then, I didn't have a cell phone. Cell phones weren't that common. The people at my job were assholes and racists. I didn't get the messages, but ultimately, I heard from Miss Edelman. Miss Edelman told me to go ahead and apply. We can hook you up. But what Mrs. Edelman did, and this is what people like Cornell West are about. Let me tell you about big name black people. The bigger the name they are, I don't care if they're celebrities, entertainers, politicians, preachers, the bigger they get, the fewer and fewer black people they entrust to help their career go up because they don't think they can get far with black people. So they begin to surround themselves with better people that are preferably white. Those white people surrounding them prevent anybody black talented from getting close to the big name black person because they want to take all of the moral authority and equity of that person's name and hijack it for white people, like what they do with jazz, like they do with blues, like they do with anything we have. That's why every time you get someone black that's prominent, they get surrounded by white folk, including people like Hakeem Jeffries. I bet you his staff is half white. I bet you a lot of these people that you see that you're being told, I worked on Capitol Hill. You'd be amazed that the black people in Congress, maybe it's changed, but it used to be, they would have Greek letter people, suck-ups, people that they screwed. But typically the folks that did the intellectual work, they would be white. Our own black members of Congress don't trust the intellectual ability of black folks, even when they have PhDs and doctorates from schools superior to the white folks. It doesn't count. That's how much self-hatred we have among these Greeks and Masonic Negroes, which means that brilliant people, they only trust white. White people can be smart. Same thing with your black artists. They won't get a smart black representative. They won't give a Johnny Cochran a chance. They'll go with the white person and they'll get robbed like Sam Cooke got robbed by the Jewish dude. Keep thinking that white's better. And generation after generation, they get ripped off. Not saying that you can't get robbed by black folks, but sometimes you get ride or die black people who don't get a chance. I've lived that experience. I got fired from a congressional office for making a suggestion. On top of that, the person was Omega Psi-Phi, and he got a call, fire short. And then I was told, if you call anybody in the office and they tell you why you were fired, we'll fire them. This actually happened. This happened. I don't care. I don't care. And Omega Psi-Phi, they're going to burn in hell. All those bisexual down low niggas in that organization, it'll come out. I don't care if people don't like me. Now, what happened with Marian Wright Edelman is when I got to D.C., there were two white people that when I called Marian, they screened the call. They made certain that Marian never learned that I tried to reach her for the interview. See, if I had gone to the boss, it would have been forced to hire me. So they made certain the boss never heard that I was trying. The boss thought I wasn't interested. When I finally got through, I ended up with I believe a black lesbian. And the black lesbian, what the white male and the white female didn't do to keep me out, the black lesbian did. Black lesbian feminist. Some of the greatest enemies in our community are black lesbian feminists. Yes, carpet munching black women are traitors. Most of you. I don't give a damn. I hate feminism. It's in the way. By the way, if you look at the Children's Defense Fund today and you look at the staffing, it was started to help broke black kids in Mississippi. Most of the leadership is whites and people of color and not black Americans. So imagine a black woman develops something to help people in poverty, and it ends up pushing LGBTQ and helping everybody's kids, and our kids continue to get left behind. You will never see the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund start advocating for black people. It doesn't happen. And I'm not mad at this doing it. It says it's for Mexicans. What? And the same way I'm saying that, Cornell West is for everybody. Do we have an example of what a for everybody mayor is like? You damn sure do. That mayor in Atlanta, that punk ass nigga that's about to bring in all the illegals into Atlanta. But you know what? A lot of folks like screwing Colombians. That's one of the reasons they have a lot of diseases in Atlanta, is there's a whole lot of sex between black gays and Latino gays because of light skin and long hair. There's some black folks with the skin hair shit going. So that's some, I guess, lighter skin meat for the ravenous sissies of Atlanta. But that's what they want. I guess they're going to burn Atlanta down worse than Gone with the Wind. Or it should be called Gone with the Men. That would be a nice movie. Okay, and that no good Barbara Jordan looking mayor of Chicago who said he's going to help everybody, and look at how they lit those two white Mexican women cut an 11-year-old black girl's nose off. No arrest. Look at that Butterfly McQueen looking, and that nigga looks moist. Eric Adams, you look suspect to me with that bald head. Look like a circumcised penis with earrings. So you're a nasty liar. You're a fraud. You're an enemy to black people. You're a one-term mayor. You're a disgrace. That's when you get these black people that are for everybody, they always put black folks last. Obama's for everybody, right? Where did black people end up? Last. Supposedly racist Donald Trump, at least he was willing to a platinum plan. Nobody's talking about what the hell we need. By the way, I want to say this. Bobby Kennedy, once he was approached, is open to talking to the black grassroots about reparations. Cornell West had to wait as a goddamn black man to start running for something. Now he's for reparations. Fuck that. I'm unmoved. And fuck him. I mean that, Cornell West. I'm just sorry. And you had the same sorry-ass afro that I saw in the 90s. I hope you've had a haircut since then. Or maybe that shit's too thick. You need some hedge clippers to get through it. But we're just tired of this. I'm tired of us being put on. We're tired of it. Vote for the white person. A protest vote against Biden. There are two ways to say fuck you to Biden. You can vote for Trump, or you can vote for Bobby Kennedy. Voting for Cornell West is a vote for Biden. If you like Biden, you can vote for a black person who's basically his left of center dick ring. All communists are with the Democratic Party. That includes white carpet munching Angela Davis. He has no real passion for black justice. He talks it. If you were really, really for black people, Brother Cornell West, you would be doing more than what you're doing. I don't believe in you. You're a millionaire, or at least you should be, unless you don't know how to spend your money. I don't want to say something else. Can you judge a person by their household? Yes, you can. You see how jacked up Hunter Biden is and how that's an embarrassment to the Biden crime family? Cornell West has children. You know what? You'll never see them. You know why? A couple of them are basket cases. I went to school with one of them, and they were completely jacked up in the head. And I think one of them dropped out of Howard. He's an astronaut with the fro. He's not going to do anything for us. It's a lie. It's a lie. Let me tell you something. White liberal leftists are racist. They're the worst ones of all. What white liberal racists always support eugenics, wiping out black people. I can assure you Cornel West has been supporting abortion. It's part of his platform. He supports trans. He supports Black Lives Matter. He supports all this degenerative stuff that's more like moral, ethical corrosion of our spirit as a people. Calls himself a Christian. To hell, you're a Christian. You can't be same-sex affirming. You can't be for trans. You can't support anarchism. The anarchists are Nazis who killed black men in prison with the Nazis, and you're down with them. You're a damn sham. I'm done with those niggas.
Gaza.
Let's talk about Jews. Jews,
Gaza.
my favorite subject. I loved God. I'm a good Jew. I'm a black Jew. Like black Americans are the good Americans. Black Jews are the good Jews. I'm a black Heb. Say it loud. I'm Heb and I'm proud. Dun, dun. Okay, anyway. Dun. Now, are there questions before we move on? Because I want to deal with Jews. I'm tired. I mean, shoot, I just had to go off on Cornel West. Yes, I don't give a damn.
Look,
I said what I said.
You guys in the chat, I'm getting a lot of comments telling people to like the video. Make sure that you like it. Make sure you like it. I know that one of the things with anybody that's a content creator, you get tired of telling people to like it, but it's part of... I don't
like it. And send us some damn money. Dr. Randy Short. $ Dr. Randy Short. And if you have PayPal, it's wrandyshort@gmail. That's my PayPal as well. Send us a piece. I've got a Patreon. Put my Patreon up there. I have about 5 followers. I need, what I'd really like to have ideally is I would love to have 100 subscribers, even if they gave me $2 a month. So can you put my Patreon up there? I want people in my Patreon, and I'm going to continue to do this platform.
I don't have your Patreon, Dr. Short.
You don't have my Patreon. Yes, you do. Let me see if I can find it, because I know I have a Patreon. Hold on, let me see. Patreon. And we're going to be making stuff. We're going to be doing this, right?
Yeah, John, so you're right. Liking the video is free. It's free of charge, just like the video. And it does help the algorithm. What happens is it becomes a suggested video. So you may get a person that's interested in the subject matter, and by liking the video, they'll get shown the video on YouTube as a suggested video, and perhaps they will start following the channel. You got a couple questions that's coming in right now.
Come on, bring them. Well, bring on the damn questions, baby. Rock the block, baby. Let's do this before we go to Juice. I'm sending you my Patreon.
Yep.
I just sent it to you.
But we got the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Sadly, the Burning House Civil Rights and Affirmative Action, DACA, and Luca laws. 0 black folks.
Right. And by the way, Cornel West supports DACA and amnesty. That includes the 6 million people that they're putting in our neighborhoods. He's saying, let's take care of their asses. In fact, he's going to take care of them before you even get around to reparations. It's a sellout. God damn that Negro. Hell no, Cornel West. I've kept my silence for 30 years. I'm talking about these sorry ass people, same way I talked about faggot ass John Lewis. Yes, I said it. And he said,
how do we overcome boomers that are in the way?
Encourage them to get vaccinated. They already believe that snake poison is good, so tell them to take it. Get boosters. Trust the science. Let's say the lies. I believe the science.
That's Dr. Short's Patreon, you guys that's in the chat.
Yes. I need you. And I'm going to do some things right now. Any more questions?
Nope.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. All right, people. I put up some articles. There's a wonderful website called Information Clearinghouse. Let me send you some links from Information Clearinghouse so you can see these. I want you to say, Dr. Randy Short is a damn liar. He just likes cussing. He just wants to be the center of attention. He don't got no real fine bitches. He don't got no money. Well, the money part, anyway. But I want you to look for yourself. I'm more interested in people being informed. I'm going to tell you that the people on other platforms, they upset you and they inflame you, but they need to give you information so you can understand for yourself, so you can read for yourself. I'm going to send you this link for Information Clearinghouse. It's a decent website with information that you may not. I'm sending it to you right now. Put it up there. You can start reading from other opinions. There's plenty of other places. There's one called Electronic Intifada. There are different places where you can get the Palestinian perspective. You can read Haaretz, which is the Jewish thing. I read the Jewish paper. I read everybody's stuff. You can go to Press TV. Let me send you Press TV, the Iranian one. They got some crazy. They always have crazy shit up on their thing. Let me see. Al Jazeera English. Al Jazeera English. Let me send you some of these so everybody will know. I am not. Electronic Intifada. So you can find out what the Palestinians say is going on. Okay, so I didn't say it. All I did was show you where you could look and go with what you believe what you want to. I'm going to get you the Jewish press too. Haaretz. This is I'm going to send you the Jerusalem Post. A lot of the best news that you can get on Israel. The Jewish press in Israel is more honest than the American press about what's happening in the Middle East. You need to understand if there's a Jerusalem Post, I'm going to send you these links. So Mr. Randy Short does not want to control your mind. What Mr. Short does is he tries to liberate people so they can look for themselves. There's a server error, so something's happened to the Jerusalem Post. There's another one. It is why. Okay, I'll just stop there because I was looking at this thing and I can't find it. No. All right.
Dr. Short, go ahead. I'm about to drop for a second. Just go ahead. All right.
Okay. Now, brothers and sisters, now we're back to my favorite subject, or one of my favorite subjects. Now we're going to talk quickly. I'm going to give my little bit of review, but there's all this information. You could go to CNN. You can go to Press TV. You can go to the BBC. You're going to get biased news from the Western media. You can get biased news from all sides. But let me just break this down to you so you'll be clear. First and foremost, so you understand. I'm gonna pull this up so we'll make this real plain for you. The Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip is an area of just about 150 square miles on the southeastern end of the Mediterranean with over 2 million people. It is one of the most densely populated places in the world. It is like an open air concentration camp. The people are walled in by barbed wire fences. And let's just review the history that when Israel was declared by the United Nations a state, there was supposed to be land shared with the Palestinians and the Israelis, or the Jewish people that moved in and those who were already there. Y'all need to understand from 1948 and even before, once the state of Israel was declared, there was a conspiracy to dispossess the Arabs, like what happened with the Native Americans, to take everything and make that land for just Jews. In fact, based on the American stockade, the American forts, if you've ever seen a Western movie and there's always a fort everywhere, this has been a dimension of white settlement. When they were going into hostile areas, land that wasn't theirs, they would build up fortified cities or towns where they would be able to withstand an attack from people who didn't want them on their land. In Israel, you have what are called kibbutz. Kibbutz is like a fortified collective farming village. And kibbutzim is kibbutz in plural. You had these all over Israel, and these were places where these folks moved in and set themselves up. You need to understand that there's a man by the name of Theodor Herzl. And by the way, Theodor Herzl is one of the fathers of Zionism. The whole idea of Theodor Herzl is that Jewish people deserved a national homeland. I'm going to send this to Brother Quentin. So for those of you who've never heard of Theodor Herzl. Now, here's the key thing. I just sent you Theodor Herzl's thing. Theodor Herzl, one of his theories is that the Jewish people were a white people. This is a relatively new concept that Jews were white, were European. It's ahistorical. It's not factually correct that Jewish people are exclusively a white race. This has never been true. Jewish people have always been a highly diverse group of people. However, the Zionist, basically at its roots, has elements of being a white supremacist point of view. Unfortunately, I'm not saying people having a homeland is white supremacist, but the idea that Jewish people are a white race is, because that means that the Falashas, the Mizrahi, the Oriental Jews, the Sephardic Jews aren't really Jewish. And the people, let's go back to the 700s AD, when a place between Turkey and modern day Russia called Khazaria, a warlike people that had a very large empire, almost 1 million square miles, the Khazars. These people had a choice to convert to either Buddhism, Judaism, or Christianity. Their leader, their king, decided that these people who were not Hebrews, they were not the people of Israel, they were not the people of Judea, Samaria, they were not. These people who are hundreds, if not at least a good 1,000 or so kilometers away, became Jewish, and you had a Jewish kingdom of converts to Judaism and a land called Khazaria. These are Turkish, Scythian type people, and modern day Ukraine and these other stuff. That was Khazaria. But the Khazarians were such annoying people until ultimately the Turks and other people destroyed their empire, and these people were dispersed throughout Europe. I'm not picking. I don't hate anybody. I'm not saying their empire should have been destroyed. I'm only saying that it happened. And these people who are Khazars, and some of these people who are Ashkenazi, these are people who biologically come from the western part of Germany. Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz, if you look them up in the Bible, they come from Japheth. They're from the Japhethic line. The Jews come from Shem. It's right there in Genesis 10 in the Bible. So you got people claiming that they are the genetic biological link to ancient Israel. And I'm not saying that the people in Khazaria, I'm not saying the Ashkenazi are not Jewish people by convert, but they are not and have not been the ancient Hebrews. Why would I say that? Well, friends, the Ashkenazi speak Yiddish. Yiddish is not Hebrew. Yiddish is a type of German. Seems as if you're Hebrew, there'd be some Hebrew. I mean, that's like me calling myself Chinese and the best I can do is Spanish. Maybe I like egg foo young or mi fun, or I like General Tso's chicken, or I like kung fu movies. But I'm not Chinese if I don't speak the language. Even if I manage to follow the religious culture, I'm speaking a language, my mother tongue is not that of the Hebrews. And I'm very light-skinned and I'm inbred and I'm not trying to pick on anybody. You can do a quick Google search and you'll find that there's a major problem throughout the world. And my dear, and by the way, I have Ashkenazi ancestry. I'm not attacking anybody. And I want to say to you, in my family, we have rare blood diseases and nerve diseases. My father had it. My father, who was born today in 1941, his sister that was born today in 1942, they both had weird degenerative nerve diseases, as does I think my father's baby, one of his younger sisters. I think we get that from Jews. And we have multiple sclerosis. And that's because of this inbreeding. A lot of people, I'm not saying anything to hurt anybody, but a lot of these Jewish people have intermarried so closely with one another until they have a high number of people with things like Tay-Sachs and other genetic diseases, Epstein-Barr syndrome. These are things unique to European Jews who marry very closely within their own group. They have a hyper level of what's called endogamy. Marrying within your own group. Nobody else can hit the skins except for someone close in. If you're not a cousin, you can't have none. Even when people in love, no. You're going to marry your second cousin or we throw you out, you slut. And so there's a lot of...
keep the pie close by.
Birth defects. Right. There are a lot of birth defects. Keep it in the family for real, right? Keep the skins in the family. There are a lot of birth defects and other things that are commonplace in this demographic. I'm not picking, I don't hate anybody. As I said to you, my father suffered from a genetic thing. My aunt suffered from it. I think my living aunt has something that the doctors can't figure out. So that's not funny to me. That really hurt my dad. I hope I don't have it. So, these people are not Hebrews. These are not Semitic people. These are not Afro-Asiatic people. These are Turkic, Scythic, people that are Scythian, people that are Germanic, Ungarian, but they are not biblical Hebrew people. Although they are converts to Judaism. I'm not trying to say they're not Jews. I'm not trying to say they don't believe in Jehovah God. I'm not saying that they don't know Hebrew. But I'm saying to you genetically, these Ashkenazi come from Germany. They do not come from Egypt or Judea or any of that. They just don't. Okay? It's not my fault. I don't hate anybody. Let me get a book by a Jewish scholar. Give me 1 second so I can show people this, not me pulling this out my ass. And I don't hate people. I just want to talk about facts. 1 second.
Guys in the chat, remember to like, share, subscribe. I know a lot of you like the music for some reason. It's weird. Appreciate the support. Coon Buster Shuffle.
Okay, Q, I'm back. Okay. I just want people to know that this is not my imagination. I am not spewing hatred. But here's a book. It's by Shlomo Sand. It's called The Invention of the Jewish People. And Shlomo Sand, and let me pull this out. A historical tour de force, The Invention of the Jewish People offers a groundbreaking account of Jewish and Israeli history, exploding the myth that there was a forced Jewish exile in the first century at the hands of the Romans. Israeli historian Shlomo Sand argues that most modern Jews descend from converts whose native lands were scattered across the Middle East and Eastern Europe. This iconoclastic work, iconoclast means a person that smashes symbolic or mythic or religious or highly respected things. In ancient times, for people that couldn't read, a lot of people had pictures, sacred pictures called icons. A person that did not like icons or taboos or things you didn't touch that would destroy them was called an iconoclast. So what this is saying is that Shlomo Sand has come along and destroyed the idea of whites being Jews. And he's a white Jew saying that it's all a damn lie. Not Randy Short. As I told you, I'm part Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Mizrahi, and probably Beta Israel. I'm not, so I got real Jew and I guess convert Jew, aka knockoff Jew in my lineage. I like all of it. And I'm before, so you can curse me and spit on me, but this is part of who I am. This is my history book from my ancestors. My grandmother's name comes from Eastern Europe, from a place called Babrusk in Belarusia. Okay. My mother's mother, my other grandmother, her name is Jewish. And they're Ashkenazi from Germany. I'm just saying. Okay, nothing I could do about this. Okay, so in this iconoclastic work, which spent 19 weeks on the Israeli bestseller list, won the coveted Usery Award in France, Sand provides intellectual foundations for a new vision of Israel's future. How y'all like me now? And I'm going to read a little bit of page 14. I need to do this on the Angry Black Men's Book Club. Don't y'all love me? This is a real thing. So I want to read a little bit of this. Undoubtedly, personal experience can sway a historian's choice of research topic, probably more so than for mathematicians or physicists. But it would be wrong to assume that personal experience dominates the process and methods of a historian's work. Sometimes a generous grant directs a researcher to a particular field. At other times, if less often, findings rise up and compel a scholar to take a new direction. Meanwhile, everything that originally alerted the scholar to the central issues with which he or she is preoccupied continues to engage the mind. Okay, so understand what he's saying. Let me get down to this. I'm going to get my glasses because I don't want to mess. Give me one more break. I'll be right back. But Shlomo said, do you want me to send you a link for this book so people can get a copy?
Yes.
Don't believe me, get your own damn book and send me a donation. It costs to get this shit. So when I tell you something, I give you a source. I won't just say, oh, well, I said so. I think so. Well, like the stupid Negroes up in New York, the conscious community coons who say a lot of stuff that's mean and ugly, and it sounds cute. If anybody that was in another ethnic group came on here and looked at this, each time I put up a source and gave a book, they would start saying, those Negroes are serious. He's not just saying, I dare someone tell me that this is anti-Semitic, that I'm trying to understand about my my Ashkenazi ancestry to understand who the hell am I? How am I Jewish through this? Right? I'm just saying, don't hate me. I'm just trying to figure out what. Let me see. Shlomo said, I'm going to send you the Amazon link. See if I can find this. And he has several of these books. Let me see if the invention of the. Okay, Shlomo Sand. The invention of the Jew. Okay, here we go. And is this book? In fact, let me send you this book, The 13th Tribe. I know you've heard of it by Arthur Kester. I think they killed him for exposing it. There's some questions about what people say they are. It's interesting. They've destroyed our indigenous American heritage. There was a paper genocide that made our people all from Africa on a slave ship. And I'm not denying Africa, people. I've never been like that. I'm not that. By the way, I'm looking at the invention of the Jewish people as a book. You won't believe this, folks. They've made it disappear. That's okay. Let me see. There's an audio bookstore. Can I send y'all the audio book? Okay, there's an audio book because they don't have the paper. I'm sending it to you if you've got an Amazon account. Now, let me get my glasses. I'll be right back. Oh, no, I have my glasses. Good. I was wondering where my eyes were and stop imagining how endowed I am. What God gave me is my business. I'm not standing up to impress anybody. Okay. Yes, I can put my eyes on all this damn fine print. Now listen to this. We, the Jewish Maccabees, became associated with the light. They, the Greeks, and their followers with the dark. Later in primary schools, Bible lessons informed him that the biblical heroes had conquered the land that had been promised him. Coming from an atheistic background, he doubted the promise. That's the promise that the Jewish people were given the land of Palestine by God. So imagine, Israel is one of the most atheistical countries in the world, and yet people are. Can you imagine? You don't believe in God, but you go to a religious text to justify taking a land wherein you don't believe in the God or the book or the promise, but you still get the land and you feel it belongs to you, and yet you reject. Okay, and never mind. Let me repeat that. You don't believe in God, you don't believe in the Bible, you don't think there's a promise, and yet you claim land that was marked out for you, supposedly in the Bible, that you don't believe in, and a God that you don't think is yours, and a promise that you reject, and yet the land is yours. Okay. All right. Please don't blame me. I'm just trying to figure this out. Coming from an atheistic background, he doubted the promise, yet in a short, natural way, he justified Joshua's warriors, whom he regarded as his ancestors. He belonged to a generation for whom history found a path directly from the Bible to national revival, unlike the elision made years later from the exile to the Holocaust. The rest is known. The sense of being descendant of the ancient Jewish people became not merely a certainty, but a central component of his self-identity. Neither studying history at the university nor becoming a professional historian could dissolve those crystallized historical memories. Although historically the nation state arose in the world before compulsory mass education, only through this system could it consolidate its position. Culturally constructed memories entrenched in the upper levels of state education at their core was national historiography. To promote a homogeneous collective in modern times, it was necessary to provide, among other things, a long narrative suggesting a connection in time and space between the fathers and the forefathers of all members of the present community. Since such a close connection, supposedly pulsing within the body of the nation, has never actually existed in any society, the agents of memory worked hard to invent it. With the help of archaeologists, historians, and anthropologists, a variety of findings were collected. These were subjected to major cosmetic improvements carried out by essayists, journalists, and authors of historical novels. From this surgically improved past emerged a proud and handsome portrait of the nation. What the guy is saying here is that the idea of Jewish people being a unique and specified nation comes out of the European romantic idea of nationalism that began to emerge in the 1700s and 1800s. It hadn't always been there. So this idea for 2,000 years, people have been wanting to go back to Israel. It's not exactly true. Theodore Herzl comes around and it's different. I'm going to skip a few pages because he's talking about all this stuff. And I want to say, here we go. I want to go to this paragraph here. Okay, maybe I need to read a little bit more so you can understand this. Prior to the national branching out in Europe, many people believed they were descended from the ancient Trojans. This mythology was scientifically adjusted at the end of the 18th century, influenced by the imaginative work of professional students of the past, both Greeks and other Europeans. The inhabitants of modern Greece saw themselves as the biological descendants of Socrates and Alexander the Great, or alternatively, as the direct heirs of the Byzantine Empire. Since the end of the 19th century, influential textbooks have transformed the ancient Romans into typical Italians. In the schools of the French Third Republic, Gallic tribes who rebelled against Rome in the time of Julius Caesar were described as a true Frenchman, although of not quite Latin temperament. Other historians chose King Clovis's conversion to Christianity in the 5th century to be the true birth of the almost eternal French nation. Pioneers of Romanian nationalism saw their modern identity from the ancient Roman colony of Dacia. Given this exalted origin, they called their new language Romanian. During the 19th century, many Britons began to view Queen Boudica, the leader of the Celtic tribe of Iceni, who fiercely resisted Roman conquerors, as the first Englishwoman. A glorified statue of her stands in London. German authors seized eagerly on Tacitus's account of Arminius leading the ancient tribe of the Cherusci and depicted him as the father of their nation. Even Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States, the owner of many black slaves, insisted that the seal of the United States bear the images of Hengist and Horsa, who led the first Saxon invaders of Britain during the century in which Clovis was baptized. The reason he gave was that it was they from whom we claim the honor of being descended and whose political principle and form of government we have assumed. I'm almost done, guys. Much of the same went on in the 20th century after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans are what's modern-day Turkey. The inhabitants of the new Turkey found that they were white Aryans, the descendants of the Sumerians and the Hittites, arbitrarily mapping out the boundaries of Iraq. A lazy British officer drew a dead straight line. Those who had overnight become Iraqis soon learned from their authorized historians that they were descendants of the ancient Babylonians as well as of the Arabs, descendants of Saladin's heroic warriors. Many Egyptians had no doubt that their first national state had been the ancient pagan pharaonic kingdom, which did not stop them from being devout Muslims. Indians, Algerians, Indonesians, Vietnamese, and Iranians still believe that their nations always existed, and from an early age, their school children memorized long historical narratives. In other words, he's saying this is this bullshit you're taught in school. We've been taught that there's always been this Jewish people all over, and they couldn't wait to get back. This is what we're told. For Israelis, here we go, especially those of Jewish origin, such mythologies are far-fetched, whereas their own history rests on firm and precise truths. They know from a certainty that a Jewish nation has been in existence since Moses received the tablets of law on Mount Sinai, and that they are its direct, exclusive descendants except for the 10 tribes who are yet to be located. They are convinced that that nation came out of Egypt, conquered and settled the land of Israel, which has been famously promised it by the deity created in magnificent kingdom of David and Solomon, which then split into the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. They are also convinced that the nation was exiled, but not once, but twice, after its period of glory, after the fall of the first temple in the 6th century BCE, and again after the fall of the second temple in 70 CE. Yet, even before the second exile, this unique nation had created the Hebrew Hasmonean kingdom, which revolted against the wicked influence of Hellenization. Hellenization is the Greeks. Okay? They believe that their people, their nation, which must be the most ancient, wandered in exile for nearly 2,000 years, and yet, despite this prolonged stay among the Gentiles, managed to avoid integration with or assimilation into them. The nation scattered widely, its bitter wanderings taking it to Yemen, Morocco, Spain, Germany, Poland, and distant Russia. But it always managed to maintain close blood relations among the far-flung communities and to preserve its distinctiveness. Then at the end of the 19th century, they contend rare circumstances combined to wake the ancient people from its long slumber and to prepare it for rejuvenation and for a return to its ancient homeland. And so the nation began its return joyfully in vast numbers. Many Israelis still believe that, but for Hitler's horrible massacre, Eretz Israel, which means the land of Israel, would have soon been filled with millions of Jews making Aliyah. Aliyah is the historic return by their own free will because they had dreamed of it for thousands of years. And while the wandering of the people needed a territory of its own, the empty virgin land longed for a nation to come and make it bloom. Some uninvited guests had it, it is true. The people kept faith with it throughout their dispersion for 2 millennia. The land belonged only to that people and not to that handful without a history who had merely stumbled upon it. Therefore, wars waged by the wandering nation and its conquest of the country were justified. That's what you're dealing with now. We have the right to bomb these people. We have the right to kill them because this land always belonged to us. The violent resistance of the local population was criminal, or as we say, terrorist. And it was only the highly unbiblical charity of the Jews that permitted these strangers to remain and dwell among and beside the nation. In other words, the people who are not doing God's will in the Bible, which is to kill the people or expel the people. In other words, God saying off all 7 or 8 million Palestinians. There are 2 million or more Palestinians within Israel called Israeli Arabs. They don't call them Palestinians because people say there never were people there. Those folks just came in when the Jews fixed it up. This is what they're saying. Okay, and you hate people and you want to put a tattoo and gas people if you acknowledge that there was somebody there, right? In 1948, 750,000 Palestinians were driven off of their land in what's called the Nakba, which means the collapse or the calamity. The Nakba is celebrated every year when all this bad stuff happened to them. All these people fled because there were massacres of Palestinians by Jews. And people thought they were going to get killed, that they were going to be Holocausted, so they split. The lie that's told is that these people ran to safety so Arab armies could come in and slaughter the Jewish people. Not exactly true. These people fled because, you know, there's a place called Deir Yassin, and there are other places where Jews just came in and killed men, women, children, ruthlessly. This is a fact. There were lots of genocides. Palestinian Black Wall Street. Sorry, I don't, and it's not all Jews, but some participated in atrocities against these Palestinians, and the people fled for their lives. They went to Jordan, they went to Lebanon, they fled to Egypt, and they dispersed all over the Middle East. There's some in the United States and Europe, and they were supposed to, under the 1948 agreement, half of what's Israel and the West Bank was supposed to go to the Palestinians. And since 1948, steadily, the Jewish people have been taking everything they can from the Palestinians all the while. If you pay attention to the news, there are a bunch of what are called illegal settlements where our U.S. tax money and Christian groups and others give money to people from Russia and other areas to build new communities as they destroy the communities of the Palestinians. It's illegal and unlawful, but hey, they do what they feel like doing. After all, God told them. And in fact, if you're really being a good Jew, you're driving the wicked, evil people who are not blessed by God out. This is yours. They have no right to be there. And you're not a good person if you're not kicking these people's asses out because it's not their land. Even if you're an atheist and you don't believe in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, you're still doing it. Go figure. You don't believe in it, but you get a free house, a swimming pool, and all that if you kick the Arabs out. I'm not saying that Jewish people don't have the right to be in Israel. I'm just talking about what's happening. Illegal settlements, just Google it. Don't believe me. If you look it up, you'll find out if they have a farm and someone wants the land, They'll do something the same way they steal land from the Indians and Aboriginals and blacks here. And all of a sudden they cut down all the people's trees and bulldoze their houses and take it. And you really can't go in court because you don't have civilian status or citizenship. Basically, your word doesn't stand in court against a person that's Jewish. So basically, you don't have any rights because you live there and God didn't choose your people 2,000 years ago. So up yours, Palestinians. Just saying. All right. Let me read some more. Again, it was the highly unbiblical charity of Jews that permitted these strangers to remain and dwell among and beside the nation, which had returned to its biblical language and its wondrous land. Even in Israel, these burdens of memory did not appear spontaneously, but rather were piled up layer upon layer by gifted reconstructors. In other words, people inventing the past. Beginning in the second half of the 19th century, they primarily collected fragments of Jewish and Christian religious memories, out of which they imaginatively constructed a long, unbroken genealogy for the Jewish people. Before then, there had been no organized public remembering, and remarkably enough, it had not changed much since then. Despite the academization of Jewish history studies, with the founding of universities in the British-ruled Jerusalem and later Israel, and the opening of Jewish studies courses throughout the West, the idea of a Jewish past has remained generally unchanged, retaining its unified ethno-national character to this day. Okay, listen to this. Different approaches have, of course, been employed in this extensive historiography of Judaism and the Jews. There's been no shortage of polemic and disagreement in the highly productive field of the national past. But so far, hardly anyone has challenged the fundamental concepts that were formed and adopted in the late 19th and early 20th century. Neither the important processes that profoundly changed the study of history in the Western world in the late 20th century, nor the significant paradigm changes in the study of nations and nationalism have affected the departments of the history of the people of Israel, aka Jewish history, in Israeli universities, nor amazingly, have they left their imprint on the ample output of Jewish studies departments in American and European universities. Here's the vicious part here. When occasional findings threaten the picture of an unbroken linear Jewish history, they were rarely cited. When they did surface, they were quickly forgotten, buried in oblivion. National exigencies created an iron jaw vise that prevented any deviation from the dominant narratives. In other words, if you had any questions or you challenged this whole thing, this land is ours and we're direct descent, we just shut you down, make your work disappear. Nobody can question what's being said. Like what's done with us being of Aboriginal descent. And I am the great-grandson of a full-blood Indian, a Black Indian. But of course, I'm just documented as a Negro or Black or freedman or whatever. I mind Africa. I mean, I love Africa. But let's be honest. I mean, I have pictures of my grandmother. My grandmother knew the language of the people here, and it wasn't English. And it wasn't Gullah or Geechee. Just saying. Let me go back to this. The distinctive frameworks within that data about Jewish, Zionist, and Israeli past has produced, namely, those exclusive departments of Jewish history that are completely isolated from the departments of general and Middle Eastern history, have also contributed much to the astonishing paralysis and stubborn refusal to open up to new historiography that would soberly investigate the origin and identity of the Jews. From time to time, the question, who is a Jew, has stirred up in the public in Israel, chiefly because of legal issues it entails. But it has not perturbed the Israeli historians. They have always known the answer. A Jew is descendant of the nation that was exiled 2,000 years ago. The dispute of the new historians, which began in the 1980s and for a short while looked set to shake the structure of Israeli memory, involved almost none of the authorized historians. In other words, the party line historians. This land is ours. There were no people here. There's no such thing as Palestinians. Okay. Of the small number of individuals who took part in the public debate, most came from other disciplines or outside the academy: sociologists, political scientists, Orientalists, philologists, geographers, scholars of literature, archaeologists, and even a few independent essayists voiced new reservations about Jewish, Zionist, and Israeli history. Some had doctorates in history from outside of Israel, but had not yet found positions in the country. Departments of Jewish history, however, which should have been the main sources of the breakthrough research, contributed only uneasy conservative responses framed in apologetic, conventional rhetoric. In the 1990s, the counter history dealt mainly with the stages and outcomes of the 1948 war, focusing especially on its moral implications. The debate was certainly of great significance in the morphology of memory in Israeli society. One might call it the 1948 syndrome, which troubles the Israeli conscience. It is important for the future politics of the state of Israel, but perhaps even essential for its future existence. Any meaningful compromise with the Palestinians, if it ever materializes, would have to take into account not only the history of Jews, but the recent history of others. What they're saying is in 1948, they did some genocide. After they had been genocided in Europe, there were some acts of genocide against these Palestinians that you can't talk about. I need to send you Deir Yassin. I need you to see that they did some massacres and all. I didn't say so. The historical record says so. I'm not happy about it. I don't want nobody killed. Let me skip, and I'm going to stop here and just say to you, this is the book. Okay. And what this book is saying is everything you've been told about Israel, according to Shlomo Sand, is a carefully crafted myth or fabrication, or some people would say lie. I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm not saying it's a myth. I didn't know. I came up thinking 2,000 years Jewish people went home. I grew up in a Zionist family. Israel belongs to Jews, period. Arabs get the hell out. Muslims get out. It belongs to Jews. God, and you guys deserve what you get if you don't move. This is what it's brought up with. Okay, so I'm a Zionist by background, not anymore. But hey, it's theirs. Take it. God said, wipe off those bastards. Get shit. What you doing? Hey, sad nigga, you better get off that kibbutz. I mean, you lucky I'm letting you run. God just said, kill all you fuckers. You Philistines and shit. I mean, don't you know? Shit, Samson's coming with with the jaws and the ass, the jawbone of an ass to smash you upside the head, right? But then, look, this man's Jewish. He's not, this isn't from the Nation of Islam. This isn't the secret history between blacks and Jews. This is an academic book written by a Jewish person trying to understand what's going on. The reason I chose this is that all the arguments that you're going to hear and justifications for the killings and bombings that are going on are going to be based on the fact that God gave them the land and it's theirs. And you'll hear this from white supremacist Christians. Same folks that felt that black people were subhuman and white people had the right to enslave them. Those are the same people who are behind Israel. Okay. And I'll just tell everybody, you can get your copy. This is a photostat of the slave Bible. This was a Bible put together to teach black people to be inferior, to lie about the history of who the ancient people in the Bible were, and to teach black people to be slaves to white people. For all the fake people, and I'm going to call names like Sonnetter, when they talk about the Bible being the white man's book, yes, this is the white man's book they're talking about. This is the white man's book, and you can get a copy from Amazon for about $25. This book excludes, for example, if you go to Genesis 10, that talks about the ancient empires and how the original people were black. I'm going to turn it to Genesis. Now, look, here you go. This is Genesis 8, right? Wait a minute. Yep. Genesis 8. And then if you turn the page, it jumps to Genesis 18. So the Black history part, they took out, because if you pick up another Bible, it'll start telling you all the original people that had the empires were Black. The Bible is very honest. There are two groups of people that are liars. Sellout Black people who are Luciferian and white supremacists who are Luciferian. They both hate the Bible for different reasons. The white Luciferians hate the Bible because it tells the truth of the greatness of Black people and how Black folks are the original progenitors of ancient Israel. Black Luciferians, who are Satanists, who want to be pagan, and a lot of them are down low, and they're degenerates, and they're nasty, and they're pedophile, and all this kind of stuff. They hate the Bible because they hate the Black American Christian heritage. They want to get rid of it. Somehow, Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey and Henry Highland Garnett and Box Brown and all the Black folks who were Christian fighting against slavery in America were sellouts unless they were into voodoo. And by the way, these liar Negroes that are over in New York and all in that area, they're praising the woman king, and yet those Africans that serve those little devil gods, the voodoo gods, they're the ones that sold our asses. The people that fought to free our asses were Black Christians. Get your lies straight, liar, conscious community niggas in New York. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. So let me just get back to it. So Shlomo Sand, and then we're going to get to Gaza. The whole basis of the Israeli nation is based on a myth. There are people, and he just said there are 10 missing tribes. They don't know where the Jews went, or do they know? As I said to you, I did a DNA test, and my DNA test takes my family back to ancient Palestine. I'm a Heb. Wow, I didn't know. And there are a whole bunch of people who are Cherokee and other people. In fact, let me send you this, brother. I want you to share this, because some of us are the ancient Hebrews. It's not my fault. All I'm trying to do is get the answers to why and what's going on with us. Anybody can go into Google. Come on, yeah, do this with me. And I want you to put in, and I'm going to send this to you because a lot of people, you know, they're just moving too slow. Cherokee DNA, and I'm going to do the search. Okay, look at what it says. Put in Cherokee DNA and Jews. Hit search. Oh, damn this thing. This damn pop-up. Look at what it's saying. Are you looking? Look up. Look up, Q. Read what it's saying.
Hold on.
And they picked a mongoloid looking Indian. That's all right, phonies. Let me read this to you, and I'm going to send this to you. Cherokees, unlike other Indians, I'm going to send this to you. There's a rare gene that's commonplace among Cherokee, and some of us have Cherokee ancestry. I just sent it to you, who have lineage that goes back to the brother of Moses in the Bible. There's another reason why they want to tell all of you that your asses came here on a damn boat from Africa. It's not my research. I didn't know. I was trying to figure out how the hell did I have ancient Jewish lineage to me? How did that happen? Didn't everybody come from Africa in a boat? I believe that. I'm not ashamed of slavery or the slave ship or any of that. But the problem is, what about if that's not completely true? Are you going to share that with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's there.
Okay, I'm going to send you this thing where April 9th, 1948, Deir Yassin. Let me read this to you. The Deir Yassin massacre took place on April 9th, 1948, when around 130 fighters of the Zionist paramilitary groups, the Irgun and the Lehi, killed at least 107 Palestinian Arab villages, including women and children. In Deir Yassin, a village of roughly 600 people near Jerusalem, despite having earlier agreed to a peace pact, the massacre occurred while the Jewish militia sought to relieve the blockade of Jerusalem during the civil war that preceded the end of the British rule in Palestine. See, most Americans don't know that Jewish folks went around killing Palestinians. The first terrorist in Israel that were really like blowing stuff up, it wasn't the Arabs. They started doing it later. I'm going to give you the King David Hotel bombing, where they blew up on the 22nd of July, 1946. Jewish people, Jewish terrorists in Irgun. And by the way, these were Jews that were cutting deals with the Nazis. A lot of people don't know that. I just sent it to you. Put those in the chat. We need to know this background history. That these people were blowing up and killing people, and they masqueraded like the Boston Tea Party. People dressed up like Arabs, and they blew up the British headquarters in Jerusalem. Just so you guys will know that you hear all this terrorism, okay. Need to look at where the terrorism started. Who did it first? And that's why the guy's saying the historical memory, Shlomo's saying, to talk about what Israel really is, you got to talk. You can't pretend. By the way, did you know you can get into trouble talking about these massacres and killings and start putting you in jail? It never happened. I've got a stick and a gun in my hand. It didn't happen. Shut up. Sound like a democracy? You'll hear Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East. Okay. All right. Now, let me stop there. So we're giving you all this background. I'm going to do a little bit more, and then we're going to go to Gaza, okay? Now, I'm going to give you guys a couple of books. How's this working for you, Q? Are you following me? I'm not talking too fast.
Yeah, I'm good. My back just keep tightening up. That's why I keep leaving the stretch.
Do you have a back brace?
I'm on two pillows, and I got my pillow. My other pillow is behind me.
You know what? Let me get my back brace. Now, advertise the channel. Come on, y'all. Share this. Talk about cash apps. Give their asses a commercial. We're working hard for the money.
Like, share, subscribe, you guys. Like Dr. Short said. It's a very informative show. I don't know about you guys, but I'm one of them people that like to do a lot of reading. And when you start cross-referencing a lot of the stuff Dr. Short is talking about, it will give you definitely a background on it, because most people will say and think that this is all about religion. Trust me, if it was about just religion, it probably wouldn't be as much fighting and killing going over there. But this is more about a ethnicity as well, and a genocide, getting rid of a group of people or based off of different beliefs and different ethnicities. Henry Louis Gates. So remember to like, share, subscribe. Yeah, you're exactly right, Black Lion. The complexity. It's a very, very complex situation that's been going on for a long time, and most people will never ever understand it. And why they, like Dr. Shore has been explaining, why they hide the information. You know, it's amazing how most of us, like I said, it was no state of Israel until the 40s. They just basically took a piece of land and said, here, this is for you, which is common. James Clyburn's ancestor was what happened? Clyburn is the king man. I don't know if he's a king for other black people. I doubt it.
Okay.
But anyway.
Holy Jesus. I am back. Okay. Now, so let's do this again. I sent you Theodore Herzl. There's another group. Let's just deal with this. It's called the World Zionist Organization, WZO. And I want to talk about this real fast, because you have to hear about this. The World Zionist Organization. Let me give you a quick description so you'll understand these people got it going on. And I'm not being mean to nobody. I'm only telling you facts. These are actual groups that exist. The media won't talk you about this. They'll just tell you, oh, these damn Palestinians. Understand what's going on. I'm not talking about justifying anybody killing anyone. I'm only giving you the history. The World Zionist Organization is a non-governmental organization that promotes Zionism. It was founded as a Zionist organization in 1897 at the initiative of Theodore Herzl at the first Zionist Congress that took place in August 1897 in Basel, Switzerland. The goals of the Zionist movement were set out in the Basel program. Under the aegis of the World Zionist Organization, organizations that define themselves as Zionists, such as the WIZO, Hadassah, B'nai B'rith, Maccabee, the International Sephardic Federation, the World Union of Jewish Students, and more. And there's a group that our government gives money to. It's called the Jewish Agency. It does stuff to help people settle into Israel, right? Let's do this real fast. Founded in 1897. It's an umbrella organization for the Zionist movement whose objective was the creation of a Jewish homeland and Eretz Israel, that at that time under the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans lost control of Palestine. On Christmas Day, the British forces marched into Jerusalem in 1817, Christmas Day, 1917. If I'm correct, the guy's name was Allenby, General Allenby. Forgive me. Let me pull his name up. So, did I send you the World Zionist Organization? Do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay. I think his name is Allenby. So you understand I'm giving you our history. History. Yes. Edmund Allenby, first Viscount Allenby. And this is a guy who marched British soldiers and he took over and just shit. You need to understand all this stuff. So basically, in 1897, within 20 years of the World Zionist Organization being established, the British had taken control of what used to be the land of Israel that these people wanted. And one of the things that happened during World War II, let me give you another name. I'll give you these names. I'm going to keep feeding y'all. I don't want anyone to, I want y'all to know what the hell is going on. And I'm going to keep sending you these articles. A Jewish chemist named Chaim Weizmann was the first president, one of the first presidents of Israel. I'm going to send this to you. And he's one of the people to put together what's called the Balfour Declaration, where Great Britain, England, the United Kingdom, promised this Zionist man who's from Russia where he got both he got England to agree that the Jews needed a homeland and they wanted it in Palestine. Now, the first place that they were looking at was to put it in Uganda, which means they would have had to have done some genocide on the Black people in Uganda. But that didn't work out. But that's where they initially wanted to go. Okay, well, if we could take some stuff from Black people. And what you need to know, Chaim Weizmann was one of the first president of Israel. He was a biochemist, and he helped develop cordite, an important explosive that was used during World War I that favored the British. And in exchange for what he did, he asked for support for a Jewish state. And let me go further. One of the patron families that has supported Zionism, I've got to go there, are the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds, which means Red Shield in German, as a group of wealthy Jewish bankers who have financed all the wars in Europe going back to the 1800s, if not before. Please don't blame me. I didn't do anything. Do you have Chaim Weizmann? Did I send it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I need to send you the Rothschilds. I know certain people know this, but other people don't. Just so you know who the Rothschilds are, and these people are Jewish. And I'm not saying that they have all the money. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying some do. Please don't get mad at me. Okay, the Rothschild family is a wealthy Ashkenazi family that originated from Frankfurt, Germany, that rose to prominence with Mayor Amschel Rothschild, a court factor in the. Okay, and this guy funded wars, international banking through his 5 sons. So you understand. So if someone said, I'm not being anti-Semitic, you can read what people say. This is generic world history. Okay, so the Rothschilds are a very powerful banking family. Powerful in Europe, powerful in America. And the Rothschilds, with the World Zionist Organizations and others, put pressure on the British government, and they promised, hey guys, you guys are getting your asses handed to you by the Germans. Now, what you need to know, remember I told you the Rothschilds are from Frankfurt, Germany. So the Rothschilds were giving money to the Germans and to the English, and there was a French family, the Lazare Frères. There's Rothschild family in France. They're funding all sides of World War I, getting paid. What they said is, hey, look, if you guys recognize a land for Jews, we can help you guys out because the Germans are just kicking your ass. They're kicking your ass. You really look at World War I, the English and the French, their asses were barely holding on. In fact, they said, we got some backup in America. We can get the Americans to come and fight and die to take some of the slack off of you and break the back of the Germans. If you give us some of that real estate and Palestine. And by the way, Chaim Weizmann, when people asked him, well, who's there in Palestine? In one of his letters, he says, oh, nothing but a few thousand Negroes. I repeat, who was in Israel a little over just 100 and say 20 years ago? Black people. That's what Chaim Weizmann said, the father of Israel, said that it's populated by a few thousand Negroes that nobody needs. I repeat, for all of you that believe Jewish people are the folks from the Caucasus or from the Palatine of Germany, Chaim Weizmann said the people that were in Palestine were a few thousand destitute Negroes. He didn't say a few thousand destitute Arabs. He said a few thousand destitute Negroes. If you've been looking at the video from Gaza, some of the people taking Jews hostage are obviously Black Palestinians. And there have been Black Palestinians for thousands of years. There are Black Palestinians in Jerusalem. There are Black Palestinians in Jericho. Maybe 10% of Palestinians are Black. You would never see that because our news media is biased and racist, and so is the Arab news media and the Jewish news media. Just so you know. And Palestinians are Bedouin, and some Bedouin are Black. Just saying. Now, what ultimately happened, and you can look this up, it's a fact, the central banks, which the Rockefellers are involved with, the big banking, state banks, central banks, they're the people that run the world, people. They got with their friends, the Rockefellers and others, and they got a liar racist by the name of Woodrow Wilson, who campaigned on the slogan, he kept us out of the war, to get reelected. And shortly after being reelected, immediately something convenient happened. The German embassy warned Americans to stay off of British and other countries' ships that are taking weapons of war into Europe to be used on Germans. I think that's fair. But you know what? They deliberately got people to get on a ship called the Lusitania. And whereas when the Lusitania was getting close to Ireland, there should have been what are called convoys or armored escorts to prevent submarines from sinking ships, they sunk the Lusitania within sight of the shore at Ireland so people could be traumatized. 9/11 shit, y'all. And part of the reason the ship sank so fast is that there were munitions that the passengers didn't know, and that shit blew up and hundreds of people died. Let me send you the Lusitania. And that's how America got into World War I. And it was a setup. It was a setup. And so this was, and it's not conspiracy history. That ship had weapons on it. You're not supposed to do stuff like that. Let me send this to you, the Lusitania. All right. And I'm going to keep sending this stuff to you. I mean, if y'all like this, then you understand I'm just trying to get you there. I want to get to Gaza, but I'm going to give you one more. The same way that they had the Berlin West Africa Conference, where they decided to carve up Africa amongst white people in 1885. And there was also a Brussels conference where all the white countries agreed not to sell weapons to African people so they could fight white people back, so they could go in and kill their asses and steal their shit. The same way African countries now, they make it hard for them to have weapons, so their natural resources they can't hold on to. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Someone asked a question about T.E. Lawrence. Let me just say, there were several people, and I'll get their names, but T.E. Lawrence, aka Lawrence of Arabia, he was a omnisexual or pedophile English dude who liked having sex with Arab boys and men. It's a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed homosexual who was in British military intelligence, who helped using, I guess, blowjobs and other things to get Arabs to trust him, to fight against the Turks. Turks aren't Arabs. Persians aren't Arabs. And you need to understand there are different sorts of people in the Middle East. They can't stand each other. The Ottomans, let me just send this to you. Let's give you the Ottoman Empire. That's a Turkish empire. And the Ottoman Empire was known as the sick man of Europe. In fact, World War I did not start with the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand and his wife in Sarajevo. It really started when the Italians began fighting with the Ottomans to get their possessions in the Mediterranean and also to take Libya from the Turks. In fact, the first people to be bombed from the air in warfare were Black people in Libya. Let me send you something on the Ottoman Empire. You can look this up. I'm using Wikipedia quite heavily, but it's the fastest thing I can get to because I want you to see everything I'm saying to you is true. Again, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Iraq, Kuwait, Syria, Lebanon, at one point, Egypt, all that stuff at one point belonged to the Ottomans, and over time they lost it. Crimea, the place that the Russians and the Ukrainians are fighting over, at one point belonged to Turks. In fact, there are people from Crimea called Crimean Tartars. These are Turkic people, the original inhabitants of Crimea. They're very racist people. I've met some, I'm glad the Russians took that shit. Okay, the Ottoman Empire, there's something else that happened, so you will understand. There's another dimension to this whole Israel thing that was very important. And I need to go back before we get into World War I. Within 11 years of the World Zionist Organization coming together, a closet homosexual racist by the name of Winston Churchill, a man that deeply hated Black people, Irish, and others, who many of you have been told is a great statesman. He swung both ways like Tarzan. He was head of what's called the Admiralty. The Admiralty is basically the British Navy. They determined in the early 1900s that the future of great military power, in particular based on sea and automobiles and otherwise, would be gasoline, oil, petroleum. Throughout history, people were aware of the people in Iran who are called the Zoroastrians, who are into fire because you have natural gas fires throughout places in the world that are petroleum rich. The British determined and began to shift what powered their navies from coal to diesel or to other petroleum-based fuels, which meant that the English understood through MI6 and their spy services that the future power, whoever was going to be the dominant global power in the world, would need to have oil. It just so happens that all the oil that they knew about was either close to or within the confines of the Ottoman Empire. So part of World War I was the English knew that they had to take. They needed to take the land of the Turks away from them so they could control petroleum and therefore control the world. One of the things that happened with our homosexual spy and man and boy lover, the original Nambla, that's right, Lawrence of Arabia, they don't show him humping on the boys, but you know he was hitting those boys up. You just see that movie with, what's his name, O'Toole, Peter O'Toole, and his name does have Tool in it. And he would play Lawrence of Arabia with the name Tool. Peter O'Toole, or should I say Lawrence of Arabia, was gay. He was a British spy. He tricked the Arabs into fighting for what they thought was a new Arab unified kingdom, right? And what ended up happening, and I just sent you this thing, it's called the Sykes-Picot Agreement. I'm going to send it again to make certain that you have it. No, I didn't send it to you. The Sykes-Picot Agreement was an agreement that was made between the British and French in 1916 secretly as they were using Miss Lawrence of Arabia or Lolita of Arabia to get the Arabs to do all the fighting of the Turks, and they were more successful than the British army was initially, to divide up what's called in fact, what used to be called Africa, get that, what's Israel and all that stuff used to be seen as Africa. But about 1916, they came up with this new term for Northeast Africa, and they called it the Middle East. I repeat, the Middle East used to be Africa. When they decided to take it over, they changed the name. Sykes-Picot they drew up the same way they split up Africa with arbitrary lines. Let me get the name of this little lesbian who drew this thing up. And Mark Sykes and Francois Picot, these are two people from the British and French government that just, and let me get the name of who drew this shit up. Because one of these people is a stud. There are a lot of LGBTQ folks that sure helped Empire. Motivation noted. Okay, look at this. Let me see if I can find her name. Oh, listen to this. Now, the British and French agreed to split up the areas for oil. You can see that in the agreement and how they crafted it. It had nothing to do with what the people that had fought for it, okay? And so what you'll learn is that the British and the French deliberately created unstable and unviable societies that would be dependent on white colonial masters for those societies to be viable. They even created royal dynasties. Like, what's his name? The Hashemites. The Hashemites are these people from Saudi Arabia who were told that they were the kings of what became Iraq, which is an invented country, and Syria, an invented country. They both had kings. Hey, we're white. We say you guys are kings. Come and take over and make certain that we get cheap oil and keep the people down, and we'll let you guys be rich and your people be poor, like what they've done with African leaders. And what came out of that is the British got Palestine. The French got Lebanon. Lebanon was sort of like a Christian enclave because they treated the Christian, the Maronite, and Catholic Arabs better than the Muslim ones, and they could use that to landlock Syria and kind of keep them in check, right? And that's how they started moving people from England and other places into so-called Palestine or Israel. Are y'all following me? And if you watch the movie Lawrence of Arabia, the Arabs find
Bussy
out.
of Arabia. Max said Bussy of Arabia.
Yes, or Punk of Arabia. What happens, they use those Arabs and deceive them. They wanted one big Arab kingdom, and instead they got pieces. In fact, there's another king, King Ibn Saud. Saudi Arabia didn't exist as a country until what, 1932. Saudi Arabia is not 100 years old. How about that, folks? It's 91 years old, not 100. And the British got behind them. Now, what's interesting, because Ibn Saud, the father of Saudi Arabia, named a country for himself, right? The Saudis, during World War II, formed a relationship about 1943 in exchange for American protection. Essentially, Saudi Arabia became an American colony. Let's just talk about what's going on. And it's only changed recently because people hate Biden and fucked up Blinken so much. The Saudis are giving America the finger. That has never happened until Biden. I mean, dude is a complete global fuck up. And a lot of you voted for him. He's a piece of shit. Even Netanyahu doesn't like him. There's never been an American president that was hated by the Arabs, Jews, and Iranians all at the same damn time. How do you fuck up three ways?
If you're wondering if you got to vote for me, you're not black.
Yeah, well, if you don't sell oil at a cheap price, you're not an Arab. Anyway, let me just keep moving. So you create these fake countries in the so-called Middle East. You begin to let people who are Jews move into Palestine, and these people have money and they get help and they begin to buy up shit. And you have these broke ass, basically Palestinian sharecroppers who are fucked over by absentee landlords that live in Cairo. And the Jews are able to buy up a lot of shit. And they keep moving in and moving in
and building,
and moving in. And, I mean, gentrification, right?
Hey, you guys in the chat, I'm quite sure you owned, or your family has owned property. You know, back in the day, my grandfather, just to give you an idea, I was doing some work in the early in the 90s at their house. I built this gazebo, built this fence, but my grandfather did not play about the property line. He said, "Look, boy, if you're going to be in my yard building that for me, I need to show you exactly where the property line starts, begins." He's like, "And don't let that lady over there tell you, them bushes that she got, that's on our property. She just take care of them." So, like Dr. Short is saying, when people own land over there and basically got bullied for their land.
Okay. Now, here we got it. So, there's another dimension that's important. Why the British were open to there being a pro-British colony of Jews that could be trusted in Palestine. And I just sent you something on the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal that unites the Red Sea with the Mediterranean Sea was an important waterway for the British Empire, in particular access to India, which was the most important colonial possession of the British Empire. They wanted a base and they wanted a way to have no one could take the Suez Canal from them. The British had taken control over Egypt. So with Israel on one side and Egypt on the other, the British had control of the waterways. So Israel served two purposes. One, a lot of British people hated Jews, so they were happy to see their asses go. And of course, these people could be trusted to support the British Empire because Palestine became what was known as a League of Nations mandate. There were several League of Nations mandates. Basically, these were former colonies of the Central Powers. The Central Powers were the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. All three lost. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was based exclusively in Europe. It's basically a big white redneck empire in Central Europe. They never had any shit overseas, thank God. It was just another group of white people who kick us in the ass, wearing out toenails. The Germans had what's modern day Tanzania, modern day Namibia, modern day Togo, modern day Cameroon, modern day Rwanda, modern day Burundi. They had islands in the Pacific, the Marshall Islands and some of the others. I think they had Guam and some of the others. They had a piece of China, I think in Shenzhou. The Germans lost all their shit. They took everything, and it was either given to the French or it became a British mandate. The British got Tanzania outright. Namibia was a League of Nations mandate. Palestine was a League of Nations mandate. Okay. The French got Cameroons. The Belgians or somebody, I'm trying to think who got it. The French, someone got Rwanda and Burundi. It's either the French or the Belgians. Forgive me. I think it's the French, but it could be the Belgians. I think it's the French because they speak French. All right. Let me keep moving. The French got Togo. The Americans got the German islands in the Pacific, where you have all your bases aside from Hawaii, like Wake Island, all this shit that used to be German shit. Now, having said all that, following World War I, a lot of different things went on, right? But ultimately, what happened? 100 years ago, right about now, an Austrian person of Jewish descent named Adolf Schicklgruber, aka Hitler, tried to seize power and what was called the Munich Beer Hall Putsch, which is a coup. His ass went to jail for a few months, Landsberg prison. He was in obscurity, but there was a racist man who hated Jews, who loved Adolf Hitler. His name was Henry Ford, began funding the Germans, what is called the National German Workers' Party, which is also known as the Nazi Party. A couple of things happened in 1917 to make this stuff sexy, so we can all work this shit together. I'm going to get to World War II. I'm going to go through that shit fast because you're all familiar with that. Just got to give you the background. In 1917, the Russian Bolsheviks, a communist-dominated group, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin was a Jew. Leon Trotsky, the father of the Soviet and later the Russian army, was a Jew. Most of the people who led the communist movement in Russia were Jews. I'm just saying. Get mad at me. I'm not picking. I don't hate nobody. If you look at the main commissars, the commissars were like the leading elite thinker cadre of the Russian Revolution, were Jews, many of them from the Ukraine, and a lot of them from a dominant, city with a huge Jewish population called Odessa, one of the biggest cities in the Ukraine. The biggest city is Kiev. I think the second largest city is Odessa. By the way, my Jewish family, God family, is from Odessa. I'm just saying. So when you hear about the Russian mafia up in New York and you hear about little Odessa, the Russian mafia are really Jewish people from Russia that are thugs. I'm just saying. Please don't blame me. The ones that know how to do all the high-tech stuff like hack your phone and steal your credit card and some high-level shit, that's them. All right? Now, let me just say something to you. There's a very good book called Wall Street and the Nazis by Anthony Sutton that will explain how this man named Trotsky, which isn't his original name, let me send you Trotsky stuff so you'll know this guy's a Jewish dude who came to New York from Russia. He's one of the leaders of the Communist Party. Leon Trotsky is one name. I'm forgetting his original name. Okay, Bronstein. I'm sending you something on Trotsky. And I'm going to connect this to Ukraine and all this stuff now. So one of the main leaders of the Russian Revolution, some of the biggest leaders of a communist movement that took power in Russia in October 1917 were communist Jews. And the leader of the military of the communist Jews was a Ukrainian Jew from Odessa named Leon Trotsky, and his other name is Lev Devanovich Bronstein. Please read it. It says he's Jewish. It's not me picking. I'm not being anti-Semitic. Now, why is that important? Because the World War I ended November 18th, 1918. But remember, the Russian Empire was an ally to France, Britain, and America. When the communists took power, they pulled out of the Allies and entered into a separate peace with the German Empire, which was highly opposed by the British, the French, and the Americans. Why? Because the Russians suffered more than any other country in both World War I and World War II. And World War I, the Russians lost a minimum of 7 million lives, meaning that the Russians lost a third to a half of all the people that died in World War I. And World War II, of the 50 or more million people that died in World War II, at least 26 million were Russian. Almost half, if not more than half. So if you wonder why Putin is worried about borders, the Russians have been taking the biggest hits over the last 120 years in wars. They are not anxious to have a war. They're tired of wars. We've been lied to about how aggressive the Russians are supposed to be. The Russians have fought far fewer wars than the Americans have. Now, let's go back. When the Germans signed a peace treaty with the communist Jews that took over Russia, they met in a city that's in modern-day Poland, if I'm correct, called the city of Brest. The treaty that came out that was highly unfavorable, but Lenin and his communist friends wanted out of the war so badly that they agreed to it. It's called the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. One of the things that came out of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, listen to this, it's really terrible. It was decided the 3rd of March, 1918, 105 years ago. Look at this. Look at this. Under the terms of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and look at how this is happening to Russia right now. Putin is a historian, people. Under the terms of the treaty, Russia lost control of what? The Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and its provinces of Kars and Batum. The lands comprise 34% of the empire's population. Russia's population is very small. For a country of about 6 million square miles, they only have like 145 million people, if that many. And if you sit down and think that Russia's twice the size of the United States and has a population less than 50% of the United States, you understand Russia's population is small. When my mother was a little girl, Russia had a population of like 250 million people, meaning that Russia's population now is 100 million fewer than what it was 81 years ago. The Russians are very concerned about being wiped out. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the United States, in partnership with predatory people, some of them of the special ethnic group, I won't call names, they went in and wrecked the economy of Russia. The economy of Russia ended up in the hands of the mafia and Russian oligarchs. Let me just say this because folks are going to get angry, but I have to tell the truth to shame the devil. The oligarchs that got control of the economy of the former Soviet Union are primarily Jewish billionaires that ripped the country off. I'm just saying, please don't hate me. I didn't make them do it. I'm not trying to point for it. Not all Jewish people, but it's a couple of them. All right. Oh God, I'm going to get on the ADL's list for just reading. That's mind control when people can't think, when people can't question, can't look at that and begin to make connections, because you start to see something very dirty. Now, something that was manufactured, it's not my fault. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything but read, people. There's a document called The Protocols of the Wise Elders of Zion. It is a book that people call a forgery, where what it's saying is that there's a group, a cabal of very important Jewish people who have a plan for world domination. Let me send a description of that. Don't believe me, and I'm not saying the book is true. I'm only saying that the book is out here. Okay, please, I don't know what to, I'm not saying nothing, okay? I'm going to send you the protocols of the wise elders of Zion, and it has this plan for Jewish domination of the world. I don't know if it's true. Please don't get mad at me. I've looked at it. I'm not trying to get too deep into it now. Let me send this to you. It was created in 1903. So you have to understand something, people. This protocols of the elders of Zion had been moving around since 1903. So when these Jewish people take over Russia, and then, and again in 1970, let me go back to Brest-Litovsk. Let me talk about what Russia lost, and then I'm going to come back to this. Russia, through Brest-Litovsk, lost 34% of its former empire's population, 54% of its industrial land, 89% of its coal field, 26% of its railways. The Soviet government was forced to give up, confirm the independence of Finland. And then it ended up, it ended its war with the People's Republic of the Ukraine, right? On the 9th of February, 1918. That's my birthday. Hot damn. Then look at this. The supplementary protocol, they had to pay Germany 6 billion marks. So this is really, 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 really bad. But you know what happened? The Germans, due to the entrance of the United States into the First World War, they overwhelmed the Germans, and on November 11th, 1918, the Germans were forced to declare armistice, which ended World War I, and the Germans ended up losing and being indemnified. And by the way, many of the people that set up, they got rid of the king, Kaiser Wilhelm, okay, and a lot of the important Germans, but in particular, their king was forced into exile. He had to move to Holland. And what happened, there were efforts by other Jewish communists in Germany and Hungary to try to take over. Let me send this so nobody blames me. History is very subversive. That's why that devil, what's his name? Satan in Florida doesn't want you to know history. Let me get the name. Let me get this woman's name. Okay, there were some Jews. Rosa Luxemburg. She's a Polish German communist Jewish revolutionary. They tried to take over Germany's government in 1919. Right? Remember, World War I ended November 11th, 1918. Right? On Martin Luther King's she was assassinated on Martin Luther King's birthday. Okay. They blew her ass away. She, along with a man by the name of Karl Liebknecht, I'm sending you Rosa, and let me see if I can find Karl's name. And these people are Jews. Okay, let me see if I can find Karl Liebknecht. Where is this dude? Okay, so I just want y'all to get this. Please work with me, folks. I'm just trying to tell you. So a lot of the people that were communist in Europe were Jewish people. Let me just give y'all some background so y'all can understand me. There was a serious problem throughout Europe. And I need to give y'all this background so you'll understand, because a lot of folks aren't going to understand why Jews are in the mix of all this. So let me help you. I'm going to help you out, okay? I'm going to help you out. All right. I've got to give you some more Jewish history so you can understand what's going on. All right. Now look. When Khazaria, the Jew, in fact, I'm sending you Karl Liebknecht. He was also killed on the 15th of Dr. King's birthday. Okay. He was another Jewish communist working with, I think he's a Jewish communist. I'm pretty certain he's Jewish. Let me see. And see, they won't tell you life. Okay, no, well, he's not. But look at this. He's not Jewish, but I didn't know this, his godparents were Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, the writers of the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. And Karl Marx is Jewish, and I think Friedrich Engels was as well. So, all right, he wasn't Jewish, but Luxemburg was, and Karl Marx and Engels were. All right, now let's work here. Work with me, work with me, work with me. All right, people. What's going on is, and I'm going to send you something on Khazaria. I'm trying to get through all of this. Are you posting these things as I'm sending them to you?
Yep.
Okay. And let me get Khazaria so people understand there actually was a Jewish empire. Khazaria. Okay, Khazaria. Let me send this to you so you'll understand. These people that you are being told are Hebrews are Turks. They're Russians. They're Scythians. They were seen as barbarians and enemies of the people of God in the book of Ezekiel. Don't blame me. Okay. Damn it. Reading gets you into trouble. See why they don't want black people to read or research? So the Khazars are there. Let me give you this now. When the Khazarian Empire collapsed, these people were dispersed. A lot of people didn't like them. The Khazar was a buffer state between the Byzantine Empire. This is the Greco-Roman Empire that's in Turkey, Istanbul, which was Constantinople, and these Scythians, these warlike people who would destroy everything. Okay, and look at this. These people began to be crushed, and ultimately they were taken out. These Khazars were dispersed after the fall of the empire, and some of these people moved into various places in Europe. Okay. Let me give you this Ashkenazi thing so you can see, because these people are not Hebrew. Just look at their history. It's not my opinion. Now, what happened, nobody liked these people, folks. I don't know why you hear about this wandering Jew and all this other kind of stuff, but one thing is notorious. There's a history of these people that were Jewish that travel around, that they seem to do things that made people like them. Okay, so I'm going to send you an article on expulsions of Jews. It happened all over Europe. We black people didn't do it. When they put us out as anti-Semitic, it's not true. Let me give you a list of places that Jews got kicked out of. They got kicked out of Austria in 1421. Kicked out of England 1290, kicked out of France in 1394, kicked out of Hungary in 1349, and kicked out again in 1360, kicked out of Lithuania in 1495, kicked out of the city of Milan in Italy in 1597, kicked out of Naples in 1510, kicked out of Nuremberg in Germany in 1499, expelled from Portugal in 1497, kicked out of Sicily in 1492, kicked out of Spain in 1492, kicked out of Yemen in 1679. Damn, they have a way with people, don't they? Don't blame me. I ain't kicked. I'm just telling you, you gotta really have a way with people to be getting kicked out everywhere. And let me just say this to you. Please don't blame me. Damn. I'm just trying to give you some history. I don't want you to hate nobody. Okay. In Russia, they got on people's nerves so bad. They had a little ghetto where only Jews could live so they could just stay the hell away from everybody. They even had laws across Europe where Jewish people couldn't own lots of real estate. They didn't want to please. You know, you can have a little town and shit. Sort of like what happens to black people in America. Okay, let me send you this. It was in the Russian Empire called the Pale. Let me put this up. I'm going to send this to you so you'll understand. I'm not picking on anyone. I don't hate anybody, people. I'm just trying to explain something. Please don't get mad at me. Okay, let me tell you what this is. The Pale Settlement was a western region of the Russian Empire with varying borders that existed from 1791 to 1917. See the little Russian Revolution, 1917? The Jewish people got into the communist movement to break out of the ghetto that their asses had been trapped in because folks didn't want them around. I'm not saying I feel that way. Remember, I have ancestry that is Ashkenazi, meaning that I must be descendants of the folks that cheated or whatever they said they did to people. I mean, I've been trying to find out who the hell I am. So I'm going to send this to you, brother. Share it with people because they don't teach you this stuff. All right. So Jewish people in Russia, in fact, all the kings and queens of Europe, they had certain Jewish people that they used to get money for them because let me just do this so y'all can understand something. Hold on, let me do this real fast. How many of y'all know what usury is? Let me send you something. Usury. All right. The Bible teaches against usury. Usury is the practice of making unethical or immoral loans that unfairly enrich the lender. The term may be used in a moral sense, condemning taking advantages of others' misfortunes, or legal sense wherein an interest rate is charged in excess of the maximum rate that is allowed by law. Let me keep going. A loan may be considered usurious because of the excessive or abusive interest rates or other factors defined by the laws of a state. Someone who practices usury can be called a usurer, but in the modern colloquial English may be called a loan shark. Okay, let me keep reading. In many historical societies, including ancient Christian, Jewish, and Islamic societies, usury meant charging the interest of any kind and was considered wrong or was made illegal. Okay. Through the Roman Empire, eventually allowed loans with carefully restricted interest rates. The Catholic Church in medieval Europe, as well as the Reformed churches, regarded charging interest at any rate as sinful, as well as charging a fee for the use of the money, such as a bureau de change. The religious prohibitions on usury are predicated upon the belief that charging interest on a loan is a sin, according to the Bible. Let me get down to some history here. All right, I'm going to just give you something to show you about usury. And I'm going to talk about banks, and then I'm going to come back. Forgive me for having to talk about all this stuff. Look, in England, the departing crusaders were joined by crowds of debtors. And what, folks? The massacres of Jews at London and York in 1189 and 1190. In 1275, Edward I of England passed the Statute of the Jury, which made usury illegal and linked it to blasphemy. In order to seize the assets of the violators, scores of English Jews were arrested and 300 were hanged, and their property went to the crown. In 1290, all the Jews were to be expelled from England, allowed to take only what they could carry. The rest of their property became the crown's. Usury was cited as the official reason for the edict of expulsion. Okay. So what I'm saying to you, and I can go back, I'm going to send this to the brother here, usury, and I'm going to look up, and what you need to know, the word bank and bancare, it's from Italy, where Jews would sit along the banks of the river and lend people money. Under the Roman Catholic Church, my friends, lending money was seen as wicked. Because it was wicked, Jewish people who were not Christians got a monopoly in many places to lend money. This was a well-known thing, and let me just do a Shakespeare and the play Merchant of Venice. Merchant of Venice, I'll send this to you, and many people consider it anti-Semitic, but there is a crooked Jewish moneylender named Shylock, who, when his loan couldn't be paid back, He demanded a pound of the man's body flesh in exchange for the money he couldn't get. Jewish people were the bankers. These were the people whose morals and religion allowed them to violate the customs of lending money at usury. You need to understand that the Rothschilds and many other of these families, in fact, usury became, it's interesting, usury became a modern force economically in the Western world. It coincided with the enslavement of Black people and Aboriginal people throughout the world. The money and the force that we're oppressed by came from that. And I want to say something to you. The key places in which you had people who were engaged in using usury, one place is called the City of London. Many of you don't realize that there is a city within the City of London, which is, sorry. Wow. Which has been dominated by bankers. And some of these people, a significant number of them are Jews in England. City of London Corporation, so you'll know that there is a city. It's 10,000 square acres, and it is only for these people. The City of London is different from the City of London. It is a mile square city. They do whatever the hell they want. It is controlled by the banks. The people who took over England came in from Holland. When you've heard of William and Mary, William of Orange, who came to power in England, right? They brought these Dutch bankers who were into usury and all this other stuff. And that's how this capitalism took hold, in particular in England and in Holland, these major empires that were dealing in speculation and usury. Okay? That's how they underwrote the slave ships. That's how they were able to have these companies that would go and enslave people and buy people. So the foundation of Western expansion and exploration, right, comes off of this usury, which is used to destroy us as a people. How about that? The origin of banking, usury. It's seen as immoral, charging interest. By the way, our people were literally destroyed by the subprime loans of who? Lehman Brothers. Lehman Brothers went from selling cotton and slaves in Selma, Alabama, to moving to New York. They're the ones that created the subprime loans designed to steal money from Black people at a rate of interest that they could not pay. That's in your and my lifetime. It's not my fault. Lehman Brothers were Jews. There's nothing I could do about it. I'm just trying to be straight with y'all. Now, are you understanding me? So these banks, this usury, and as time progressed from the 1500s onwards, these banks and banking houses and these Jewish people who work for the wealthy royal families that have the real money and wealth in Europe, not the Jews, they're not the richest people, but they got rich working in banking to help the rich landed royal families of Europe hold everybody else's ass down. This is sort of why in Europe, when there are revolutions in certain places, the people would attack Jews because they were the face of the economic exploitation that they felt they encountered from the ruling elite. Okay? Let me send you this book. I'm going to send you a book. Are you ready for me to send them a book? And this isn't anything that, I'm just trying to give y'all this background. Y'all don't mind, do you? Is everybody okay? Or do y'all want me to stop? Y'all want me to stop?
Give us a thumbs up if you don't want him to stop. Thumbs up in the chat if you don't want him to stop. It's 126 people watching. Let's get at least 50 people to comment. Thumbs up if you don't want him to stop.
because we almost to Gaza. I'm just trying to give you this background. The Holocaust is coming up. I'm going to do that real fast. I just want y'all to know the stuff that they won't teach you. I just sent you the book. It's called The Fatal Embrace by a Jewish writer. And he talks about how historically Jewish people, wherever they have gone, they've sucked up to the ruling elite and put themselves in a position where they screwed over the masses of the people in the country to enrich themselves. And when the people got angry with the ruling elite, they attacked Jews as the most visible face of the oppressor dominant class. I'm not saying all Jews. This is what Mr. Let me make certain I have his name right. I don't want to get it wrong. I think I know it, but let me look at it. His name is Benjamin Ginsburg. And Benjamin Ginsburg wrote this book saying that Jews in America were getting too close. You guys are grabbing too much power. When you look at every commerce secretary, every head of the U.S. Treasury is always Jewish. People see that. Everybody's got to be. You guys get until you hog it till there's no space for anybody else. This is what Ginsburg says, not Randy Short. People start to notice that they don't see anybody but you guys everywhere. If the government goes south, they're going to start blaming all the people that they see in the government and who they can get to, and you guys stand out like a sore thumb. All right? I'm not saying this. I'm saying this is what Ginsburg's argument is, and that Jewish people should support the diversity and not try to hog being too many places in the government sector, because if things go south, people will blame Jews for things going bad. Now, I'm going to send you one more thing, and then we could. I'm just trying. Is this helpful, Brother Q?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody in the chat, everything that I've been putting up, been references to everything that he's been saying. It's very important that Dr. Short is one of them type of people that he do not want you guys to go off of his word. He wants you to look up for yourself what he's saying. It's all out there. This is not coming from him. This is just history.
Yeah, it's not for me. I wasn't there. I'm just trying. Okay. Now let me give you one more piece. Now, mind you, 1917, my friends, was when the whole ghettoization of Russian Jews ended because of the Communist Party, because Jews were kept down. In fact, there was a history in Russia. I'm going to send you this thing called pogroms, because Jewish people in Russia were the tax collectors, and people claimed that they had a reputation for cheating people around taxes. I didn't say that. It's just, and what would happen when people get mad is they would just go and kill Jews, like go Jew hunting. And they would do pogroms. It would just, whether it was true or not, they'd blame Jews, like lynching here, and just kill Jews. It's called a pogrom. A pogrom is spelled P-O-G-A-M-M, a pogrom. And they would go and just jack up Jews. If you've ever seen the movie Fiddler on the Roof, the beginning of Fiddler on the Roof is a pogrom where the people just come in and start killing Jews. That's how they handled it in Russia. They didn't talk. They just started killing. When they call us anti-Semitic here, there's just no history of Black Americans that's going around hurting people that are Jews. It's just never happened. It doesn't happen. Okay. In comparison to how people have been dealt with, have there been other places where people want to wipe out Jews? Yes. In Iraq in the 1930s, there was a conspiracy by the Arabs to kill all the Jews in Iraq. This never happened in Africa by Black people. There's nowhere in the world where there have been Jews, with the exception of crazy stuff in Ethiopia, and they kill everybody there. Ethiopians are always fighting. They're all arrogant and shit, eating with their hands. So Now, one of the things that happened, because a lot of people don't understand what's going on, there's a thing that occurred in Europe in the 1800s or 1790s called Jewish emancipation. Jewish emancipation is a process in various nations in Europe of eliminating Jewish quotas to which European Jews were then subject, the recognition of Jews as entitled to equality and citizenship rights. It included efforts within the community to integrate into their societies as citizens. It occurred gradually between the late 18th century and the early 20th century. The Jewish emancipation followed after the Age of Enlightenment and the concurrent Haskalah, or Jewish Enlightenment. Various nations repealed or superseded previous discriminatory laws applied specifically against Jews where they resided. Before emancipation, most Jews were isolated in residential areas away from the rest of society. Emancipation was a major goal of European Jews at that time, who worked within their communities to achieve integration and the majority societies and broader education. Many became active politically and culturally within wider European society as Jews gained full citizenship. They immigrated to countries offering better social and economic opportunities, such as the United Kingdom, hint, 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 the Americas. Listen to this. Some European Jews turned to socialism, Zionism, I need to add, communism. Let's give you some dates of emancipation where Jews got legal equality. In Poland, 1264, France, 1791. That's the same year Russia said, lock those bastards up. 1796 in the Batavian Republic, that's in Germany. 1808 in the Grand Duchy of Hesse, Hesse is in Germany. 1808, Westphalia. 1811, the Grand Duchy of Frankfurt, where the Rothschilds are from. Mecklenburg-Schwerin, 1812. 1812, Prussia. 1813, Kingdom of Bavaria. Listen to this. In the United States and Maryland, the Catholic colony that became the state of Maryland, where my family's from, the Jew Bill revised Maryland law to permit a Jew to hold office if he professed to believe in the future state of rewards and punishment. 1828 in Württemberg, 1830 in Belgium, 1830 in Greece, 1831 in Jamaica, the same year that the black people rose up and burnt up Jamaica. 1832 in Canada, right? 1833 in Hesse, 1834 in Netherlands, 1839 in the Ottoman Empire, 1842 in Hanover, 1848 in Nassau, that's in the Netherlands. 1849, okay, look at this. The Hungarian Revolution they got in. 1849, Denmark. 1849, Hamburg. Are y'all looking at this? Jewish people, look at this. Mexico, 1865. The Austrian-Hungary Empire, 1867. The North German Confederation, 1869. 1870 for Sweden, Norway. 1871, Germany. 1877, New Hampshire was the last United States state to lift restrictions limiting public office to Protestants. 1878, Bulgaria, Serbia. 1890, Brazil. That's the year after they ended slavery for blacks in Brazil. 1910, Spain. 1911, Portugal. And listen to this, guys. 1917, Russia. When the Russian communist Jews took over, they gave themselves, right? Think about that, y'all. 1918, Finland. There was a communist party that was dominant in Finland. 1923, Romania. Okay. Are you hearing me? So Jewish people, in fact, when they talk about Jewish emancipation, they did one other thing they're not mentioning. By giving Jewish people citizenship within the nation state, it removed Jewish people from being under the theocratic control of their rabbis. If you've ever been around the Jews in Williamsburg, have you ever heard how the Hasidic Jews, the men and women, have to have sex between the sheep and all this other kind of crazy stuff? And so, I mean, the rabbis are totalitarian. The people had no rights. The Jewish people were almost slaves to their rabbinic class, not slaves to European people, but slaves to their Jewish religious leaders, the rabbis. In fact, they were so odd in terms of how they got down until there was a lot of hatred against Jews in Europe. I want you to hear this. I want you to hear, a lot of you have heard, I want you to understand why people, I'm almost done. Okay. I'm going to give you this piece here because there's a link between Martin Luther has a book called, or an essay called Jews and Their Lies. And if you've ever seen what Martin Luther, the father of the Protestant Reformation, he basically said that Jewish people should not be allowed to lend money. They should be forced to do regular work like other people. Whatever they have that can't be burned should be buried. That's Martin Luther, like the saint of Protestantism, to show you that white folk and their religious stuff is crazy. Martin Luther, look, Jews and Their Lies. If you ever read it, and how they have to do this and Jews should be killed. Don't believe me. I just want you to have this so you can understand this hatred of Jewish people is real. When they talk about anti-Semitism, there is nothing that Black people have ever done, nothing that Farrakhan, any of these people, no matter whether you like Farrakhan or not, nothing touches us. Listen to this. I'm going to send this to you, and then I'm going to move on. This is in 1543, Martin Luther published On the Jews and Their Lies, in which he says that Jews are a base, whoring people, that is, no people of God, and their boast of lineage. In other words, these aren't the real Hebrews. Kanye never said that. Circumcision and their law must be accounted as filth. Shit. They are full of the devil's feces. They're full of the devil's shit, which they wallow in like swine. In other words, they roll around in shit like pigs. The synagogue was a defiled bride, yes, an incorrigible whore and an evil slut. Martin Luther argues that their synagogues and schools be set on fire, their prayer books destroyed, rabbis forbidden to preach, their homes burned, and their property and money confiscated. They should be shown no mercy or kindness, afforded no legal protection, and these poisonous and venom worms should be drafted into forced labor or expelled for all times. He also seems to advocate their murder, writing, "We are at fault if not slaying them." Luther claims that Jewish history was assailed by much heresy and that Christ swept away the Jewish heresies and goes on and on to do so, as still does the daily before our eyes. He stigmatizes the Jewish prayer as being blasphemous and a lie and vilifies Jews in general as being spiritually blind and surely possessed by all devils. Did you hear me, brother? Y'all wonder where Hitler came from. Hitler was a good Catholic. No. So you'll understand that the Jewish people were hated by some of the most important people, and that was part of European life, is being hated. And part of this thing is a usury. And one other thing that I need you guys to understand, why would Martin Luther have such an issue with Jewish people? Well, Martin Luther thought that the Jewish Talmud, it's a collection of books, the oral history of Jews, was the actual Bible, because Martin Luther hated the Latin Vulgate of the Roman Catholic Church, which was corrupted. But Martin Luther read the Talmud in Hebrew and flipped out. There are things in the Talmud that teach stuff like, there's a guy named Pantera, a Roman soldier who fucked Virgin Mary. And Jesus was the son of a Roman soldier that got some extra pussy behind Joseph's back. Jesus was a warlock, and he was a liar. He deserved to get killed, and he's cooking and shit in hell. This is what the Talmud teaches. The Talmud also teaches that Christians should deserve to all be killed, especially if they were good, decent Christian. Those are the ones that really should get killed. So if you're reading material like this, if you internalize this and you act on this, maybe you will cheat people. Maybe you will dog out people because you have the right. The Talmud is a fascinating collection of books. The Talmud teaches that it's okay to have sex with a girl as old as 3 days old, and you can screw a boy until he's 15. In case you don't know this, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of American pedophiles that are Jewish. When they get caught, they go to Israel to live because there's no extradition treaty between the United States and Israel for pedophiles. So when a Jewish pedophile gets caught in America, he does the aliyah. He flees to his historic homeland so he can continue to screw children under the cover of law and the right of return. Don't blame me. I've never hurt a child. I don't want to hurt a child. I've had to fight pedophiles as a kid. And I'm not saying all Jewish people. Let me just send you some stuff because people are going to think I lied. Damn. When you tell people this stuff, they think that you hate people. The truth is very painful. In fact, let me just tell you something so you can understand. There's some very freaky stuff that Martin Luther ran up on. And I want to explain to you. They said that if you, hold on, let me go back. Martin Luther, they said something here in this article and they covered it up. Okay. And I need to say anti-Jewish works. Now I'm going to go down and say something. Jews and their lives. I'm going to read something to you. And it said, look, Luther has a special spiritual problem with Jewish circumcision. And Wikipedia, by the way, is written heavily by Jewish people. So they make it seem as if Martin Luther, who's a Christian that's supposed to support circumcision, Martin Luther's an asshole. Now, let's get into Jewish circumcision and you'll understand. Hold on. I need to. I'm going to pull up Jewish circumcision. I don't want anybody to blame me. Okay. It's called Brit Milah. Brit Milah is circumcision. It's performed by a priest called a Mahel. Okay. Now, let me just say, I'm going to send this to you, but there's another part because they're making this nice. And I need to send this to you to understand why people have real issues. And, okay. Okay. I'm going to send you something because those of you that live in the city of New York don't realize that one of the reasons that Mr. Bloomberg got into trouble with his own Jewish community is that he blocked what's called matzitza bepe, which is direct oral sucking of blood off of the penises of babies when they're 8 days old. You take a knife and you cut the foreskin off, and a special priest gets to suck the baby's dick to suck off the blood. I just sent that to you. Let me read this because there's some weird stuff that people are on. So if you want to understand why people could have an issue with your religion, sucking a baby's dick as a ritual that's unto God, that's a hell of a God you serve. Let me read this. I said that. Send the link. Send the link so they don't think I'm crazy, brother. Do you have the link? Send the link. Y'all can read
guys in
along
the
with
chat,
me.
please, whatever you do, do not be graphic. It's very important.
Okay. Masitza bepe, direct oral suctioning. When a baby is circumcised, some ritual Jewish circumcises, mohalim, do practice masitza bepe. Masitza bepe is when a mohel uses their mouth to suck blood away from the baby's circumcision wound as part of the circumcision ritual. After masitza bepe, some babies can get an infection. Public health experts have found that masitza bepe can put a baby at risk of getting a harmful virus called the herpes simplex virus type 2 or HSV1. Some of the babies become seriously ill. Some develop brain damage and others have died. There's no proven way to eliminate the risk of HSV1 infection from the direct oral suctioning, though there are options to reduce the risk. I won't read anymore. Had you heard of that, Brother Q?
I live in New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey.
So these people think I don't hate nobody. What happens? A couple babies in New York died, and Mayor Bloomberg said, "Okay, y'all can't suck any more babies' penises." And the Orthodox people rebelled. We'll get rid of you. Remember, all of a sudden he stopped being mayor. They're gonna suck them baby dick. Let me tell you, I was up in New York and I did a prediction for Alton Maddox's group, United African Movement, and I predicted that de Blasio would agree with the Orthodox Jews for their support to bring back sucking the baby penises to get support. Literally, the day that I said this was the day that he met with them to agree to it. I don't live in New York. I don't follow what happens in New York that heavily. But, I just, people claim I have the gift of prophecy. I called it before he did it that day. I didn't even know he was meeting with the Orthodox Jewish community. So, and by the way, I've seen articles where one guy boasted that he had sucked 50,000 baby penises. He was like a celebrity. So imagine if these people in the hip hop business, you wonder what's happening to our young men. Okay, moving right along. I just want to say why Martin Luther would have a problem with circumcision. You can read it for yourself. This is from New York. It's from the state. They do it. I wouldn't want anyone to do it. It's not me, people. I'm trying to understand, I mean, to learn about what it means to be Jewish, or what I didn't come up with, or what I didn't know. And that's like, I think I'll stay with Jesus. Damn white Jesus. I'll stay with white Jesus. You don't have to start.
And always remember, and I just want to say this for the sake of the platform that we just happen to be on. This is Dr. Short just gave us history on why some of the hatred, some of the contempt, some of the bullying has been going on, and this is what has brought us Gaza today.
Okay.
And,
Yes.
go ahead, Dr. Short.
So let's jump in. So now you have an idea where the issues, they go through emancipation within, say, 100 years of like the midpoint. Many people put the Napoleonic period, 1791. Therein, you have the French Revolution, 1792. Okay, or thereabout. No, it's 1789. And Jews were part of the French Revolution. You'll find where Jews have been involved in revolutions, the monarchs, the kings and queens of people that they don't like end up getting killed, executed, or deposed. This is, I mean, it happened in Russia, it happened in Germany, it happened in France, right? And it happened in Austria. I'm just saying, the Habsburgs got taken down. I'm not saying that they're the only ones. Now look, World War I ends. The Balfour Declaration's in progress, right? But remember, following World War I, the communists try all over to take power in places like Hungary and in Germany. And of course, the people that Hitler was aligned with, the Free Corps, these German nationalists, killed the communists. And there's a guy, the number two, the main rival that Hitler had to try to take power in Germany was a man by the name of Thälmann. Okay. Thälmann was head of the German Communist Party. See, Marx and other people thought that Germany would be the place of the communist revolution. It happened in Russia instead, a more backward country. They tried to seize power, and it didn't work. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A lot. So what ended up happening when Germany lost World War I, and then you had the Weimar Treaty, and several of the people who were very important in the Weimar Republic that followed the removal of King Kaiser Wilhelm, many of these people were Jews. A lot of German people, sit down and think about it, there were families of Jews connected to the Rothschilds. One of the families, the Wahlberg family. These people felt like Jewish folks had betrayed Germany. The Germans had been open and receptive to Jews, had let Jews move in, do this, that, the other, right? Let me just give you Weimar. Give you the Weimar Republic so you can understand this is what happened. And it went from 1918 to 1933 when Hitler came in and he ended it. There's some things that happened in the Weimar Republic. One, the Treaty of Versailles, which bankrupted Germany, ripped Germany off. A lot of Germans felt like they had not lost. Their army didn't feel defeated. When they came back, one of the things that most people don't know, in World War I, the English sealed off and didn't allow anybody to trade with Germany. What you need to know, as much as these white countries boast about how they're so advanced, to this day, the Germans don't produce enough food to feed themselves. Many of these advanced Western countries do not produce sufficient food. Presently, the United States isn't producing a sufficient amount of food, thanks to Biden and their plan to starve us to death. Real talk. Start looking. You're going to find out poultry factories, all kinds of stuff is burning up all over the country. There's a conspiracy against the public. The German people were starving. So these people came back from war and there was nothing for them. And then there are these communists everywhere. And it looks as if these communists are all Jews. Hey, wait a minute. We just let you guys in. And then they look back and they say, hey, wait a minute. The way that it looked is that German Jewish financiers who were in the same family and aligned with the Rothschilds and others gave Germany the finger. What you need to know is that Kaiser Wilhelm, the last king of Germany, the Jews went to Kaiser Wilhelm and said, hey, look, we want Palestine. Kaiser Wilhelm says, I can't take that. That belongs to our allies, the Turks, the Ottomans. I can't do that. And it says, well, up yours. So they went to the English. And once the English did that, right, the Germans, they felt were punished. Are you understanding me, folks? So these people got very angry. Let me bring up the Wahlbergs so you'll know I'm not making this up. All of this is real. Wahlberg, let me see if I can find one. Make certain I got them. Wahlbergs, Germany. No, I don't want that. The Wahlbergs are a family. I'm wondering how they spell their name. They're, let me see, bankers. I need you to have this. And I'm going to give you Paul Wahlberg, banker. This isn't who I want. By the way, you know that these people, these folks, let me just send this to you so you'll know. The American Federal Reserve was set up with all these crooked, rich people. And I'm trying to find, how come I can't find this person's name? Hold on one second. Let me get rid of this H. Sometimes, you know, you get these German names. Wahlberg, Federal Reserve. Okay, I'm going to send you this Jekyll Island thing. Jekyll Island is a place off of Georgia. Some of you may have heard of it. It is a place off Georgia where these people agreed to create a federal bank, which is to deprive and steal all the money from the American people, and to create a central bank that would be controlled by other people. That's how you got the Federal Reserve. Okay. And it's linked, all these banks are linked up. All of it. This is how America got into World War I. There's a guy named House who manipulated and was the controller for a reasonably obscure academic by the name of Woodrow Wilson. And that's how America got the Federal Reserve, and all this stuff was voted for. It's actually private banks that you think belong to the government. They don't. The debt that America has been set up because the United States government has to pay the Federal Reserve for the money that they print. They have an automatic system of usury exploitation that for every dollar that the Federal Reserve prints, we owe the Federal Reserve $1 with interest. See how we get broke every time they print? Our government should print its own money, control the money. Every time anyone tries to control the money for the people, that's Abraham Lincoln created greenbacks to save America during the Civil War. He got his head blown off. Robert Kennedy wanted to have the silver certificates. He got his head blown off. Okay, Woodrow Wilson created this, and part of that deal helped him get a second term. But not only that, he led us into war. And you have to understand, Paul Warburg, who's connected to the Rothschilds, stayed in Germany even helping Hitler, Jews helping anti-Semitic, hateful Hitler until he left Germany in 1938. Hitler came to power in 1932. Now, if Hitler's so bad, and let me remind you, what happened in 1937? Because we're getting somewhere, we're moving very quickly. I need to give you one more piece so nobody gets mad at me. Because now we're almost at the Holocaust, and we're going to zoom through that because y'all have heard that shit a million times. We want to get Magnus Hirschfeld. Okay. The father of modern homosexuality was a German Jew named Magnus Hirschfeld. And Magnus Hirschfeld and others worked very hard to make Germany, Berlin, Germany in particular, was the world capital of homosexuality, of sodomites, of lesbianism, of cross-dressing, of trans. And if you've ever seen the movie Cabaret with Liza Minnelli, whose father was gay, who I can't believe he even could get it up to screw Judy Garland. Okay. I'm just saying. Cabaret is about how wonderful life was for homosexuals until Hitler came to power. That movie beat out Diana Ross's excellent portrayal as Billie Holiday in Lady Sings the Blues. Okay, so under Weimar, the Jews took over the movie theaters, the Jews took over the publishing, the Jews were very powerful in the banking sector. People looking at that, in particular, following the fall of the German Empire and the rise of Weimar, there were periods of good times and extreme poor times in Weimar. And it looked as if to German people who are already conspiratorial. I told you about Martin Luther and how there was this hatred of Jews. Even though German Jews were heavily assimilated, and most Jews in Germany were not rich. I want to emphasize most Jews in Germany were not rich in the time of Hitler. However, some high-profile German Jews speculated, got rich with banks, publishing movies. They're pushing LGBTQ stuff that the church people don't like. Sound familiar? And Magnus Hirschfeld and other people literally were using, like Epstein, were using their role as sexologists and counselors. They were able to blackmail people for more power for the homosexual movement that was dominated by well-educated Jews in Berlin. I'm just saying, folks, this is what happened. All right. So Hitler comes to power and, Hitler, fuck all this shit, right? That's what Hitler said. And ultimately, what happens? They pass, based on America, two things. The racist, white supremacist, bisexual feminist, Margaret Sanger, was a mentor to Adolf Hitler. Again, the founder of Planned Parenthood, originally known as the American Birth Control League, was a mentor to the Germans and their extermination policy, was borrowed from American eugenics, and in particular from Margaret Sanger. I repeat, Nazism and population control was invented in America by white people trying to destroy Black American people. Nazism is Germany's copy of American racism applied to a German context. Nazism is Germans copying white American racism. Nazism is the German copy of white American anti-Black racism. Nazism is the German copy of American anti-Black racism. And I want to say, in 1903, the Germans had done genocide in several of their African colonies, in particular Namibia and Tanzania. There was a thing called Maji Maji in Tanzania, where the Germans killed 250,000 to 500,000 people in modern day Tanzania. And that was part of that was the Africans were stupid. They thought if they did some stupid rituals, that their African juju, magic, voodoo shit would turn the bullets into water. Maji Maji means water, water. So they're thinking if they chanted water, water, the bullets wouldn't kill them. So much for Afrocentrism and Pan-Africanism. I know a bullet can kill my ass no matter what the hell I said. If that's African traditions, y'all keep that shit over there. In Namibia, Jewish diamond merchants had a system of slavery in Namibia. When the people got tired of being screwed over, they did genocide. They may have killed 250,000 to 300,000 people. To this day, Germany, which has given billions of dollars in restitution to Jews, has not restituted the Herero and the Huambo and the other people in Namibia who were just treated horribly, mass murdered. The first concentration camps and killing folks happened in the German colony, German South. It was called, German Southwest African under the British mandate. Namibia is what it's called now. And the very same people that mass murdered Black people in Africa, okay, were the ones who helped mass kill Jews and Blacks in Nazi Germany. And even the uniforms of the African soldiers and German soldiers in Africa that were brown, those became the uniforms of Hitler's SS, Sturmabteilung. The German SA got their uniforms that were meant for the German soldiers, Black and white, in Africa. And so let me just roll back. Hitler comes to power. Hitler also, not only does he base killing, crippled, castrating, in fact, in Germany, all of the mixed race Black children called the Rhineland bastards were either killed or sterilized. Hundreds of them. Before they killed any Jews, they started killing Black people in Germany. You need to remember that. And then I'm going to go further to say to you that the Germans based their Nuremberg laws. I repeat, the German Nuremberg laws to dog out Jews and minorities is a copy of American Jim Crow. Again, Nazism is a German copy of American anti-Black racism. Jewish Americans are liars if they act as if this Holocaust has nothing to do with us. It's based on what's been done to us. Hitler's idea of sending all the Jews to Madagascar is based on him reading Thomas Jefferson's Notes in the State of Virginia that Thomas Jefferson wanted never to publish, where Thomas Jefferson mentioned that Black people would either have to be exterminated in America or they could be sent back to Africa. Hitler wanted to send Jews to Madagascar or they're going to have to get offed. That's based on how he saw one of his idols, Thomas Jefferson. How Thomas Jefferson did Black people was what he wanted to do to Jews and Russians. In fact, Thomas Jefferson, who helped start the process of exterminating Indians in North America, Hitler and all the people of his generation were very enamored of the American West, where white people went and killed off non-white people and took their land. The Russians for Hitler were called Redskins. The Russians were seen as their Indians, their Aboriginals, their people to kill off. There's a book by a gentleman by the name of Lawrence. It's called Race and Power. Let me send you the book. The quote is in the book, guys. I will make certain that everybody knows that I'm not lying to you. I'm going to always give you the detail. The book, I think it's called Race and Power. I got it somewhere. And by the way, y'all got to send me some donations so I can buy some more books. My cart is full. Race and power. Let me see. Let me see. Race and power. And I think the guy is Lauren. That's not the book I want. That's okay. I'll find it. I've got to figure out what it is. But let me tell you, the quote from the German Reich minister in the 1930s when they were trying to explain to Americans, because Hitler mapped out how he wanted to kill all the different people in the world. In fact, you need to remember that Adolf Hitler was Man of the Year twice in the United States on Time magazine and other publications. Hitler was loved. By the way, Henry Ford made Hitler a very wealthy man. He would give him over $50,000 every year on his birthday on April 20th. That's a big ass piece of change to get $50,000 today. Imagine when the German mark was 4 to the dollar. That would have been 200,000 German marks. And if you multiply what that is, that's an incredible amount of money. And as Germany got hit by inflation, each time Ford would give him $50,000, at one point, the mark was 1,000 to the dollars. So imagine if you gave someone $50,000 and you multiplied it by 1,000, you made Hitler a millionaire. Henry Ford, an anti-Semite racist, made Hitler a millionaire in German money. Don't let anybody tell you that all the white folks weren't down for this stuff that happened in World War II. And I want to send you something right now so people can understand. I'm going to send you this thing, Trading with the Enemy Act. There it is. Thank you. Where Trading with the Enemy Act was also used to allow America to trade with the Germans. I need to get, this isn't the one I want. I want Roosevelt's Trading with the Enemy Act. Hold on, let me get it. There's another one, Trading with the Enemy Act. I need to look this up. I'm sorry, folks. Give me 1 second. Roosevelt's Trading with the Enemy Act. Because trading... Here we go. Now, why is this giving me 1917? Okay. History. Countries sanctioned under 01. Let's see what it said with Germany. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. This book, this is a lie here. I'm sorry, guys. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. Enemy Act. Roosevelt. Wait a second. Trade with the Enemy Act. This isn't the one I want. I'm looking at this, my friends, and this is okay. I want the American Trading with the Enemy Act. Is this the one? Okay. I don't like this. This is dirty. Hold on. Trading with the Enemy Act. Where is it? Oh, wait. 39. Zambia. Okay. Okay. Custodial National. Okay. You need to understand, people, the internet is very, very, very dirty. Because a lot of stuff they don't want you to know. A lot of things are scrubbed from the internet. This is why I buy books, because you look for something and you can't find it. And And I'm looking, there's another, wait a minute. I'm going to get rid of that. Get rid of Trading the Enemy Act. Roosevelt. See, it's tricky. You have to know exactly what to ask for, or they won't let you have it. Roosevelt executive order, you bastards. Imagine that. I can't ask for it under its name. Here it is. Ain't that a bitch? No, I don't want, hold on. Roosevelt executive order, trading. Okay, this is no good, folks, with Enemy Act. Here it is. Wait a minute. Trading with the enemy. I keep looking and wait a minute. When is this done? Well, by virtue of authority, hold on, let me see if this is it. Okay. Here we go. It's executive order, but this isn't the one I want. Listen to this. March 11th, 1942, on the virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution, by the Trading with the Enemy Act of October 6, 1917, as amended by the First War Powers Act, and as President of the United States, hereby orders establish an office for emergency management. Okay, I don't like this. Wait a second. This isn't what I want. It's one of these numbers. That's okay. I'm going to find this. Trading with the Enemy Act, emergency banking. Who did this? It's one of these things. Let me get the book. Let me just get the book. Bastards. This is dirty. This is embarrassing. I used to be able to just pull it up. Now it's hidden. I'm going to get the damn book. To hell with you. Google, you bastards. Shopping. Here it is. I can get you the book. The guy's name is Charles Higham. I'm going to send you the book. This book shows how the U.S. government during World War II helped supply the Germans with the means to kill the Jews. The gas, the Zyklon B that Jews were gassed with, the chemicals were made in Delaware and shipped to Germany during the war. The telephones of the Nazis were put together by ITT. In fact, I can send you another book, The Bastards. I hate that. I know what the hell I'm talking about, people. I would never get up in front of you and not tell you what I know is a fact. The guy's name is Anthony Sutton, and the book is called Wall Street and the Nazis. And he has a series of books that shows how the communists and the Nazis were built up at the same time. That you need to understand that Lenin was Jewish, Trotsky was Jewish. It's alleged that Stalin's father hated him because he may have been Jewish, and that Hitler may have been Jewish. But the United States built up the Soviet Union through Arm and Hammer, and at the same time helped build up Germany and set those two countries to fight each other so they could get paid off of the war, the same way that BlackRock is going to get paid to rebuild Ukraine. That's why they're willing to destroy the whole country, because the more destruction, the bigger the contracts to build Ukraine will be. You have to understand that our super rich people make their money through reconstruction. They destroy so they can rebuild and get paid. Look at your communities. They destroy your housing, destroy cities, and rebuild it, and you can't live in them. I'm going somewhere with this. So the Trading with the Enemies Act, I want to just say to you that Jewish people, the Nuremberg laws, Wall Street and the Nazis, I'm going to send you these links. Are you sharing these, brother? And you can find there's another book. You can see how the U.S. bankers helped build up Wall Street and the communists. Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, you need to understand that the United States bankers funded the communists that took power. So as much as people tell you how bad the Soviet Union and communists, I'm sending you these links, just keep sharing. This is all what the public should be taught, that we've been lied to about these wars. Now, I want to say this, I'm going to send you this. I'm going to send you something on the Nuremberg laws, which are based on segregation. It was obsessed with sex between Germans and Jews, like America's issues, right? This is what happened. And by the late 1930s, they began to attack Jews. Let's just do it. Kristallnacht, Nuremberg Code, all. Send this so we can just get this out. Okay, no, we want Nuremberg laws. We need you to understand. So Germany copied American laws to do to Jews what America did to blacks. In the 1950s, the South Africans traveled to the United States to base their apartheid based on what was done to blacks. I believe people in Israel are doing to Palestinians what's done to blacks. Many of the people that go to Israel that don't treat the Palestinians nice are people from places like New York and New Jersey. Please don't blame me. It's not my fault. I don't want anybody to be mean to anybody else. So I just sent you the Nuremberg laws, which basically strip Jews of all their rights, like what the Jim Crow laws did to black people. Something happened. The Jews, there's a thing called Kristallnacht, or the Night of the Broken Glass. You've heard of it, where the Germans went around. The Germans went around burning up Jewish stores, killing Jews, all this kind of stuff, right? It happened November 9th through November 10th, all throughout Nazi Germany, and wherever the Germans were, they went around dogging out Jews. All right. That happened. And understand something. There's another piece I'm going to give you, and then we can go through. So we know about the Holocaust. I just want to build up to it. There's a thing called the transfer agreement. Did I send you the transfer agreement? I think I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I need to get Judea. Judea declares war on Germany. Part of what happened in Kristallnacht, my friends, is this, listen to this. As soon as Hitler came to power, listen to this. An anti-Nazi boycott was an international boycott of German products in response to violence and harassment by members of Hitler's Nazi party against Jews following his appointment as Chancellor of Germany on January 30th, 1933. The boycott began in March 1933 in both Europe and the United States and continued until the entry of the United States into the war on December 7th, 1941. If you look for it, there is a newspaper that was published on the 24th of March, 1933, stating Judea, or Jews declare war on Germany. Jews went to war with Hitler in 1933. Okay, just so you're okay. Before the Nuremberg laws got passed, Jews said, you know, we got to break his ass down. Not saying he wasn't going to do what he's going to do, but Jewish people declared, and even before the first Jew got gas, people were saying that 6 million Jews were going to get killed. I don't know what this 6 million number, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not there. I'm just saying that's pretty good when you can say how many people will get killed in the future. You know, y'all need to start betting on horses. So we know what happened next. World War I breaks out. World War II, breaks out. In fact, it started basically, what if you want to say the Japanese in 31 in Manchuria, or the better date I like is when they start killing Black people in Ethiopia, where the League of Nations truly failed. Now,
Dr.
let me
Shaw,
just say,
they said the chat said that I'm tired. Now I'm not tired, you guys. My back is really tight.
yeah, see, I got a brace
keep
on.
seeing me leaning like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'll lean this way. It's just that my chair that I sit in,
mm-hmm.
I have like 2 pillows. I'm sitting on the 1 pillow behind me, but it's all good.
So we know about the Holocaust. We know that these folks, what initially happened, you had the guys with the Einsatzgruppen. These are the German guys in the SS whose job was to kill off the Jews. Einsatzgruppe, I'm going to send this to you. These are the people who were the part of the SS that would whose job was to kill the Jews. And part of what happened was the German soldiers got tired of just shooting Jews. It was messing with them. And they had to come up with a more efficient way to kill Jews. Okay. And that's when they had a meeting. It's called the Wannsee Conference, WANN. Okay, Wannsee. It's a suburb of Berlin, and they had this over a nice lunch.
Oh, a nice lunch, Dr. Shaw?
Yes, they planned to, we're going to kill off all the Jews. And that's when the stuff began happening. Okay, not that they weren't doing, they were killing them inside of Ukraine. The very person that got praised by the Canadian Parliament was part of Babi Yar, where they killed up to 100,000 Jews were murdered. They were stripped naked and just shot in the head, 1,000 after 1,000 after 1,000. These Jewish Ukrainian, let me get the Ukrainian resistance so you can understand that the people who are running Ukraine now, these people are the children of the folks who fought for Hitler against the Soviet Union. During World War II, are you understanding me? Let me see if I can get Ukraine. Let me see. And it's interesting. I put in Ukrainian Nazis. Okay, Ukrainian. Oh, I need to do this differently. Ukrainian. I have to say, you have to say it differently. They set this up where it's hard for you to find it. Okay, here it is. Ukrainian resistance during the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. No, that's 2014. I don't want that. Ukrainian resistance. I need to say Ukrainian resistance to the Soviet Union. That's how I have to say it. Okay. Now, there's a group called the Anti-Soviet Resistance, which is a Ukrainian insurgents army. Okay, these are the people who hooked up with the Nazis to kill Jews and Russians. This is what has Putin's ass pissed off. Most Jews in Europe lived in Russia and in Poland. Most of the Jews killed in World War II were killed in Poland or Russia, people. The Germans killed more than 6 million Jews. They killed 13 million people. Jews were a significant piece, but they killed a lot of other people. And we need to remember that Russians outright, the lowball number of Russians killed in World War II is 26 or 28 million people. That's the lowball number. How come we don't know about 28 million Russians, but we know about 6 million Jews? And many of those Jews were Russian Jews, right? I'm not trying to diminish anybody's suffering. You can see why Putin, whose family survived the Leningrad siege, the siege of Leningrad, where the Germans surrounded, the Nazis surrounded Leningrad. Putin's parents just barely survived. As many as 2 million people starved to death in Leningrad between 1941 and 1943. Why wouldn't this man be traumatized by war? I'm talking about Putin. No. So what happened?
Everything that Dr. Schroeder is talking about, he has sent me the link. It's over 30, 40 links that he sent me during the show.
And I'll keep sending. So don't believe me. Go read and go beyond what I'm telling you. So what happens as this situation of the Holocaust is going on? I sent you this book by Higham to show you that the United States, and I sent you a book by Anthony Sutton, that the United States and Britain and other countries supported the Germans. In fact, the king, the guy who should have been king of England, abdicated, but he wanted to be friends to Hitler, and there was a plot between the former king of England to get with Hitler if the Nazis won, because the British royal family was split. Some were for Hitler, some were not against Hitler. The United States had the world's second largest Nazi party, heavily in the New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania areas. It was called the Amerikanische Bund. Nazism was big in America. And the big Nazi parties, the only reason that the Nazi parties were diminished was because of the declaration of war on December 7th, 1941. Let me see if I can find, the German-American Bund. This is the American Nazi Party. It was huge. I just sent it to you. Don't believe me. Hitler had a lot of support all over the world. So Jewish people, as the Germans, I sent you the transfer agreement. Let me just say to you that when the German people, their boycott that started in 1933 was so successful, following Kristallnacht in 1938, the Germans and the Jews were able to work out an agreement for the Jews who wanted to leave Germany would get help from the World Zionist Organization, but they had to agree to move to Palestine. They would not help you move to England. They would not help you move to France. You couldn't come to America. The Zionists that were the dominant Jewish people refused to help Jewish people escape if they weren't going to go to Palestine. They wanted their own country. So the Germans agreed. And from 1938 or 39, all the way up until 1943, where the Germans could no longer honor their agreement, anywhere from 50, somewhere between 40 to 100,000 German Jews were helped to move from Germany to what's called Israel today, with the Germans, the Jews not losing their property was converted into the necessary means, tools, and equipment for them to start new lives in Palestine. Hitler did not kill every single solitary Jew. It's not true. Jews that were willing to go to Palestine, he helped. Hitler, as much as we hate him, basically helped the development, the advancement of the Zionist cause. I'm sorry, people are offended by that. I'm sorry, people. This is a fact of history. The transfer agreement, I sent you the link. Hitler and them kept their word. As long as you get out from us, We'll help you go back to Africa, aka Palestine. Just get out. Leave us white people alone. We hate you. But we'll let you, if you're going to build a new life and go away, yes. It's a lie that the Jews couldn't have been saved in World War II. The ones that were not willing to go to Palestine did not get the same help as those that were willing. Please remember that the next time you hear about the Holocaust. There is a very good documentary. I think it's called Holocaust and America. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, wow. Ken Burns did another one? Wow. I need to buy this. Ken Burns has a new one. Wow. There's another one. People need to know. I'm going to send you this one. Y'all need to know that this is documented. The information's been out. There's another documentary called The Holocaust in America. I think it's Denial and Deceit. Don't believe me. I got my books here. I'm about to drop my books now. And I went through all of this so we could get to Gaza. Here it is. I found it. America and the Holocaust, Deceit and Indifference. This is a whole documentary that shows that 2 or more million Jews could have been saved for $6 million. And the US government refused to save these Jews. Even worse, American Jews, like the Boule, did not go all out to save their fellow Jews in Europe. I repeat, American Jewry did exactly what the Boule is doing to us. In fact, I'm going to send you the name. Hitler and them could have never effectively rounded up the Jews without collaboration. The Boule of the Jews. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Judenstadt, Germany. There we go. Hold on. This isn't what I want, but that's okay. What people need to know, and I have to find this thing. What if a Jewish state had been created in East Germany? I'm not going to get it. I'm going to leave it alone. There's something else I want to point out to you guys. Auschwitz, the concentration camp Auschwitz. Auschwitz was put together by relatives of the Bush family. The Walker family helped create Auschwitz. Let me get this book. There's a book called IBM and the Nazis. The way that the Germans were able to tabulate and find Jews was with IBM. IBM got its big break helping to kill Jews. I just sent you the book link. It's not my opinion. Now I need to see if I can find the Bush family, because I have some of this stuff. Hold on. There's another thing y'all need to know. Let me send you another link. People need to know that that the people that were pro-Nazi in America, like the Bushes, the Bush family, had planned to have a Nazi coup in America in 1933. The American Nazis almost pulled it off. I just sent you the link. It's called The Business Plot. The wealthiest families in America that supported and wanted a government like what Hitler had in Germany wanted to get rid of Roosevelt. Same year that Hitler came to power, these people here who were partners with Hitler want to take power here. You weren't taught that. Some of those families were the Bush families, the Prescotts, the Walkers, some of the leading Anglo families, and wanted to have Nazism in America. Did you share that with them?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want people to understand that there was a global Nazi movement. There were many countries that supported Nazism. Argentina was pro-Nazi. Nazism was big. There was a major Nazi movement in England. What's this guy's name? And I know his name, English Nazi. And Mosley, I think is his name. I think his name is Mosley. Help me. Okay, British Union of Fascists. Yes, his name is Mosley. You have to remember all these names as across countries, man. That the British had a major Nazi party, and they liked Hitler. So this idea, racism and hatred and extermination and eugenics and the survival of the fittest and all this stuff is all interconnected. And eugenics, which is the perfect race, Jews and blacks weren't part of it. This was a universal idea. It wasn't exceptional to Hitler. Hitler embodied the times. Now, we can do all this. We understand that ultimately the Germans lost World War II. The Jewish people, now I need to say this of the Jewish people. Let me just show you a couple of books. So I can show you. This is a very good book. It's called Jews Should Keep Quiet. Jews Should Keep Quiet. Jews Should Keep Quiet by Raphael Madoff. And it talks about how Franklin Roosevelt basically punked Jews into being quiet about the extermination of Jews in Europe, how they didn't really say that much. And by the way, one of the few communities of people who were radically opposed to Hitler, who spoke up against Hitler, were Black Americans who showed solidarity with Jews. So it's very interesting to me when you hear about how anti-Semitic we are, how bad we are as a people, how Black folks are the ones who persecute Jews. But when Jewish people were at their lowest moment, when everybody turned on Jews, the one group of people in the world that didn't turn on Jewish people when they're in their lowest moment, that showed open solidarity with Jewish people, were Black Americans. Okay? I just want to remind you of that. The next time someone says the whole world turned on Jews, you can say not Black Americans, even when we didn't have any rights, even when we were segregated, even when we were treated badly by Jews in America. Black folks were opposed to Hitler. Black people denounced Hitler. Black folks supported Jews. Jewish professors, Jewish professionals that couldn't get jobs. In America, you had segregation for Jews called restrictions. The restriction laws that was Jim Crow for Jews were called restrictions. Restrictions were overturned for Jews with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The Black people struggling for their civil rights got civil rights for Jews and everybody else. I repeat, the civil rights movement liberated Jews in America fully. And once the Jews got what they wanted out of the civil rights movement, they turned on Black people and no longer needed us because they got their bomb, they won, they became powerful in the 60s. Okay, and by the way, this book talking about Magnus Hirschfeld, the German Jewish homosexual that had all the books. When they had the book burning in Nazi Germany in the early 1930s, this guy had all the dossiers on all the pedophiles, all of the freaks, all the drag queens that were Nazis. That book burning that you saw is not burning books. It's burning the files because a lot of the Nazis were fags. And the Jews had the dirt on them. They went around killing all the Jews that had their business. The same way that Epstein had everybody's business. The same way that Kushner's father had information on that governor in New Jersey. Say his name for me, brother.
McGreevy.
McGreevy got caught, right? I mean, it's going on today. Here's a very good book. It's called Shadowland, From Jeffrey Epstein to the Clintons, From Obama to the Biden occult elite, exposing deep state actors at war with Christianity, Donald Trump, and American destiny. You'll find that the Mossad and other people use sexual blackmail for political power in America and everywhere else. That's how Washington, D.C. operates. So let me just give you two names. I sent you, I'm going to send you a couple more things. There's a thing called Haganah. There were armed Jewish groups that in World War II Haganah and Irgun, these were militant groups that were private Jewish armies that fought everybody and began fighting in Palestine after the Second World War. A lot of people were forced to come to Palestine. They did not have a choice, and they wouldn't have been wanted anywhere. So these people got taken. But just remember, I need to say to you, during World War II and the 30s, just before, what started to happen in Palestine, as more and more Jews moved in, the Palestinians began to feel the pressure. And so the Palestinians began to protest and call for the English to stop sending all these Jews into their turf. Why are y'all dumping their asses on us? And the English, in order to please the Palestinians, because they didn't want any problems near their oil or their Suez Canal, stopped letting or helping Jews get to Palestine, which would have saved their lives. I repeat, England basically did not help Jews get to Palestine, even though they knew that they could be killed. The Holocaust was structured by the English, the Canadians, and the Americans. Hitler and them, as much as they hated Jews, would have taken money. They just want the people to get the hell out of their space. Even though they would kill them, if someone was willing to take them off their hand. There was a situation again where 2 million Jews could have been saved for $6 million. And the State Department blocked it. And by the way, the money was there. Why? Because the head of the U.S. Treasury was a guy by the name of Morgenthau. Morgenthau was a chump. He didn't raise. I mean, dude, you running the money during wartime, you can't get something? Are you understanding me? You can't get nothing? I don't believe that. When you running the money, people have to listen to you, right? I'm just saying. So let me say I sent it to you. I'm going to send it again. His name was Mohammed Amin al-Husseini. He was a Palestinian Arab nationalist and a Muslim leader in Mandatory Palestine. That's what they called it before it became Israel. And by the way, Amin al-Husseini entered into a relationship with Adolf Hitler. Are you understanding me? There were riots and fights between Jews and Palestinians in the 1930s, and part of what happened, the English had a custom throughout their empire, like the French and others, to round up leaders and exile them, to lock them up. There's a thing that happened from 1936 to 1939. The Arabs rebelled in Palestine. They began fighting. And by the way, the English with the Jews fought against the Palestinian majority. The casualties of this conflict were 262 British security forces were killed, 500 Jews were killed. The Arabs lost 5,000 killed, 15,000 wounded, 108 executed, 12,662 detained, 5 exiled. Before all this stuff happened, now listen to this. Are you understanding me? These people began trying to fight for their land. So understand something. This guy, Husseini, he went over to Hitler thinking that that was the one way to save his people from losing their land to these Jews. They felt like they had been sold out. Are you understanding me? So this stuff goes back to the 1930s. This is literally almost 90 years of conflict that the Palestinians have been in. Are you understanding me? It didn't just start recently, and they've been getting killed a long time. All right? The conclusion of all of this conflict, again, was the Palestine War, which was fought in what was called the British-ruled Mandatory Palestine. The Jews called it the War of Independence. The Palestinians called it the Nakba. And this is where the better armed Jews, they had the Stern Gang, they had Irgun, they had Haganah, they had B'nai B'rith. You had Jewish people in the mafia. These folks were given weapons. They got all kinds of help from all over the world. But Jews did what black people never do. Even though their numbers were small, they came together for a common cause, and they were able to beat everybody's ass. They found a way to get an air force. They smuggled weapons. They did what it took for them to get that. And as quietly as it's kept, Arab racism played a role in how they got screwed. There was one person. There was one person that would have helped the Palestinians. If the Palestinians had just not been so goddamn racist, had the Palestinians even tried to give black folks a chance, yes, I'm going to blame you Palestinians for being racist. There was one person, a black American, that did not want Jewish people to get on and wanted fairness for Palestinians. Although the Palestinians boycotted, his name is Ralph Bunche, a black American, a Nobel Prize winner before Martin Luther King. He worked very hard for the colonization of people in Africa and everywhere else. He won the 1950 Peace Prize. That's literally 14 years before Martin Luther King. He got the Nobel Prize for his mediation in Israel for fight, now doing what he could. So, and by the way, the Jews were trying to kill his ass as he was trying to help them. And the Arabs wouldn't talk to him. Remember I said we need to stay out of these damn fights. It's really not cool. We can't win, okay? You have several fights. If I just do the history, the Jews had a fight with the people in 1948, and all the different armies came in, the Arab League and so forth, and the Israelis kicked their asses and expelled the Palestinians with terror and all this other kind of stuff, right? And so forth, right? In the 50s, they have a war, I think, in 1954. and they get their asses handed to them. In fact, King Farouk in Egypt gets kicked out because he failed so miserably. Let me see. I need to look up Israel's wars. They've had so many of them. Israel's wars, thank you. There are a lot of them. Let's do Israel's wars because Israel's been in constant battle, okay? Oh, God. Okay. Listen to this. Since its Declaration of Independence of May of 1948, the State of Israel has fought and won 8 wars with its neighboring Arab nation states. 2 major Palestinian Arab uprisings known as the First Intifada and the Second Intifada, and a broad series of other, comments. Okay, so look, let's do this real fast. 1948, 6 months war between Jews and Arab militias, and the mandate period in Palestine ended in a regular war. Its conclusion, right, because all these other people rushed in, several Arab armies, and its conclusion, right, a treaty was agreed between Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria called the 1949 Armistice Agreement. Right? There was an insurgency in the 50s and 60s, which led to the PLO being developed eventually. Palestinians attacked in reprisals and operations carried out by the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF is the Israeli army. Right? These people would come in from Syria, Egypt, and Jordan and blow up and kill people and so forth. And of course, the Israelis did shit back. There's another thing, right? You had in Egypt in 1956, remember I mentioned that there was the Egyptian free officers led by Gamal Abdel Nasser. What they did in 1956 is they seized the Suez Canal because that was the main place that Egypt could get money because Egypt was broke. The Suez Canal made a lot of money for England and France and practically nothing for Egypt. It's the most valuable state asset they had. Because Nasser was an ass kiss of the United States, England, France, everybody refused to help Egypt develop economically, which meant they meant to strangle them because they don't like Arab nationalism. And Nasser was seen as a hothead. He's basically a sand nigger. The Egyptians, by the way, copied something which happened in 1953 that didn't go too well, where Mohammad Mossadegh, who was the head of the prime minister of Iran, nationalized the Anglo-Iranian oil company and Abadan in southwestern Iran because what happened, the English, going back to World War I, remember before World War I, the English wanted to get the oil in Iran and they got it. The Iranians got maybe, for every dollar that the British got, the Iranians got like 2 or 3 cents. And so the country's generating all this wealth. If you look at all the development, let me just make it clear to you. These glasses I have on, whatever you put on your hair, you put in your gas tank, oil is used in everything, plastics, medicines. It is a major source of wealth. You drive on oil. Your tar for your roof is oil. Your medicines are oil. Your pesticides are oil. Your lubricants are oil. Almost all kinds of things, again, plastics of all kinds, all sorts of things come from oil. They weren't getting anything out of it. Mohammad Mossadegh nationalized the oil. And of course, what happened, since people want to talk about Iran, United States and Great Britain had a CIA and MI6 plot against Mohammad Mossadegh, where they literally, because the people got mad and the Shah ran out, right? Because they nationalized the oil. All the people in Iran liked Mossadegh, and they decided to destroy his governance. They organized a coup with corrupt army officers, just like the shit that they want in Africa. And they constantly use, you can always get coons, sell out, no good, butter biscuit traitors. They're worldwide. We're not the only people with traitors. They got rid of Mohammad Mossadegh. They destroyed Iranian democracy, and the Shah came in. And by the way, the Shah was very tight with Israel. The Shah let Jews basically do whatever they wanted to do. The Israelis were behind teaching the Shah's people how to torture. They did all kinds of stuff. Israel's best ally in the region was Iran under the Shah, just so you'll know. And therefore, the people, because the Israelis were helping with the security and all this stuff to kill the Iranian resistance to the Shah. You can understand how the Iranian revolutionaries, aside from hating what happened to the Palestinians, aside from the fact, let's talk about Islam real fast. I've been trying to stay out of religion because I don't want to offend nobody. Now, I'm a Jesus nigger, okay? And we Jesus niggers or Christians believe that Jerusalem is God's city. It's sacred to Christians. That's where God's government rests. Jews have the same feeling. For Muslims, it's its third holiest site in Islam. It's Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem. There's a mosque or masjid. It's called Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. These Zionists want to knock it down. It is the second holiest shrine in Islam. Muslims believe that Muhammad ascended into heaven from Al-Aqsa Mosque, or from that hill. And my friends, the movement in Iran is called the Al-Quds movement, where they've been dedicated since Ayatollah Khomeini, whose son was murdered by the Shah. They believe that the Israelis helped him do it. See, sometimes this shit is personal. You killed my son, I hate you too. I mean, it's just, people need to understand this stuff is deep. Jerusalem, according to the Bible, is going to be a place of conflict, okay? So Muslims think of it as holy. Catholics think it's holy. Protestant Christians think it's holy. Jews think it's holy. And it has been a place of contention. You had a 200-year period of the Crusades where thousands of people were murdered fighting over control of Jerusalem. Muslims to this day are very bitter about the Christian Crusaders coming through and just slaughtering people and blood all in the streets, raping, killing Jews, killing Muslims, killing Christians. White folks, they just saw niggas slash. I mean, shit, I don't care. So basically, there's a lot of bitterness about that. There's also what's been going on for a long time is that the radical Jewish settlers, a lot of them from Russia, a lot of them from Williamsburg, a lot of people who want to act out their Jewish settler fantasy, like kill Arabs, go and they do, like I was watching a couple of weeks ago, tell my mother that they can't keep doing this. I'm not a Muslim, but I respect people that are Muslims. I'm not going to eat a pork chop up in front of this brother here. I'm not going to show him. I'm not going to eat bacon bits in front of him here. It's offensive to him. I get it. That's their holy place. If you respected people, you can't do that. But every week you'll hear about Jewish people going and dissing these people at their holiest site. I mean, I'm like, how much can you do to someone before someone just says F it then? They have shot and killed people up on that complex. They've come in and smeared doo-doo. They were doing pornographic dances. They were cursing, doing all this kind of stuff to set off the Muslim people. They don't even let people go in and pray in their own masjid. And there's a plan. You need to know that American evangelicals have been collecting monies for years. They plan to knock down the second holiest shrine in Islam so they can rebuild Solomon's temple. And I want to say to you, they don't absolutely know where Solomon's temple was. If you read the Bible according to what Jesus said that when the destruction of Jerusalem comes, it said no two stones will be on top of each other. For me, Jesus is God. If he said it, there's no two stones stacked. I mean, shit. A God said it, that's the end of it. There's nothing to question. So when you look at the Wailing Wall, you see a whole lot of stones stacked on top of each other. Now, either Jesus is lying or that's not part of Solomon's temple. I'm just saying, somebody's wrong. And I want to say something to you. Certain people contend that the Wailing Wall that you see the Jewish guys rocking, and by the way, y'all need to understand, that rocking is a form of ritual sex. They feel that they are fertilizing or screwing the spirit inside that wall. I don't know where that came from because that doesn't match any Old Testament Judaism. But that's why you see them rocking. That is sex. They are screwing the spirit in the wall. I'm just telling you. Get mad at me. I didn't do anything. I don't want people. But that's people's religion. They do what they want. But that rocking, come on. Rock steady. I mean, that's what people are doing. So look, certain people argue that stone wall is Fort Antonia, the fort of the Roman people, and not Solomon's temple. And some people allege that people know that it's not it, but hell, why not knock down something that belongs to Musis? Right? It's ours. We took it. Screw you. Like they do anything else. Blow up apartment buildings, kill people. It's ours. They'll say the land is ours. Get out. You don't have the right to be here. God gave it to us. That's enough for them. So, look. So you have these people in here, right, doing what they feel like doing to these people. And they've been pissing off these people. And so let's look. You have, so all this stuff is going on. You're provoking Arabs, making Muslims mad, doing all kinds of stuff. And Israel did some stuff when it established, first and foremost, they did things to create problems, like they did bombings and terrorism in places like Iraq and Yemen to make the Arabs mad, and they kicked the Jews out. These people were forced to, they went and did terrorism to make the Arabs kick the Jews out and then blame the Arabs for the Jews being driven out. to get numbers, they needed people, they needed bodies to fight because they were outnumbered. They did this all over. They did it in Iraq, they did it in Yemen, they did it in Morocco, they did it in Egypt, and they participated in acts of terrorism to provoke their neighbors. They hated them. Now look, Nasser took the Suez Canal, and with France and England, the Israelis attacked the Egyptians unprovoked and seized, and they killed a large number of Egyptians. It's called the Suez Crisis of 1956. And the only reason that they didn't retake and hold the Suez here, the Suez Crisis, October 1956. A military attack on Egypt by Britain, France, and Israel beginning the 29th of October with the intention to occupy the Sinai Peninsula, which is to steal land from Egypt people, and to take over the Suez Canal. The attack followed Egypt's decision of 26 July 56 to nationalize the Suez Canal after the withdrawal of an offer by Britain and the United States to fund the building of the Aswan Dam. Egypt needed electrical power. Egypt needed water for their farms. That they wanted to be more advanced. And these people were deliberately crippling Egypt. So he says, shit, y'all are making all this money off our country. And it's on our land. In fact, you need to understand, when the Suez Canal was built, a minimum of 100,000 Egyptians died building the canal it started off with the French, and then the French went broke, a guy named de Lesseps, and then the English took over. And by the way, they tricked the ruler of Egypt and got him into debt with the English, and their payoff was, well, you don't have to pay us back. We'll just take the goddamn canal, the most valuable asset in the country. Screw you, right? But you could be a playboy and have a lot of hoes. This is what happened. So Egypt is kept poor because, like what's happening with Niger, your main assets are in the hands of other people. So he took it, and they were very successful. But the United States and the Soviet Union said, and they were forced to give the stuff back. But remember, they killed a lot of Egyptians, bombed, did all this other kind of stuff. But it helped. It helped Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser become a major figure to the Arab world. And you need to understand that he did do something. He blocked the Straits of Tiran and Sinai. Let me send this to you so you understand what it is. they landlocked Israel in terms of the Red Sea. So you'll know what this is. And they were saying, y'all got to come through us. You have to come through the Suez Canal, bastards. And so this is why that happened. So let me go back and say to you, following that, you have the 6-Day War. And of course, let me just say this to you. Out of the agreement of 1948, from the very get-go, the Jewish people, I sent you this link on Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky was a Zionist racist, I believe from Poland, but you have it. You can check which countries, Russia, Poland. Jabotinsky had a thing called the Iron Wall, where the extreme Zionists planned to kick all of the Arabs, all of the Negroes, all the Palestinians out of the land of Israel, no matter what. An iron wall, crush them, these people have no right, this land is ours, screw you. Like Netanyahu's family, who's from Poland, a lot of these people are Polish, they have no Hebrew, and they're there, and they're very aggressive and harsh with the people. Are you understanding me? So what? Now, they go through that, and then there's a rematch. The Soviet Union, I don't know what they were up to, but they convinced Nasser that the Israelis were going to attack them. So in June 1967, Israel fought Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. And then later, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Algeria. They contributed soldiers, and following the war, look at what happened. Israel beat all of their asses at one time by preemptively destroying the air force on the ground that belonged to Nasser. And as a result, they had no air force. And when you don't have an air force and you're counting on tanks, if you look at how the Palestinians were able to use drones with explosives to destroy armor, which is the backbone of the Egyptian army, and many countries, the backbone of their army is the tanks, going back to the Second World War and the German Blitzkrieg, their tanks were sitting ducks because Israel had a very good air force. And they had no air force, so they were able to just destroy them. So look, and I need to explain something to you because I left something out. There's an area called Transjordan. Transjordan is the modern thing of Jordan. Jordan has one of the best armies, and typically they don't get into the fighting, although they have done like twice, but try to stay out of it, right? Now, understand something. The West Bank, or the occupied territories, are supposed to belong to Jordan. Israel took them as a result of the 1967 war. They took, which is the West Bank, and that includes East Jerusalem, because Jerusalem was split in half. And of course, the Israelis are not recognizing the Islamic or the Palestinian half of Jerusalem. They're not a Bush bitch. They want it all.
You guys in the chat, I saw one question come up. I'm gonna save your question, Dr. Short. Just
I'm almost done.
We're almost at the end.
We're just
Dr.
moving
Short,
down through the wars. So that the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the Golan Heights, and Sinai, and Gaza. Okay, so look at this. The West Bank, East Jerusalem, was taken from Jordan. The Golan Heights, which includes the Shabbat farms, were taken from Syria. The Sinai and Gaza were taken from Egypt. Okay, between 1967 and 1970, you had all kinds of stuff go on, right? They're fighting, this, that, and the other. The PLO emerged. You need to know about the PLO. Let me send this to you. They were established, let me see, in 1964. I was going to say 65. Okay, I would have been off a year. So the PLO, when the Palestinians were really miserable, they formed their own little group to fight for their freedom. And they did all kinds of stuff. And there have been a plethora of Palestinian groups that are called terrorists. There's Abu Nidal, there's Islamic Jihad, there's Hamas. I mean, these people are doing whatever the hell they can do. Now, remember, this conflict goes on because these people are mad about the stolen territory and so forth. Now, exactly 50 years ago, Saturday, the Yom Kippur War, fought from the 6th to the 26th of October 1973 by a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria against Israel as a way of recapturing part of the territories that they lost to the Israelis back in the Six-Day War. The war began with a surprise attack by Egypt and Syria on the Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur. Egypt and Syria crossed the ceasefire lines in the Sinai and Golan Heights, respectively. With all due respect, my friends, y'all need to know that the Israelis had superior tanks over the Russian junk that the Syrians had. The Israelis, had fewer tanks, destroyed the armor of the Syrians. And in the case of the Egyptians, who had used rockets and all and got on the other side of the Suez Canal, they were doing good until Henry Kissinger and I think the Joint Chiefs of Staff leader, whose name is General Al Haig, and others, illegally sent Israel TOW missiles, one of the best weapons, anti-tank weapons in the world, and they completely decimated the Egyptians' tanks. And the Israelis went on to maybe massacre 10,000 Egyptian soldiers in the desert. It was a major defeat. It was so bad. It was so bad that now what happened is, and after the Six-Day War, Nasser, was ready to resign, and the people demanded, millions of people told him not to resign. Now, the head of state, because Nasser may have been poisoned, he died in the early 70s. Let me see if I can find Nasser's name. Send that to you so you can have it. Gamal Abdel Nasser. And by the way, what was happening in between the late 50s, early 60s is you had the United Arab Republic. It was a union between Syria and Egypt. Let me get you Nasser's thing. So you can have this. Just so you know, Nasser's a giant, and Nasser was friends to Malcolm X. Nasser's daughter married Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana. He did die September 1970. I got the year right. Great. Gamal Abdel Nasser. And I need to, so let me just tell you, he had the United Arab Republic, but it fell apart because the Syrians, by the middle 60s, got tired of heavy-handed, corrupt Egyptians, and it broke up. He was replaced by Anwar Sadat in 1970. Sadat lost in 73, and Sadat began to work on negotiating at some point with Jimmy Carter. In the late 70s, you had the Camp David Accords, where Egypt recognized Israel. They got planes, and Egypt is the second most supported state in the world, other than this Ukraine money. Egypt gets lots of money from America. I guess it's like a payoff to support Israel. One of the things that happened, the Palestinians got very angry about all the countries that seemed to sell them out. In fact, one of the things that followed the Yom Kippur War, because the United States had supplied these TOW missiles behind the backs of the Arab countries that they weren't supposed to give. You had the oil crisis of 1973. I'm going to send this to you, where the OPEC, which was established in October, right, the same year. These people are so mad about what they did. King Faisal, the last radical, semi-anti-American king, got together with all these oil-producing nations. OPEC means Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries. And they said, hey, look, we're not going to give you guys any goddamn oil, and we want the price of oil to go up. The price of oil went from $3 a barrel to $12 a barrel, which jacked up the economies of the world. If you don't remember, if you weren't living then, there were literally people, I'm trying to tell you, folks were selling pussy to get gas.
Some of y'all, if y'all ain't old enough, y'all remember that when y'all were kids. Gas station lines used to be looking crazy.
Yeah, people were freezing. I'm telling you, basically, women walking around in fur coats, and I'll give you some if you give me some gas, because I got to get to work. I got to shoot pussy for gas.
Hey, it
I mean,
literally felt like the world was colder back then.
it was really, really, really shocking, my friends.
Blooming Rose,
And
you still hanging out with us? How them palms? Them palms still sweaty? You been rubbing them?
so I just thank you. So this oil thing occurred, but ultimately you got the Camp David Accords. Egypt dropped out of being an enemy to Israel. But let us remember something happened in 72. Black October, a group of Palestinians killed like 11 members and their coaches of the Israeli Olympic team in Munich, Germany. And on top of that, you have to understand that the PLO tried to take power in Jordan, and King Hussein, I have to
That
tell
you
you
know
about.
what, Dr. Cho, that's who it was. That's the father.
Yeah, that's Abdullah's father.
Yeah.
King Hussein, they had to do, I think it's Black October. King Hussein did like a job of just killing the hell out of Palestinians. And to this day, Palestinians are like the majority population in Jordan, but they're not full citizens. They're outcast. And to this day, you have to understand part of what Israel wants to do is force all the Palestinians out of Israel and put them in Jordan, which would overwhelm Jordan, and it would bring down the Hashemite dynasty that King Abdullah is the head of. By the way, I used to do things for his mother.
He
So
married King Abdullah? He married the actress, right? Or it was his
Queen
father?
Noor.
Yeah.
Let me give you another thing so you'll know. Black September is known as the Jordanian Civil War. It's a conflict between Jordan, led by King Hussein, and the Palestine Liberation Organization, led by Yasser Arafat. It took place between the 16th and 27th of September. It ran until 71, but they kicked their asses. They stomped the shit out of them, and that was the end of that. I'm sending that to you so you'll understand. Palestinians are everywhere. Let me go back and see if I can get this Israel's wars, because that's what we need. And of course, once Egypt made peace with Israel, with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, who was a terrorist who helped blow up King David Hotel. A lot of terrorism happened. A lot of the Jewish folks did it first. Palestinians came later, right? You had the situation wherein there was a law, although terrorism continued to go on. There were people like Abu Nidal and other folks that would just blow up stuff, kill people, torture people, blow up airplanes. And one time they got like 5 airplanes and landed them and just blew their asses up. They were just doing stuff all over the place. You had Muammar Gaddafi, you had various people doing things that was setting people off. Okay, we did Yom Kippur War. They went, okay, now look, you had the Palestinian insurgency in South Lebanon, right? These people moved over there. Israel invaded, began fighting Lebanon in 78. Okay, and ultimately there was a full-scale war in the 80s. The Israelis forced the PLO out of Lebanon, and those folks had to either flee to Libya, or they had to be in a safe area. Okay, and one of the key people, there's this thing called the Abu Nidal. organization. They broke away from the PLO, and this dude was doing crazy stuff. They were just killing people, blowing up stuff, hijacking planes. They were doing stuff. Remember that they had the cruise ship and they threw the person off the cruise ship in the wheelchair? I mean, they were trying to turn white people out. They wanted this shit. We want our shit. The Palestinians were just doing. So I just sent you Abu Nadal. You need to understand what happened in the 1982 Lebanon War. Ariel Sharon, who was general of the Israeli armies, got with, in fact, something happened in Lebanon because the PLO went into Lebanon, my friends. The Lebanese Civil War ran from like 1975 to, hold on, let me pull that up. So I'm thinking it didn't run until 95. I'm trying to think. It run in, hold on, I'm going to have 1 second because there's all these damn wars are going on and sometimes they overlap. Forgive me for not having that date straight in my head. I know, here it is. You need to look at the Lebanese Civil War so I can explain to you. Israel's presence makes everything go nuts. You also need to know that there was a civil war going on in Syria that ran for a while, and Assad, the Assad family, Bashir Assad, the father, if I'm correct, no. But the father of the current head of state, his name is Assad. His dad literally fought and crushed all of his enemies. In fact, it ended in the city of Hama, like in 1982, and they just killed about 20,000 people. They just blew their asses up. Sort of like what happened in Syria between 2012 and now. They don't have a problem killing some people to hold on to power. And you need to understand, okay, part of the issue, so you can understand what's going on with Hezbollah and all this stuff, because it all overlaps and we're getting to Gaza. We're almost there. Sorry about all this info, but once you see all this, you can kind of make better sense of what happened. All right. Something that did happen, so you understand, and I left this out. Part of the reason that Israel got recognized by the United States is because President Truman, I think, got like $2 million in a briefcase handed to him by one of his Jewish business partners that got Truman on board to support Israel. And over time, because a lot of people were against Israel being a state, in particular, if you've heard of the Marshall Plan, General George Marshall was against the existence of a Jewish state. Lots of people didn't want it. They felt it was going to be a headache. It would be a problem. There would be fights with Arabs forever, which proved correct. The other problem is that you have a Arab nationalist movement that took place in the 40s and 50s. You need to understand that following the Second World War, Egypt broke free of England, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria broke free of England and France. And in Syria and in Iraq, you had the socialist movement, the Ba'ath Party. The Ba'ath Party means rebirth. Saddam Hussein, if you remember him, he was the leader of the Ba'athist Party. And in Iraq, which became a strong enemy to Israel, they assassinated their king, their Hashemite king, who was related to the king of Jordan, and a guy by the name of Qasim became head of state in Iraq. He was later either killed or bumped off, and Saddam Hussein got power. In Syria, there are three people, one of them being Christian, and Syria is kind of unique. Syria has a sizable Christian minority, and then it has a offbeat or an irregular Islamic group called the Alawi. The Alawi are kind of like Shia. They're in Turkey, they're called Alavi, but they're not straight up Sunnis, so they're kind of seen as apostate Muslims, and there's a lot of conflict. Lebanon's even crazier. Lebanon is set up around religion. It's called a confessional system, which the French created this fake ass country that was designed to be a Christian dominated state. But you see, the Christians don't stay. And the Muslims that do stay keep having kids. So you have in Lebanon the principal groups, you have Christian, Maronite, Catholic, and Orthodox, you have Sunni and Shiite Muslim, you have Druze, and then you have other such groups, but those are the top groups. And the government was literally divided along religious lines with an effort by the Christians to control the damn army. Now, in Lebanon, because the people never liked the system, and because the Muslims had a higher birth rate in the 50s, there was an effort to remove one of the Christian heads of state who didn't want to give up power. And the United States came in and blew the shit up out of the Lebanese to keep the Christian dude in. So that sowed the seeds for there to be a problem later because the system isn't there. But they keep their hand on the army and all this other kind of stuff. But understand something. Because the Palestinians got run out of their turf, they didn't go to Jordan. If they didn't go to Egypt, and some went to Lebanon. Since they were Muslim, they would get with other Muslims, and they proved to be a problem because they're used to fighting, to push up against the Christians who are trying to run stuff. And one thing led to another, and it ended up being a conflict. And eventually, this thing broke out in a civil war between the various groups of people. Let me pull up this so you can understand, because they've tried to do all these damn countries at one time, because it's all happening at one place. All right, let me do a quick rundown of the Lebanese Civil War. But I just want to remind you, in the late 50s, like in 1958, like 10 years after the establishment of Israel, these Palestinians and this other stuff and America's interventionism. Remember, let me just say this to you. I left this out. After the Suez Canal crisis, the United States replaced Britain and France as the main power in the region, with a little bit of the Russians trying to get in by getting tight with Syria and Egypt. However, when Sadat got in power, who replaced Nasser, he told the Russians to get the fuck out. And the Egyptians have been dealing with America pretty much ever since. Syria, it's a little different. Oh, yeah, okay, good. I'm glad to do it. The Lebanese Civil War lasted from 1975 to 1990. Okay? Cost 120,000 lives. At least 1 million people fled the country. You had all these different people fighting. Certain things, in fact, let me run this down to you. The Christian Muslim representation and the parliament changed from a ratio of 55 to 45 to 50-50, so it's equal sharing of power. The Muslims reserved the prime ministerial position, and the Christians reserved the presidency position. All the non-Lebanese militias, we're talking about Palestinians, y'all couldn't have guns. Now, I need to say something to you. There were massacres done by the Christian Maronites of the Palestinians and Shatila and Shabur, where they went around cutting people off at the knees, massacring men, women, and children, and they were helped by the Israeli Defense Force to terrorize Palestinians. So imagine if you've been through that and you got disarmed, damn. Now understand the hostility between Lebanon and the PLO continued until these people's asses, the Palestinians, got kicked out of Lebanon in 1991. Now, understand something. Let me touch on this. So I'm going to feed this stuff to do here so we can keep this thing moving. I hope you are following me. Now, I'm going to shift over to Israel, okay? Now, understand there's the South Lebanon conflict, right? This is where Israel goes in to fight with the Lebanese on behalf with their allies, the Lebanese, the Gamayel family. It's not written here, but it's called the Gamayel, and they're called the Fedayeen. They're sort of like a Christian fascist Lebanese group that doesn't want to share power with Muslims or Palestinians. And the Palestinians don't belong there, right? So there's 15 years of warfare from 1985 to 2000. So imagine Lebanon is having a civil war while they're being invaded by the Israelis, who are taking the side of the Christians to fight all the Muslims and the PLO. Now, what happens between, there's something that happens. I need to remind people that the most powerful Shia country in the world is Iran. Under Ayatollah Khomeini, they have this thing called Mustafim. Mustafim is the concept of oppressed people should be supported. All oppressed people need to say, fuck you to people oppressing us so we can help you. If you need a gun or a grenade, ask me. I'm tired of people kicking my ass too. I'm going to help you. So they say that Iran is a sponsor of terrorism, and the Iranians see it as they're sponsors of liberation struggles, national liberation struggles for freedom. Whereas the Shah of Iran, who got kicked out in 1979, he supported apartheid in South Africa. The Ayatollah Khomeini supported the anti-apartheid movement and wouldn't sell oil to them. You also need to understand what followed the Shah leaving was Saddam Hussein began to attack and bomb and try to take the oil-rich portions of Iran and probably try to take the whole country over. That led to a war from like 1979 to about 1988. It cost at least 1 million lives. And by the way, America and Israel helped Iraq. And one of the things that went on during that time, and the Turks have done it, the Syrians have done it, the Iraqis have done it, the Iranians have done it. There's a group of people who are neither Arabs nor Persians nor Turks that are called Kurds. And everybody uses their asses. They're sort of like black people. The Kurds are one of the world's largest ethnic groups with no nation state of their own. The only group with more people with no nation state of their own are Black Americans. We're the only people of our size that don't have what the hell we deserve. Okay? The Kurds are in Syria, Iraq, Turkey, Iran. And they get screwed over. And by the way, they hate the Armenians because they're Christians, and that's another conversation. Now, so understand that the Iranians, as they were struggling, one of the things that they did, because they support fellow Shias, the same way that they're supporting the Houthis that are fighting the Saudis in Yemen, the Iranians went over and helped the people in a group called Hezbollah. Hezbollah in Arabic means the party of God. And for all of you atheists, all you fake ass people who think there's no such thing as religious belief and a person won't blow their ass up or shoot you in the head over what they think is God, because I'll tell you, we black people are so goddamn weak. We don't have anything that we believe in. We don't believe there's just male or female. We believe an anus is a vagina. We believe that slavery is freedom. We believe giving money to people that hate us is economic common sense. Whatever is logical, because we've become a godless, pathological, lying heap of shit. Nothing like our ancestors. We need a damn God and religion. Look at how Hezbollah, how they've gotten behind whatever religion they believe in, and they've got people shaking in their boots. Let me break down what Hezbollah is. It means the party of God or the party of Allah, right? It's a Lebanese Shia Islamist political and militant group. Okay, now currently it's led by Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. He's the dude with the big beard and the bigger turban that keeps telling Israel, read between the lines. And of course, you know, it's a middle finger. He keeps saying, America, read between the lines. Nasrallah's got big balls. I can't believe he even walks. His balls are so big. He doesn't care what anyone thinks. He fights anybody. They don't care. They're crazy. They were founded in 1985, and they're part of the Axis of Resistance. Their allies are Iran, Syria, Iraq, Nicaragua, North Korea, Qatar, Russia. And then they've got these other groups, and they have so many crazy groups of Muslims. Damn. They've got Amal, which is a crazy ass group, Liwa, Zebanun, the Houthis is the people, and then the Hamas. Now, let me just run this down to you. And their enemies, Israel, Turkey, the Lebanese army, they hate Al Qaeda, they hate the Islamic State, they hate the Free Syrian Army, they hate Al Nusra, they hate Hayat Tahrir al Sham, and the People's Mujahideen of Iran. Those are those fake people called MKO who are nuts. Now, Hezbollah was established in the wake of the 1982 Lebanon War. I need to remind you that these Hezbollah people are the ones that started the suicide bombing bullshit. And whether you like their asses or not, they ran the United States military out of Lebanon back in 1983. I remember that shit. In particular, seeing the black man being pulled out of the wreckage with the concrete dust falling out his ass. You've seen that picture, haven't you, brother? I mean, I'd hate for anyone to see concrete dust falling out of my ass or anything falling out. They're putting this dude out. I mean, I wish he'd had his jaws pulled up. I know his mother was embarrassed, but she's glad he was alive. Now, look, they bombed the U.S. They killed about almost 300 U.S. soldiers, got their asses blown up. The U.S. troops never saw that shit coming. These people couldn't care a damn. And they're the ones that started doing this martyrdom shit. Now, let me just explain this to you, because a lot of you don't understand religion because y'all think that religion doesn't matter. And a lot of your asses, if you're young, are going to end up having to fight and die in the Middle East because certain people really do believe in this Islamic stuff they're talking about, and they don't mind dying or blowing your head off over it. And you don't believe in anything, which is why American soldiers get demoralized and destroyed because they don't know anything. They think you can go through life pretending that there's nothing greater than just, your penis or your blunt or your pharmaceuticals or your girlfriend or your car. That's shallow. Those are idols. You better learn something about the divine to get through, because this shit is about to pop off in the Middle East. And I'm so glad I'm old and shit and applying for disability. They can't draft me. But your young, stupid asses will end up dying. You're going to learn how to call God and shit, especially when someone's trying to blow up on your ass. And I mean that. I'm not talking about a rap star that's dropping some tracks. Now, let's go all the way back to the first ulama, the first community that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was established. When he died, there was a succession of people. I often forget the first caliphs in Islam. The one I remember best is Abu Bakr, but there's several. After there was a nephew of Muhammad named Hussein, and a lot of people felt that he should have been the successor to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And it didn't happen. And what ended up happening is that there was a lot of fighting over who would succeed Muhammad. And ultimately, the people that followed Ali and his son or whatever, at a place in Iraq called Kaaba, which is a sacred holy site for Shia Muslims, these people were murdered. They were massacred. What you call Sunnis were people who felt that Ali's people should not, and Shia means followers or partisans of Ali. Sunnis, which are about 90% of Muslims, feel like everything happened the way it was supposed to. Shiites said, wait a minute, it was a fuck up. The ulama should have been run by our guy. And there's a big beef between these groups. Aside from that, they're different schools of thought. There's Hanbalite, Kharijite, Hanafi. There are all these different schools of Islamic thought around Hadith and Islamic jurisprudence. We can't do all this shit, but I want to tell you, these Shia people are they really believe in suffering and dying for their cause. Every year when they have this stuff, they beat themselves bloody. They'll fight anybody. When they were having the war with the Iraqis, the Iranian young people were running through minefields, getting blown up to clear the minefields for their brother soldiers to come through and fight the Iraqis because they didn't have minesweepers. Get that through your head. These people believe so much in Allah and paradise and martyrdom, they don't mind getting blown up by a landmine as kids. They would give these kids a plastic key and said, this is the key to heaven. Go forward. And the Iraqis ran out of bullets shooting these Iranians who don't give a fuck. If you think these Iranians are going to go down by this shit you hear on CNN, you don't know anything about those people. I need to explain to you, for all of you fake Christians out there, the ones who are gay affirming, and whatever the Bible teaches against, you figure you can put that shit in there. You're not up to fighting with people who really believe the shit that they're on, who say, I don't mind getting my head blown off. I'm going to blow myself up for God. As long as I kill some unbelievers, it's okay with me. I'm going to have a lot of sexy broads in heaven and paradise. I'm going to have fun there. My mission is to be a martyr, to take out enemies of God, however I can do it. And that's a big thing. It's a big thing in the Muslim faith. Some of these, to have someone that died fighting evil is cool. They don't cry like Negroes do at funerals here over folks who weren't dying over any real shit. Steal some chips and get shot by Asian. Everybody's supposed to cry. This dumb shit we're on. So I want to say to you that the Iraqi soldiers lost their minds killing kids that weren't afraid to die. It was messing their minds up. That's spiritual warfare, people. And we deviant Black folks who have no spirituality, the reason that we're committing suicide and on drugs is we don't have the right soul or spirit of connection to God to resist how we're being treated by people who hate us. That's why we're so goddamn weak. You godless, Luciferian liar, conscious community fraud types. You guys have introduced Satanism and witchcraft, and it doesn't hold up. Not in combat. The American soldiers came back from Vietnam destroyed. Those Vietnamese Buddhists would set themselves on fire for their God. They don't care. I don't mind dying. As long as I destroyed your ass. Our people aren't willing to walk an extra block to a Black store or boycott the smallest thing. And you broads are the worst. You have to purchase things from people who hate our guts. Then when you get abused in the store, we didn't protect you shopping somewhere they didn't want you or your money. There are other people in the world that are very serious. They believe absolutely in what they're doing. They don't care what nobody says. And I'm telling you, the Iranians said that they're going to kick the Israelis' ass. They really want to do. They didn't say it. They damn mean it. They don't care what nobody says. You can't make them back down. Even if their people are hungry, they're saving up money like the North Koreans to fight. So let me just say this about the Shia. The Shia got their power in 1979. Ever since then, their power in the region keeps growing. They've got Kuwait afraid. They could get Bahrain. The United Arab Emirates is now talking to Iran. They better. They've hooked up with the Iraqis.
Dr. Short,
yes, sir.
Explain. You did a great job explaining the thing with the Prophet's grandson, Hassan Hussein. Explain how Saudi Arabia and Iran have now linked up, and this is something that would have never happened yesterday.
Until Biden. Y'all don't understand. Biden is from hell. He is the worst president. I'm sorry. I hate him. Damn, I hate him.
You guys in the chat, remember to like, share, subscribe.
I hate Biden as the worst. He is our Hitler. He put us all in jail. He's destroying this country. He's replacing us with all these rapists, illegals, and all this fentanyl. I mean, they're putting our people out in the streets, throwing them out of public housing, giving all the benefits, giving shit to Ukraine while destroying Black people. But he's not just an asshole in this country. He's an asshole worldwide. He's an embarrassment.
On the world stage, this country is literally the face of everything bad.
And Biden, he's nasty. He's degenerate. His son's nasty and degenerate. What kind of man wants to shower with his penis on his daughter's nose? See, no, yeah, no. You know, I mean, no. And you wonder why his daughters are all on. Everybody's on drugs. I think he raped all of his kids. I think he hit them all up. I think he gave Hunter some too.
We're gonna take some questions, you guys, but
let me see. I'm almost there, y'all. I'm in the 80s. I'm moving to the 90s. I'm just trying to give you this background so you can understand what the hell is going on. And so this is what they need to do. And they don't do this in the news. They don't explain all this shit. So what I'm trying to say to you is that Iran is trying to turn out the whole Middle East, and the United States has all these countries surrounding Iran with bases and shit. And the Iranians, no matter what the hell they do, Iran's been under sanctions since like 79, and they don't give a fuck. They just keep doing shit. Whatever you try to do, they find some way. They're like the Nigerians of the Middle East. Whatever you try to contain them, they find some way to get out. No matter what you do, they're going to just keep coming. And the Iranians are smart. They're good in technology. And people forget that the NASA program, our space program, some of the best people that run the space program in America are Iranians. They know all about rockets, technology, bombs and shit. And you keep fucking with them, they're going to make something. Okay. The United States has had Iran cut off from technology since 79. They still keep making shit. They can't have this. They can't have medicine. They can't have Coca-Cola, and they find a way to make it, no matter what they do. So look, I said all that to say, look, Saudi Arabia is a Wahhabist kingdom. Wahhab was a Jewish convert to Islam. It's a super crazy extremist form of Islam. It's like unbearable. Even they don't even want to be in their own country with their money. They want to go out and trick and do drugs somewhere else to have fun, right? You have to understand that there are like three types of government in the Arab world. You can have, well, four. You can have a military type dictatorship where you call it a presidency. You might have something of a president in maybe Lebanon, right? You have monarchies, and with Iran, they introduced the fourth one. You have a theocracy. Iran is a theocracy run by the Ayatollahs. And let me just say something to you so you can understand Iran. In Shia religion, the Ayatollah is the equivalent of the Pope for Roman Catholics for Shia. The head Ayatollah speaks for God. When he's talking, that's why nobody's saying shit when Ayatollah Khamenei, nobody's saying nothing when he's talking, right?
He's got more power than the president, you guys.
He can get rid of the president. He can have a president killed at any time he wants. They serve at the pleasure of the Ayatollah. The Ayatollahs till he drops dead. That's how much power he has. He speaks for God.
I know. Iran, Shiite don't really have what you would consider a Sharia. It's different. It's literally, like Dr. Short said, the Ayatollah is the G of the hood, so to say.
Right. Now, they do have Sharia, but ultimately they have fatwas and other things, and that goes. Whatever they say sticks. There's a guy named Salman Rushdie who started messing around with the names of Allah and did a book called Satanic Verses, and pissed off Ayatollah. And they just pronounced this dude, God says kill him. That dude they tried to stab him to death, I think, in New York. They almost got him. They're still trying to get him. God said kill his ass. That's all they know. Kill him. If they have a meeting on your ass, you know, don't go outside. And they may break in the house and kill you. They're not playing. God said run to the field and get blown up. Okay. Some people don't understand. I mean, yeah, if you're in the Nation of Islam, you get it. If you're I guess if you're Q, I mean, the Boule get it if you juggle with crazy organizations, or the Masons. Now they down for their crazy Baphomet shit. It's amazing. In particular, I'm speaking to all the liar Christians out there that don't stand on any of what the Bible teaches, you phonies. That's why we're jacked up. But anyway, let me get back to this. The Iranians have had a movement to bring down the monarchies, which they see as corrupt and they hate them. So what you have is a group called the Gulf Cooperation Council. These are all like Qatar, Doha, Oman, United Arab Emirates, the Saudis, and of course Jordan. They're all monarchies, and some of them have been set up by Western powers like the one in Jordan, and if truth be told, the Saudis. The Wahhabists are super strict, and they're Sunni, and they see the Shia as fake-ass Muslim heretics who are deserving to be killed. In fact, as much as they don't like Christians, if they had a chance to kill a Shia over a Christian, they'd kill the Shia first. They can't work with it because in Islam it's called shirk. Shirk is basically giving God the finger, which is blasphemy, which is, deserving of death. Okay. Y'all don't know religion. Our people are so white. We're so like white people are, who become all secular where nothing matters, and penis is a vagina, and weed is a vitamin, and all this stuff. This is part of how we've been destroyed. It's called relativism. It was created by a crooked Jewish dude named Franz Boas, where there's no such absolute truth of facts and whatever you want to do. It's some nasty, freaky, kinky stuff. And we've adopted and don't even know what it's called. So what I'm saying is the Wahhabist monarchists, they love the Shah, but remember the Iranians kicked their king out. And so their anti-monarchy movement, where they want a theocracy, is a threat, because basically you need to understand that the oil-rich part of Saudi Arabia, it's in the northeastern corner, up near where Kuwait is, not far from Iraq. That's where all the Saudi oil comes from. That's where all the Shia live in Saudi Arabia. And they're in a point of trying to break away from Saudi Arabia because they're Shia and they're persecuted. And the Saudis jailed them, execute them, lock them up, rape them. I mean, because, you're shirk. You deserve whatever happens to you. God wants us to run a train on you. Amen. Right? So you've got these royal houses that are afraid. And what happened, I think either 79, 80, bin Laden and some other people tried to take over the Grand Mosque in Mecca. Remember that? And they were in there and there was fighting and killing in the most important places in Islam. And the Iranians sided with bin Laden and these other people trying to take over Mecca. So it's like, it sounds like, who the fuck do these people think they are? Because the Saud family are the keepers of the great cities of Mecca and Medina. Am I correct? So how do these Persians, who are not Arabs, come in and try to, excuse me, run their thing? Now, there's another thing going on here. If you understand that there is a prefix on the name of Ayatollah Khomeini, I think it's Sayyid, and if I'm wrong, forgive me, I'm not remembering. But that prefix on your name means that you're a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And those are the people that tend to get authority in Iran. So literally you have a person that speaks for God, that has the genes of Muhammad, the holiest, most respected person in Islam, who's a baller. Okay. So you literally have a person speaking for God who's a descendant of God's best guy, versus some kings and people who weren't put there by God. Who do the Shia look up to? You got it. The Grand Ayatollah. God's dude is the one who knows what it is. The other people are just sitting there. So understand that that's very subversive. On top of that, the Shia and the Wahhabists don't agree on stuff, right? Women can drive cars in Iran. People's idea about Iran, if you haven't been there, Iran has roads, trains, subways. The country is modern. It's nice. I'm just saying. And at least in Tehran, I mean, the airport's modern. People got it going on in Iran. This idea about
also, Dr. Short, he has bloodlines of the Quraysh, the biggest tribe.
right, but yeah, that's the other thing. You're right. If you're related to Muhammad, you're from the Quraysh people, who are the tribe that he came from. So can you imagine? We know that the Saud are not from the Quraysh. So in other words, there's a possibility that you could have some convergence and get these people to kick these dudes out. And everyone knows that the Saudi government is hated. It's repressive. They steal all the money. And these Iranians, they're good. So remember, they took over the Grand Mosque, and it required that the Saudis storm the holiest site in Islam and have to kill people. This is where bin Laden's ass had to get out of Saudi Arabia for the shit he pulled. That's before Afghanistan, okay? He ended up in Afghanistan after that shit, right? So people knew his ass had balls. You try to take down, you go in the Grand Mosque and shit, shooting and stuff. Doesn't that sound crazy to you? I'm trying to think. That'd be like me going in Vatican City with a machine gun trying to take over. I mean, but you have to, like, that person has to die or something, right? I'm just thinking of how a Catholic sees someone trying to storm St. Peter's. You have to be insane. You deserve to die. You're out of order.
And with him, it's so bad with him is that his father and their construction company is actually
the builders of the masjids and all the other stuff.
They did all the building. They had all the contracts.
Yeah. But
he felt as though that that he should have been part of the elite forces and keep people away, but he just came from a noble family. It's a very interesting thing if you really could get into it, you guys.
Well, like just very simply, Dude was a party dude, and all of a sudden he got turned on to super ultra conservative Islam, and he didn't like the Saud family. This House of Saud, he felt they were perverts, they're deviants. So what happens is you get the Saudis getting wild with all their money, and the Iranians get super hard down on the Shia Islam. And the United States and Israel have a relationship with the Sauds. You have to understand that following the Second World War, the oil is sold in dollar denominations, meaning that the dollar is treated like gold to trade the world's most important commodity. And many of the wars the United States has been involved in, that's attacking Libya, that's attacking Iraq, that's going after Chavez, that's going after North Korea, that's going after anybody, that's going after Iraq, anybody, and Iran, anybody that tries to trade for oil outside of the dollar is an enemy of the economic order of the United States. And Saudi Arabia economically is joined at the hip with America. However, the Saudis are so angry with how Biden has been messing with their money, telling them not to pump oil or to pump more oil cheaply so they can't get a fair share of money for what they produce, right? And now they're selling it to the Chinese, which America doesn't want them to do. I mean, how do you tell someone how they can make money? What are they? And by the way, the Saudis are buying all these weapons from the United States to fight Yemen, which is another. And by the way, the Houthi, who have been fighting since what, 2015? 2015. The Saudis have been like not beating, while they've been starving a predominantly black Arabian country. They're still fighting, and the Iranians have helped the Houthi out. The Houthi have been bombing Saudi oil fields and doing stuff with Iranian technology. The Iranians are sort of like, they're really creative people. They've been able to show people how to, like, you know, you do home improvement. The Iranians are sort of like the Home Depot of weapons in the Middle East. They always find some simple way to find how to fuck up stuff. Like the Iranians are the ones that created the the devices, the IEDs that were blowing up all the American tanks and shit. These people find like a $5 item that can take out a $10 million tank. There are a lot of people in America that were jacked up because the Iranians came up with this ingenious way to create an explosive device that would send a hot piece of metal into the tank and kill the people inside the tank, or mess up people's heads the way it rocked it. So the Iranians are like the Viet Cong in Vietnam. The Vietnamese kept finding ways to kill Americans, even on the cheap, and very effective ways. So remember, towards the end of the Iraq War, people were afraid to even drive around the tanks because the Iranians had shown these people how to blow up everything. Everything you have, the Iranians find a way to destroy it because they're very smart people. So understand something. The Iranians have also been supporting the Shia in Saudi Arabia. The Iranians support Bahrain having Shia rule, and the Saudis have occupied Bahrain, which is a country that Iranians kind of think is theirs. And so, but what has happened, Biden has made them angry. The war in Ukraine is messing with them. It's pissing them off. And there are other things that have gone on. On top of that, Mohammed bin Sultan, he's from a different generation, and I don't think he wants to eat white ass like his father and other people have. He's sort of like a millennial, where, damn, why do I have to kiss Biden's ass? He doesn't even remember I did it because he's got dementia. So they want to, because the United States has been helping Saudi Arabia and others try to undermine the Iranians. And I think what's happened in Yemen, the Saudis have figured out they need to stop trying to fight Iran and figure out a way for them to get along, because the Iranians are very resilient, and no matter what you do, they keep coming back. They're sort of like the Terminators. Remember that movie? No matter how many times you blew them up, he kept coming. So the Iranians are not going to go anywhere. So the Saudis have begun diplomatic relations with the Iranians.
We have one question, Dr. Short.
Okay, I'm ready, because now will
Lebanon join in the fight?
You're asking the wrong question. I was talking about Hezbollah, and you asked me to explain a question that got me off of what I'm talking about. Okay, Hezbollah is different from Lebanon. There are certain people in Lebanon that do not like Hezbollah. You have to understand that the Shia are, I think, one of the largest ethnic groups in Lebanon. If they're not the second largest, they're the largest ethnic group in Lebanon. Hezbollah has a movement. Its idea is to get the Americans, the French, and their allies out of Lebanon. That's their manifesto, okay? And they've helped. They've kicked the Israelis out of Lebanon twice. They did it in the 80s, and they did it again in 2006. Not only that, Hezbollah has sent people to Bosnia to fight America's proxies in Europe. These people don't play, man. These folks are all over the place. Now listen to this. Since the 1990s, these people have gradually gotten into the government. There are a lot of people that don't like them. And what you need to know, in 2008, you need to remember that these folks tried to, I think, what did they do? They broke in and captured some Israeli soldiers, and Israel fought them for like 3 weeks, and basically they beat. They stood their ground. No one has ever stood their ground to Israel except for Hezbollah. Hezbollah was very important in fighting in the Syrian civil war. And because Iraq got control, Syria is a land bridge between Iran and Lebanon. So now stuff from Iran can reach Lebanon through Syria, and now Israel can't isolate them. See, when America went in and took out Saddam Hussein, who hated Hezbollah, all they did was make Iran stronger. You have to understand, it's like a Shia crescent. It extends from Lebanon all the way to Iran. And even in India, you have a huge number of Shias. These Shias stick together. Now, what I want you to understand is that Hezbollah has an army of 100,000 fighters. They are able to fight. They have resisted their people being assassinated, and they've been effective at destroying spies, snitches, and the Israeli intelligence collection means have been defeated by them largely in Lebanon. So let me stop there by saying all of this is going on. And by the way, Sadat got shot down, was it 1979? And then Mubarak came in, and then you had Arab Spring. And we need to just deal with this real fast. You had two Palestinian revolts. You had the first and the second Intifada, where the Palestinians, Intifada means a rebellion. The Palestinians did everything that they could to defeat or to get some freedom. But prior to the Intifada, prior to that, the first Intifada, 1987, 1993, Palestinians fought, right? Second Intifada, 2000,
Sorry,
2005.
I'm still not sure about that.
To hell with you. I didn't ask you. Okay, see, they are not listening devices. I've never had that happen before. Okay. See, they even control these devices. So the first Intifada, 1987, 1993, Palestinians fought with rocks and everything, right? One of the things that happened was in 93, they got this thing called the Oslo Accords. And sadly, you need to understand that they poisoned the dude who was the leader of the Palestinians, whose name was Yasser Arafat, right? Remember him? They had a thing called the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords were meant to, it helped them establish the Palestine Authority, but what it did was it allowed Israel to have a big, big piece of land on the West Bank in exchange for recognizing the Palestinians. Palestinians, to some degree, had to recognize Israelis. But ultimately, the Israelis, you know, like I said, the radical Zionists are like that American Jew named Baruch Goldstein, who went into an Islamic masjid and mass murdered about 20 Muslims. And he's a hero to the Jewish settlers, many of them from the United States, who just want to kill off the Palestinians and just take it. So you have the first Intifada, you have the second Intifada, right? Here we go. What's this, from 2000, 2005? These people are doing all the bus bombings and such. And by the way, you begin to have your first suicide bombings. I need to say to you, you wonder why people do suicide bombings. I'm glad you asked. A lot of the times, the Israelis take the Palestinian kids and they rape them. This is part of what you do to break people down. And by the way, some of those people in Iraq, remember Abu Ghraib, and they had the people in doo-doo and humping and dicks on top of each other and all this, and taking pictures and shit and having dogs bite at people's dicks and such. They got the stuff from the Israelis. They're doing all this crazy stuff, or cutting people on the tip of their penis with razor blades and mess with people sexually, right? They understand that Muslims who have a lot more sexual modesty than Americans do, they're not used to all this nasty graphic stuff that they've done. They've literally figured out how to turn out people. And when people have gone through all of that in what they call in Israel, administrative detention, that means I can just pick you up and hold you indefinitely and not give you a trial. That happens in Rikers to Black Americans, and it happens to Palestinians there. You can just pick someone up and never get around to finding out what they did. You can just come and take people's kids. You can screw people's kids and they can't. In fact, you ask questions, put your ass in jail, give you administrative detention too. You won't let me screw your son. Well, lock up the family, knock their house down. This is the kind of crazy stuff that these people had to live with. Remember, in the 67 war, they got the occupied territories. So you have about 4 or 5 million people in the West Bank who are surrounded. Literally live in little concentration camps with their big concrete walls, and they have to show ID. And the Israeli folks can do really awful things to people. Like, for example, if you were on your way in an ambulance to the hospital, they can decide just to be assholes and refuse to let you travel, which means you'll die in the ambulance. And so what? Who cares? This kind of just constant meanness, okay, is what happens. Now, we're in 2006. There's the Lebanon War, begins a military operation in response to abduction of 2 Israeli reserve soldiers by Hezbollah. The operation became strengthened, and this happened. And what happened, the Israeli folks went in and they fought. And basically, the Israelis lost. They weren't able to stop them. But they had a naval blockade of Lebanon. It was a stalemate. Hezbollah is the only force in the Middle East that's been able to stand up to the Israelis. And by the way, Hezbollah was trained by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. The next thing, we're moving there, the Gaza War. This is a thing that I think we're coming back to. And there was another one. The Gaza War is Operation Cast Lead. It's a 3-week armed conflict between Israel and Hamas during the winter of 2008, 2009, right? They went and they bombed the people. And what they were doing was to fight against what's called the Qassam brigades, where these people are firing rockets. They're not that sophisticated, not that effective, but it's their way of saying, fuck you, we exist, we're going to fight. There was another one. In 2012, Israel had an operation in the Gaza Strip, where in November 2012, they bombed and attacked people. 2014, they had another war, Protective Edge, July, August, military offensive, Gaza Strip, in response to American-sponsored peace talks, right? Some people kidnapped and murdered 3 Israeli teenagers, a subsequent kidnapping, murdered Palestinian, and these people started bombing and all this other kind of stuff, right? And of course, the Palestinians, they did a whole lot of bombing. And you saw the pictures. They just bombed the shit out of the people. What happens in 2015? 2012 was that the Syrian civil war forces, Islamic State, Islamic Caliphate and all these other people that are backed by Israel, the United States and others, tried to take down the Bashir situation in Syria. But because the Christians, the Alawi, the Druze were willing to fight against the Sunni majority or the partisans of people who are against the Bashir family, the Syrians have held on, as I predicted in 2012. I was told I'd never get a job in D.C. in government for my news analysis. The people were mad, but shit, I've been right. Now, there was one more. 2021, there was another Israeli-Palestine crisis, Operation Guardian of Walls. There were riots between Jews and Arabs in Israeli cities. Hamas and Gaza sent these rockets to Qassam, but this Iron Dome intercepted most of the dangerous rockets. Israel goes in and bombs people. You need to understand that it's part of any Israeli president to go in and beat down the Palestinians. It happens every so many things. But I think what you have now with this situation, I'm glad we're in Gaza now. We're now in 2023. There's been a lot of Palestinians in Jenin and in other areas that have been bombed, killed. The settlers have been fighting. There's been a lot of disrespect on the Temple Mount. I did an interview with the Iranian Al-Quds News, and I told people that Netanyahu, in order to preserve his government, Netanyahu is is trying to do a power grab to get around the Israeli Supreme Court. Many people see him as corrupt. There are at least 5 cases of corruption or crimes that he's committed. In fact, he's had so many things until they passed a law where you can't file any more criminal charges against him because there's just so many. He's highly controversial. Israel has an underclass, which is blacks and Mizrahi. Let's talk about that real fast. You've got the Ashkenazi Jews, which have a lot of the power and the money. You have the Oriental or Mizrahi Jews, who, by the way, had a black power movement that was beaten down by the Ashkenazis. These Oriental Jews, they're the nice, dark-looking ones with some semi-nappy hair that almost look like light-skinned black people. They're marginal, and they're not treated as fairly as other people. So Israel has this little caste system among Jews. You have the Falashas and others. And by the way, you need to know that Bibi Netanyahu said that black people were a threat to Israel's existence. You need to know that Israel now has a growing number of Africans coming there. Some of them claim to be Jews. Some just want to be there. And they even have concentration camps in the deserts for black people trying to get to Israel. So Israel has its own black concentration camps. No one talks about it. It's not my fault. I don't hate anybody. I don't want anyone in the camp. And I can't lie and say there isn't one. There are 2 of them. I think one is Halat, and I forget the name of the other. Israel, there have been mass marches because there's racial discrimination against the hundreds of thousands of Falasha, Ethiopian, and Beta Israel Jews that live there. In fact, one of the things that happened, and it used to be online, they destroyed my interview, where we were talking about the fact that Israel was sterilizing the Ethiopian women by giving them Depo-Provera, the birth control shot, which is used to kill and destroy black women in America and worldwide. By the way, it's the #1 drug that the United States sends to Africa, and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama negotiated to drench Africa in Depo-Provera, which causes breast cancer, heart attack, stroke, baldness, body hair, all of this kind of stuff. And that's the drug that's sent over to Africa and throughout the world. But in the case of Israel, that sterilized a significant number of Ethiopian women. Are y'all hearing me? And these are black Jews who are not Palestinians, that are not blowing things up. And there have been mass protests about racism in Israel, but also that there's an underclass because Israel has a lot of inflation. Israel has a lot of organized crime. Israel's, it's a dynamic country, but it has issues like any country does. And also within Israel, they have at least 2 million people who are called Israeli Arabs. They don't call them Palestinians, and they're permanent underclass. They don't have the same rights as Jews. And within the last few years, Israel's been declared a Jewish state. It's an ethno-national state, which is kind of like if you're not Jewish, you don't belong there. It's sort of like people don't want black folk in America. We want this to be a white country. Go away. I mean, even when you're from here, where do you go? How does someone declare something where you proclaim a state as something it's never been? So, know that when Bibi Netanyahu became head of state, because he won the election, but didn't get enough seats in the Israeli parliament called the Knesset, so he had to have a coalition government. And in order to get a coalition government, because a lot of people didn't want to work with Bibi, they're tired of him, even though his father was a dedicated Zionist and his brother was one of the Israeli special forces persons that was killed on the raid in Entebbe to liberate Jews who were being held by Palestinians in Kampala, no, not in Kampala, but in Entebbe, Uganda under Idi Amin. He has held power probably longer than any Israeli head of state. However, and there's even questions, certain people feel that he had something to do with Yitzhak Rabin being killed. That's a whole different conversation. Don't blame me. That happened back in the 90s when there were certain people who are radical Jewish settlers that didn't like the fact that Yitzhak Rabin was talking to Arafat, and they killed it. Show you that the Jewish people have their fanatical people. In fact, there's this thing called halakha. Halakha is a Jewish rabbinical law of warfare, and you'll find that under halakha, it's good to shoot a pregnant person. I mean, it's wild. So you have these very, very, very extreme Orthodox types who just absolutely hate Palestinians. They don't like the Jews. They want their land to themselves. That this is where their heads are, friends. That's not all Jews. Most Jews in Israel are nominally religious, but every society has their extremes. All Palestinians are not radical activists. Some are, some aren't, but in a certain way, a lot of them don't have a choice. Now, I need to mention, and I need to send y'all the name of this bastard dude. Did I send you the thing on Lebanon? Let me make certain I did that. I sent you the list of wars. Let me get his name. And I just forgot his name. Well, you know what? I'll just do it this way. Abu Mazen. Okay, I'll do it this way. The head of the Palestine Authority, his name is Mahmoud Abbas. He's 87 years old. He's the Jewish version of Clyburn. He's one of these boomers or silent generation people that needs to drop dead. Okay? I always tell people my personal experience with him is working as a contract butler for Condoleezza Rice, and him asking America to provide guns to kill his own people with. I mean, people, they're sitting up having pumpkin soup or something in a tureen, talking about killing people. And them saying Elliot Abrams, who is one of the key people in American policy for the Middle East, saying that they could get the Israelis to let him get guns so he could shoot people. And the people he wanted to kill were people at Hamas if they won the election. It failed, of course. Hamas beat al-Fatah's ass. And so the government of the Palestine Authority, they're Palestinian coons who don't really fight for their people. So when the settlers are killing Palestinians the same way that you don't get black folks crying out for the missing kids in Ohio or the missing black women across America or the mass incarcerated or our black political prisoners or our black homeless or our black women being thrown out of public housing and being deprived Section 8 vouchers, the same way that we are neglected by people supposed to represent us, that is the reality for people in the Palestine Authority with this no good dude whose name is Abu Mazen or Mahmoud Abbas. I wrote in my piece to Al-Quds that Israel may ultimately, Bibi Netanyahu, in order to keep things going on the West Bank, because this dude is old, he may have to replace them with a younger Obama-type Palestinian to give false hope, the same way stupid black people get behind Biden and Kamala. You know, a lot of people are gullible, like a lot of you listening. I mean, if someone white holds them up, oh, yep, they're great, and screw you, Q. How dare you come and bring research to me to criticize because you love me. You don't love me. The white people that have enslaved me, that won't give me reparations, care about me, which is the way that we think. We're some sick people. Anyway, moving right along. But Mahmoud Abbas, if you notice, you don't see really anything happening on the West Bank. You keep seeing it happen in Gaza because they have this butter biscuit, fried chicken. What can we say these people eat? Hummus eating, sellout, octogenarian, Middle Eastern camel jockey, Dune Coon, traitor to his own people. He's a safe Arab. He ain't fighting nothing. Now, recently he said something, and maybe he did that for public relations, the same way you'll see every now and then somebody like Rollover Martin will say something relevant to try to prove, see, I'm not completely out of the running. He said that the people have the right to defend themselves. That's like the first time after all this bombing and such. I mean, kids getting shot, homes getting knocked down. They have the right to defend themselves, you think? I don't want any fighting or
Okay,
anything, but,
okay, Captain Obvious.
so you just need to understand that there have been provocations. Bibi Netanyahu and others have been provoking the Palestinians, and they've been shooting folks, and this has been going on. And finally, this thing blew up. Now, so we're in Gaza now, and I want to say this to you. I believe that this is an inside job. I believe that the Mossad and other people who have such tight wraps on the Palestinians under Bibi's orders stood down because they needed a 9/11, they needed a Pearl Harbor, they needed this to happen to outrage, because there are a lot of Jewish people who are angry with the courts and the power grab that corrupt Bibi's trying to take, are refusing to do their military duty. They needed something to galvanize the people behind him. I said this before he stepped in office, he would have to do this. And I also said he'd have to get the most Arab-hating people in his government in order to get a coalition, because nobody else would touch him except for the crazy say, let's just kill Arabs. And that's public policy. Let's kill these people. Let's get rid of. So what happens, he did pick the craziest people who are notorious for hating Arabs and put them in his government. Now they're in negotiations. They're in negotiations now for there to be an emergency government. And what the people are saying to Bibi Netanyahu is that you need to get rid of the craziest settlers in your cabinet, because we can't get with you. But these people that just want to keep killing Arabs, I mean, what if these people go postal? Understand something. There are inside Israel at least 2 million Arabs. There are 2 million in Gaza. That's 4 million people. There are about 4 or 5 million on the West Bank. That's 8 million people. Do you realize if they flicked off, you can't control 8 million people? You couldn't. If they really just said, F it, then it's over. So the Israelis are saying, look, do we have to bear down so hard on these people until they feel like there's just nothing to do but try to commit suicide and fight? Now, the other thing that they didn't know, all the time that Israel spent trying to take down Syria in that stupid war through proxies, it allowed the Iranians and other people to move all of this weapons and technology carefully and stealthily to Hezbollah and apparently Hamas. And not only that, understand that Hamas got weapons from Ukraine and other people, because people do have money. And you need to understand, Hezbollah controls what's called Bekaa Valley. Bekaa Valley is an area in Lebanon that has the best hash in the world. So when you see all of these hookah shops everywhere, you may be patronizing people that are getting good hash oil from Lebanon, which goes to Hezbollah to buy weapons to fight Israel. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying it could be. Now, work with me. Hezbollah has maybe as many as 30,000 or 40,000 missiles that can be fired that will hit all parts of Israel. They've dared Israel to do anything. Israel did some bombing today, and they said, if you do anything, we're going to do something too. And you need to remember, a couple of days ago, Hezbollah bombed Shabab farms, which are in the Golan Heights. By the way, the Golan Heights has oil and gas. And our former vice president, Dick Cheney, is one of the people that's invested and stands to get a significant amount of money because it's huge amounts of oil and gas in the Golan Heights. Israel and Gaza sit on top of one of the biggest natural gas fields of all times. It is one of the greatest treasures on earth. And this is partially why I think that they wanted this, aside from getting rid of the Palestinians who are thorn in their side. If people went back to Cass lead, the Israeli government could simply kick out all the Palestinians, and then that entire coastline where there's oil, and gas, tremendously wealthy amounts of oil and gas and other minerals would be in the hands of Israel. And so I believe that folks are open to doing at least acts of genocide to try to scare the people off. I think they understood that, which is why they took hostages, which means that if they take the lives of their fellow Jews as important, then they'll be reluctant to want to just blow up everything to try to rescue as many as possible. I don't endorse warfare if it can be avoided. The way it looks, no matter what it seems to happen, people, it's the same way that Putin agreed to what's called the Minsk Accords, and the United States systematically and NATO violated their agreement with Putin, and that's what got this war going with Ukraine that really started in 2014. The war that's going on with Gaza now really goes back to the refusal of the Israeli government to honor portions of their peace agreements. And so what happens is people feel like they have nothing to lose. I'm not saying who belongs there. And a lot of people understand the future. The biggest problem with the Palestinians, unlike our people, they're not into abortion and depot shots and birth control pills. So if you look at the few 100,000 Palestinians in Lebanon, the millions in Jordan, the millions on the West Bank, the millions that are in Israel, the millions that are in Gaza, over time, these Israelis who, by the way, Tel Aviv is known as the most gay-friendly city in the world. Israel's army is the first army to allow gay couples married to serve together and all of this stuff. As you're pushing all this stuff that doesn't make babies, and by the way, you have so much inflation and this, that, and the other, until people find it easier to come to New York and get on welfare or drive Black people out of areas or Latino people out of areas of New York. You know what I'm talking about, Brother Q, and get in there and use the things and take people's property through all these elaborate schemes. These people coming to Chicago, they're coming to New York. Why stay in Israel? It's too hard to live there. A lot of people whose heart really isn't in the struggle. After all, you don't really believe in God. You don't believe in the fairy tales, but you don't mind the perks. It's the same way that there are Black people who are full of shit, who are against reparations, but would take it if we fought for it and got it, while thinking we were stupid to fight for it. You have free riders. So that's what you have in Gaza. I believe that there was a stand down. This was a 9/11 type situation. You need to understand that now the society has to unite behind Bibi Netanyahu. And this is their opportunity to stop these people. As a wartime prime minister, that makes him stronger, that makes him greater. And by the way, if you look, the United States has its aircraft carrier and all that stuff moving there. But I want to say to you, I need to remind you, in 1983, after the Hezbollah blew up the American military Marine base, the United States Navy bombed Lebanon for some time, causing 10,000 casualties to Lebanese. If you think the Lebanese have forgot that, you're crazy. And the one thing that people need to remember, and I can go back now 40 years, if anybody remembers the Falkland Wars, the technology for surface-to-surface missiles to take out ships is over 40 years old. If these people have Chinese silkworm missiles at any given time, if they wish to fire them, they can sink American aircraft carriers, which would kill thousands of American military personnel. I don't want that. I have family in the military. Damn, and I don't want shit to really get bad. My cousin, although I don't like the politics, is is the ambassador of Tanzania. These folks would be able to attack American embassies, consulates, businesses all kinds of bad things could happen. And, I don't think that Biden and the people around him should fuck around and find out with other people's lives. There's got to be a way to decelerate this if they want to. But remember, Biden is being investigated. His family is corrupt. Bibi Netanyahu's wife is corrupt. They're just like the Menendez family in New Jersey. You have two crooked presidents or heads of state who are trying to preserve their legacy and avoid going to jail and being destroyed, who are testosterone and ego driven, who care about no one and fear no one, at least the people behind them, would plunge this world. And remember something, Biden needs something new because the Russians have already won in Ukraine. The Ukrainians have lost so many men. If they keep fighting, they're not going to have any men left. When you've got kids fighting, the Russians are just biding their time, killing the Ukrainians. They failed. Their spring offensive, remember that shit was supposed to happen? What's fucking winter now? It failed. We were lied to. The Russians are winning in the Ukraine, and we need to do a show on the Ukraine. The Russians are winning. Biden is losing. All of our money going over there, and those weapons are now going to be used to kill Americans in the Middle East because the Ukrainians are that dirty. They're that crooked. They are that corrupt. And therefore, they're playing both ends, getting cash money. Imagine getting all these weapons and selling them at a premium to desperate people. So I believe that Bibi and them had some idea that this would happen. Did I send you that article? I did not. Yes, I did. You need to put that article back up about this being an inside job where the man shared that story. It's from Global Research. It's the first thing that I sent you. Let's go over that. Let's go back to, no, I didn't send it to you. Hold on. I'm going to shoot you what? Okay. Let me read this to people and then we can stop. But it's an inside job. And the wild card is Hezbollah. If they mess with Hezbollah, if they bomb Syria, because the Israelis have been bombing Syria and attacking them for a long time, what if these people fire on the U.S. Navy? What if they don't care? What if they have something for the U.S. Navy? Let me remind you, in 2006, that Hezbollah sunk Israeli ships with guided missiles. That's almost 20 years ago. You know their technology is better. These drones that they use to blow up the Makva tanks, some of the best fighting vehicles in the world, says that the Palestinians, if Hamas isolated has drones that can do what this stuff did, imagine what Hezbollah has with direct access to Iran, with all kinds of missiles. They have guided missiles. In fact, you've heard the Iranians have been sitting satellites up in space. They've got missiles that can hit London and Paris, and they may be working on ones that can hit the United States. If they can hit London or Paris, they can fire a missile and sink a U.S. aircraft carrier. I would hate for that to happen. I don't want any more fighting. I want peace. I want love. I may not get it, but I'm not here advocating for anybody to die. I'm not mad at folks. I'm just tired of this. There's got to be a way out of this because who wants World War III? I live in D.C. If there's a nuclear war, what do you think is going to happen? Where's the first place in the world a bomb's going to get dropped? D.C. I live 2 miles from the Capitol. I'm already dead. I get it. I mean, what can I do? Shit. Now, I want to say something else to y'all so you get this. I think I sent you this article, and I need to get that map for you. But let me say this to you. There's an article here for Greater Israel. You need to understand that there's a thing called Eretz Israel, and these people feel that the Sinai, Syria, Jordan, all the way up to the head, to the watersheds of the Euphrates and Tigris River belongs to Israel. They want a huge piece of land, which means they'd have to get Lebanon, a whole lot of stuff they think is theirs. And so I'm sending this to you so people can see that these people aren't happy with the Israel that they have. They have a lot more that they want. They actually want to own Egypt all the way up to the east bank of the Nile River, which means they want territory in Egypt. I mean, you can't work with people that want to expand like that. That means the Egyptians have to give up land. The Jordan has to cease to exist. So where do these 8 to 10 million Palestinians go? Where do the Lebanese go? Right? Where will the Syrians go? Where will the Kurds and the Iraqis go? Where are these people going to go as they expand and have Lebensraum for this Zionist dream? I'm not saying they can't have it. I'm just saying you're going to have to fight with all your neighbors and constantly. And you know what? We people who are Americans, our young people who can't get jobs or training except for we want to be trans prostitutes, they're going to be used as cannon fodder to fight unjust wars against people who don't necessarily like us but aren't bothering us.
You guys
So
in the chat, remember, like, share, subscribe. This has been very informative, Dr. Short.
So yeah, this is there it goes. We can do more. I just want to say to you, Hezbollah can take out northern Israel. The areas that people have already moved. They know they can't stop them. Israel can't fight a two-front war. It's interesting. They're going to have a real problem fighting the people in Gaza who don't even have the ability to fight back. They have no air force. To show you that the Israeli army is really best at killing and beating up unarmed civilians who can't fight back. Fighting an army that doesn't mind dying, that's willing to kill people, they haven't shown themselves on a mass scale in a long time at fighting a real army. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying they haven't done it. And so there's nothing like all the training and all, but you can box all you want in the gym. Now, when your ass gets out in the street, can you really street fight? That's a different question. So what I want to say to you, and I don't want, again, I'm not taking sides. Does it sound like I'm taking sides? I hope not. I just see a lot of peril, but I also know that Russia has a commitment to Syria. And Russia has given Syria some super advanced weapons. What if the Syrians have given a little bit of it to Hezbollah as a reward for Hezbollah preserving the Assad regime? So we don't know what kind of weaponry these people have. We don't know what kind of surprises they have. We don't know what the hell that they could do. We know that the Iranians know how to mass manufacture drones. Can you imagine if they let out? See, it's easy for them to hit the missiles, but what if they let out a couple of hundred, like 4 or 5 or 1,000, 10,000 drones? Those, they don't have 10,000 Patriot rockets. Those things just go up and start blowing stuff up. These people, they want to fight. I wish. I know that, I believe the Bible that there's going to be a conflict. I hope it's not now. I'd like to live a little bit longer. But if you're praying people, you better pray to God for mercy. And I also want to say this about Hezbollah. These people have partners throughout the world. If Americans do stuff, if you're in Greece or Italy or Spain or someplace outside the United States, these folks will be able to hurt you on a global basis. And they're going to feel within their right because their civilians get hurt by Americans. Why can't they hurt American civilians? What's been kept out of the news, I believe there were 2 Israelis or 2 Americans in Egypt, I forget, or 2 Europeans, somebody. They were with their tour guide in Egypt, and the Egyptian policeman came and shot their tour guide and killed both of them. Okay. And so I want to say to you, there was a point where one of the buses got attacked. We have black folks doing tours to Egypt. What if they decide to blow up a bus full of black folks looking for their roots in ancient Egypt when they don't know their own family here? a lot of strange things can happen. The chickens are coming home to roost to us that something's got to give here. And there's one wild card I want to put out. Um, what if the Israelis can't get their soldiers? And I want to say something else. If they have to go to try to rescue Israelis, they've got to do house-to-house fighting. If those folks booby trap and do all that kind of stuff, and they have drones and all, the Makva tanks won't be able to help them, and a whole lot of Israeli soldiers could get taken out by booby traps and all. And people not even have to encounter them. So snipers and so forth. This could be a serious. Already, Israel's lost more people in like the first day than any conflict that Israel has had in its existence. I'm certain that they're going to kill Palestinians like there's no tomorrow. All I can say to you is that Hezbollah has promised to strike. I don't know when that's going to be. And I want to tell you about two more books, and then we're going to go. Thank you, Brother Q, for indulging me all of this damn time. A very good book called America's Secret, An Insider's History of How the United States Department of Justice obstructed Congress by blocking congressional investigations into famous American families who funded Hitler, Stalin, and Arab terrorists, lying to Congress, the Government Accounting Office, and the CIA about the post-war immigration of Eastern European Nazi war criminals to the U.S., concealing from the 9/11 investigators the role of Arab Nazi war criminals, and recruiting modern Middle Eastern terrorist groups. All of this stuff is being generated, I believe, by Washington, London, and Paris. One more book that's very expensive. And by the way, thank you for giving to Dr. Randy Short, $ Dr. Randy Short, $ Dr. Randy Short, $ Dr. Randy Short, or wrandyshort at Gmail, wrandyshort at Gmail. That is my Zelle or PayPal. And this book here is wonderful. Zionism During the Holocaust, the weaponization of memory and service of the state and nation. And this guy talks about how a lot of people didn't do everything they could to save their Jewish brothers, and then later created what's called Holocaustianity, where it's almost a religion to constantly remind people the trauma of the Holocaust. It's exactly 12 midnight. We've earned some rest. Questions, comments, so we can leave in the next few minutes. I hope people got some information. I hope you got some information.
No questions.
None?
No, it's a couple that's not pertaining to the conversation.
Okay, nah. We want to do this. I took the time to do that. Okay. My teachers never gave me this much. Never.
Dr. Short definitely just gave us I'll just say 7 hours of power.
Oh wow, it is 7 hours. Oh wow, that went by fast.
For you guys, I never forget. I read a book before. Dr. Short basically just gave us the whole book, the grand chessboard.
Well, at least a significant part. This parts are left out, but to give you an overview. So you can add to what I said. I went fast, but if you want an idea, I didn't even get into what America, England did. But
Ebony has something for you to watch. She said, check out series suggestion, True Detective Season 1.
Okay. Well, all right. All I can say to you is it's time to stop. I certainly hope that we imparted some information, because Fox News and other people, and I should tell you one last thing. I think I told you about how AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, wants America to go to war with Iran, and they've been begging Congress, to my knowledge, since 2005, that they said Iran would have nuclear weapons. The United States needed to bomb Iran. there are people literally fighting, pressing our members of Congress to go to war with Iran. If you saw today, Lindsey Graham, he's the senator from South Carolina who looks like Angela Lansbury. Okay, he's threatening war against Iran. You know, I wish he was as serious about finding a woman as he is getting us to war. You know, just saying. Anyway.
You got one question here.
Yes.
Excuse me. Dr. Shaw, do you think the attack will negatively impact the Democratic Party?
No, because of the incredible influence of the Jewish lobby, Jewish people in the media, Hollywood, the way that they've painted the horrors of what happened to the people at the concert, Jewish people. I mean, a lot of folks who've been traumatized as Jews from hearing about the Holocaust, going to Auschwitz, all this stuff. This looks like Jewish people are going to get exterminated and gassed all over again to certain people. A lot of people that are Jewish, I don't think they necessarily see their strength or their ability to crush people. They only perceive the ability of people to hurt them. Okay, and I'm not saying that to say people don't have a right to have fear. It's the same way white folks walk around in fear of black people, and we've been lynched and segregated and beat down. And they're the ones afraid all the time. I mean, I'm scared. I'm afraid for my life as I'm holding a machine gun on a 4-year-old. I'm so scared. So I actually think that the Democrats will do okay, but just maybe because there are a lot of Muslims in America, Muslims who hate Trump might vote for Trump this time to fight against Biden if he supports Israel for this war. But Trump has said a whole bunch of stuff about Iran and so forth. So, you know, they're not being given much of a choice. If you're worried about protecting Muslim life, maybe you don't see anybody to vote for. But this never happened when Trump was president. So I don't know. I do say this. If the Americans start to get killed, servicemen, if you have like some missiles take out a part of that fleet in the Mediterranean, I think that would hurt the Democrats. That would hurt Biden. And but you have to understand, most people in Congress support Israel on both sides of the aisle. So it's not, there isn't necessarily flexibility when you start talking about the Middle East. You're more likely to just get people who just want to do whatever will be best for the people who back and support them that are pro-Israel. Okay. And I would say this to you. Trump has the evangelicals. I think that this attack on Israel might bring the Christian conservatives back to Trump. That is the one unintended consequence, and it may bring Muslims to Trump. And then it may bring people who don't want their children off at war to vote for Trump as a man of peace versus Biden. On top of that, if people remember how shabbily Afghanistan was done, if they find out that any of those weapons that the Palestinians or Hezbollah have came from Afghanistan, that's going to really hurt Biden, that he left that there for it to kill American young men and women. That might. I just don't think American people think that critically. I don't think that the media would give people the opportunity to think differently about it. And the mainstream media is against. They're going to try to build up Biden again. And Kamala Harris is too goofy. I don't know how this is going to go forward, because if you have a clown show, shit show Congress where everybody hates each other and they can't agree, right? Then we don't know what's going to happen. Are y'all understanding me? We can't really say. So that's my answer. Is that the last question?
It's a few more.
Okay, I hope I answered your question. I'm trying to.
Yeah. You guys in the chat, you guys are good. I really appreciate you guys. Hanging in there for a show like this is it's not easy. We're just gonna go through these questions and hopefully Dr. Short can answer them. Dr. Short, I wonder why does the U.S. permit immigration of people from these? These are the last 4 questions, you guys. Dr. Short,
Okay, for immigration of people from the Middle East countries. Well, it's simple. They're not Black Americans. They're not Black Africans. They want those people here. You'll find a lot of people are interested in getting rid of the demographics. They want a new society. So they want these people. They see them as good for business. And they replace Black people. That's how much they dislike us.
Is Putin in on this push for New World Order, or is he and Iran actually opposition to the Great Reset?
From the way that Russia's being treated, he doesn't look like he's a part of the New World Order. The New World Order seems to not like him. They seem to have done everything they could to destroy him. So if he is, we'll have to see. But from what I get, the New World Order doesn't like nationalists or populist leaders. To a degree, Putin is a nationalist if he's not a populist. But Putin is way more popular with the Russian people than Biden is. Putin is super popular right now with his own people.
Do you think there will be political backlash for supporting Israel this upcoming election?
No.
Exactly, Dr. Short. Amazing how both the J and the Paleface talking about their fright when the whole existence has been terrorizing us.
Yeah.
Well, guys, any final thoughts, Dr. Short?
Support this channel. Brother needs 38 or so subscribers. Please share my channel because we're going to get this Angry Black Men's Book Club. This was fun. This is sort of what we do at the Angry Black Men's Book Club, as long as 6 or 7 hours of doing books and discussions, and because people need to know. And so this is how we roll on my channel. And of course, I've got Backpack, Black American Constitutional Political Action Committee. You can donate there. I've got a Patreon. We need your support. In fact, brothers and sisters, there is a book that I want to get on drugs, and I'm not trying to buy it because it's like some of the books I have, like, for example, I need to show you something. Phenomenal book. It's $200. I got it for $78. I had to have it. So when I show that people Jewish weren't doing anything during the Holocaust to save the people, I can quote a Jewish author and say, you can't tell me I got that from the secret relations between Blacks and Jews. Well, a super chat, if you get a super chat, Mr. Brown, most of the money goes to YouTube. And the minute that you financialize, they begin to tell you what you can and cannot talk about, which is why a lot of your so-called Black media people are so cautious, because they'll lose the money and they could lose the channel. So you have more freedom when you don't ask them for money. Instead, people should give us because they see what we're doing. We shouldn't have to go to the white people to get you to give to us. That's sort of, Jews don't ask you to go to Christians to give to Jews, right? And we give to people who don't necessarily serve us. Our celebrities, I know good preachers, blah, 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 blah. This is what we need. So,
Well, well,
yeah,
Brian, I
thank you.
appreciate if you feel
I
as though
appreciate it.
you trust this channel, trust myself and Dr. Short. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we do. And we're going to keep doing this. By the way, I love this brother here. We talk every day, man. This is cool. He is so cool to work with. It's not your graphics, it's not your production. It's like you're like my best friend that I came up with, uh, who basically I was, the brainy one, and he's the one that may have not done all the school, but knew what was going on, and he was always the one that could kick ass. I would say that person's a threat, and my friend would just beat his ass. So, and people say, "Short, don't you set us on us." I never asked him to touch anybody, but you could get him to, no, 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 I don't want. I tried to tell him, don't do that, please, please don't beat that person's ass. It's so God, it's gonna kick his ass. Okay, so it's nice. I feel secure. I feel like, damn, I got a wingman. So we got to do this again. Come on, y'all, support this
You
channel.
guys, you
Share
guys,
this.
let me explain to you guys something, right? When Dr. Short used to do his shows, anybody that follows Dr. Short know that he used to do his shows early in the morning, like 2 o'clock. So when I get up at 4:30 Eastern time every morning, basically, and I get up prepared for work. I used to listen to Dr. Short's show every morning till about 9 o'clock when work officially starts. So I'm somebody that listened, listened to a lot of his content, and the delivery never bothered me. The delivery reminded me of the elders because the elders, you couldn't always sit at the table, you couldn't always listen in, and when you did listen in, they had a language that kind of like if you wasn't attracted to it, it might push you away. So what I used to do, I listened, and then I reached out to Dr. Short over a couple years ago, and he did a show on my other channel, and I still got my other channel. It's just a matter of I had to start a new channel for the content that I really wanted to focus on, and I do other stuff. But like I said, so Dr. Short, after he did the show with me, he would always send me information through email, through Instagram, through Twitter. So you know what they say, sometimes people be around but they're not being seen. So a lot of times he would send me stuff, and like I said, and I would be knowing what's going on, and it's a major and it's an opportunity for all of us to really be an asset to what we're trying to do as a community, as FBA, as B1, as indigenous people.
As
Oh,
fraudmen.
yeah, we're not always going to be on the same page with everything. Like
No,
I
you don't
may
have
like
to.
strawberry ice cream, you may like vanilla, because we're not a monolith. However,
Well,
when we,
vanilla's white. That's the one I want.
in
That's
this
right.
country, what we're trying to do is, as we say, freedom, justice, and equality for our people. We should be on, as they say, on code with everything and on code with what we're trying to do. So just know that we have some good things, some great things we're trying to do, and Dr. Short has been very instrumental introducing people to each other. Dr. Short gave us a 7 hour show tonight, and believe it or not, you guys, he's not a talker. He's not. He's not. He literally is the type of person that could sit in the library and enjoy him and his books all day and don't talk to him when he's trying to read. So I appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. We want to continue doing what we're doing, and I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. And you know, when people talk about these type of affairs, and they don't, and you can't give it to them all the information. Just give them this show and be like, look, it's 7 hours. It gives you the history on that region and understand the significance of that region and what's going on. And if you feel like you need to be a part of it, be very careful. Just know that it's a whole bunch of things going on. But anyway, Remember, as Dr. Short says, like this, like this, like this. Hit his Cash App up at Dr. Randy Short, at Dr. Randy Short, at Dr. Randy Short. My Cash App is LTalk5600. A couple people have been sending me donations, so I do appreciate everything that they do. And it allows me to as I'm an avid reader as Dr. Short, and the StreamYard service that I use, it does cost. So I appreciate everything you guys have done for me.
And I do want a computer, y'all, and I just need to have one. I have a 12-year-old computer. I thought it was 8. I know these people scam me.
Just look at it, Dr. Short. This show, because it was so long, I'm gonna have to transfer this program on my computer and then put it on my hard drive. So for any of
And
you
I'm
guys
gonna have to talk to you about hard. I need to learn some technology from you so I can like keep this stuff properly. But yeah, and by the way, a computer, I'm not trying to get one brand new. I get refurbs. So for me, my goal is to get. I think I can find a good Mac refurb for about 4, 5 Macs. Whereas typically they charge like 2,000, 1,600. I can't do that. I'll get a refurb before I'd buy a brand new one. So so I don't want people to get something that's a refurb is as good as new. I simply want a Macintosh that is from 2019 or 2020 or 21. I don't need the brand new. I'm not that smart with computers, but one where the operating system and all isn't like mine, where the clock wasn't working. And it took 48 hours for my operating system to load. My computer's so old.
It's funny you said that, Dr. Short, because my computer is a 2015.
I thought mine was 2015. They lied to me. It was a 12. I was embarrassed when I gave the serial number. It says this is 2012.
And this is a Windows, but I'm a diehard Android supporter. So I have to, when I get on my computer, I have to remember, like, okay, this is different technology. Okay, let me. And if I'm on my Chromebook, it's all, that's all Android. So with that, you guys have a great night. Take care. Appreciate you guys. And remember, as Dr. Short likes to say, like this, like this, like this. Share it, share it, share it, and get the word out of what we're trying to do. Take care. Have a great night.